This dude was squaring up against the kingdom's elite knights, and none of them were a match for his terrifying aura. Those 3 crimson eyes were all the proof they needed. He was channeling some seriously wicked dark magic that everyone feared. His name was Knoxbur Reinharbor, a scion of some crazy rich and powerful house, worn out from the clash of mana. A red-headed girl warped onto the scene, totally shook by what Knox had done. She's screaming, asking why he betrayed everyone and fell to the demonic path. Knox actually pauses for a sec, processing her words. Betrayal. That sounds like a total joke to him. In fact, Knox claps back that they were the ones who stabbed him in the back first. The girl yells that he's capping, but you can see from Knox's face that it's a done deal. There's no reloading this save point. The reality is, that guy is me. Just some kid who grinds games all day. Maybe the most cracked player this game has ever seen. The reason I'm such a no-lifer? My actual life is trash. 2 years ago, a doctor discovered some brain disease is going to send me to the respawn screen. Permanently. Can you even imagine the debuff of knowing your life has a timer that's about to hit 0? For the first few days, I was just completely stunned. I went through countless hospital quests, but there was no cure. Just potions to dull the pain. A totally empty life. Because when you have 0 hope for the next level, just existing in the present is agonizing. As time ticked by, the pain wasn't the only status effect. Get this. I'm coughing up what looks like tomato sauce. I'm not about to fill out these dumb forms when my time is almost up. I'm logging in one last time. This has got to be my all-time favorite game. In it, you can choose a genius's trait for something, but you get hit with a nasty penalty for it. But one thing I've never done is try to stack 2 genius's traits. Check this out. The penalty for picking 2 genius characteristics is like a personal insult from the devs. You get a time limit as a debuff. Isn't that literally me right now? A dude with a time limit? Character creation complete. Let's begin. The migraines got way worse. I felt like I was about to black out right there. I can't. I just want to enjoy something good one last time. I managed to create the character, but it seems my own personal time limit finally ran out. A system window pops up saying, synchronization complete. That white-haired kid from the prologue suddenly wakes up. This is Knox, but way younger now. The dude feels off. He's positive he just passed out in his room, and now he's in some bizarre new world. It was only when he stumbled to a mirror that the kid realized. This is not his face. This is Knox, the character from the game he was just playing. Our main character has grinded this game so many times. He remembers every single detail. Knoxbur Reinharbor is one of the 3 Dark Masters of Inner Lunatic, born from the most infamous family of villains and the youngest of 5 siblings. The family has been pumping out S-rank geniuses for generations, and Knox was the first one with 0 talent. A total F-ranker. That's what motivated him to make a pact with demons for power and become the kingdom's greatest calamity. Just like we saw at the beginning of the story. But this makes no sense. It has to be a dream. It can't be. Knox. As he was freaking out, a status window popped up behind him with his information. His stats look pretty decent. But what's up with this vitality stat? Does he have some kind of curse? The traits section clears up any doubts he has. That time limit can only be the debuff he saw before he logged out of life. He doesn't remember Knox having any sickness debuff in the game. Does that mean his real-life condition got transmigrated with him? Is he still living on borrowed time? Then Knox notices unread messages in his system. And the system says, "Hello. Yu-chan. No. I should call you Knox now." That name? The protagonist was almost forgetting it. It feels like his memories from his past life are getting fuzzy. Like a corrupted save file. He remembers his parents, but he can't recall where they are, or if they're even still around. But it seems like it's Knox who has suddenly been hit with the memories of a person who lived in a whole other world. On top of that, he realizes the system knows about his past life before he got isekai'd here. The system says, "It's been a while," which totally shocks Knox. The system's voice says, the last 2 years must have been rough for him, and he at least deserved to come to this world and get a chance at a second playthrough. Then it says, "Welcome back. Until now, our MC hadn't considered this transmigration was permanent. So, does this mean he's never logging out of this reality? But whatever. Who cares? What was so great about my last life anyway? Besides, the system says if I want to know more, I got to enroll in the academy and start grinding some levels. This is all way too much for Knox. Now he's taking orders from a freaking status window. The whole situation is a mess. But there's no denying it now. I've been isekai'd as the game's final boss. This character, Knox is a total villain, and I'm supposed to follow his main quest line as the big bad. This whole setup is insane. But get this, I'm also on a death timer. Plus, this isn't just role-playing in a game anymore. The system's warning that Knox's persona might overwrite my own. I'll follow the main villain route. But no way am I giving up my memories. The top priority is to survive. No matter what it takes. If I have to become a true villain to make it, so be it. Back in my old life, my incurable disease was set to take me out in 2 years. But in this new world, it looks like I'm stuck with another incurable debuff. The moment I decided to leave the room, a sharp pain shot through my wrist, a symptom of my time-limited condition. A nasty inflammation in my wrist is so bad I can't even turn a doorknob. So forget about starting some solo training arc in my room with my sword. Stepping into the hallway, I run into a maid. The poor girl, a total side character type, drops a whole tray of dishes. Completely oblivious I was even there. The second she realizes who I am, she lets out a shriek so loud, the whole mansion probably thinks a demon just spawned. Honestly, that scream was so extra, it even startled me. But then the original Knox's memories kicked in. The girl is begging for forgiveness. She's such a minor NPC I can't even remember her name from the game. But everyone's terrified of him because of his psycho personality. The canon Knox would react by forgiving her. But with a casual threat that next time, she's dead. But that's totally not how the new guy in charge, roll. And seeing the raw terror in the other servants' eyes, I'm pretty sure the original Knox was a real piece of work. Without another word, I just say I'm heading to the training hall. They all look completely stunned. The young master has zero interest in swordsmanship. According to his reputation, what's even more shocking is when I order the terrified girl to lead the way. On the walk there, she's probably convinced I'm taking her somewhere private to enact some twisted punishment for what happened earlier. But it's weird I haven't said anything yet. Truth is, my mind is totally occupied with my survival quest. I need to figure out what's wrong with this body's stats so I don't die from another lame illness like in my past life. My thoughts are a total mess as we walk. This game had so many complex builds and playstyles. The most important thing now is to check if the genius traits I picked actually transferred over. I should have 2 of them, sword mastery and combat instincts. Sword mastery is supposed to put you on the fast track to becoming a sword god. On the other hand, a mana genius trait would max out your potential for casting high-tier spells. There were tons of other unique traits, but those were the 2 I went with. In the training hall, I find out this body is so pathetically weak I can't even swing a wooden sword more than a few times. What's the point of having a genius's trait for swordsmanship? If my body has the stamina of a starving old man, 10 swings was my absolute limit. I'm completely gassed. This place is stacked with weapons. Though, just as you'd expect from the prestigious Reinharbor household, several legendary warriors have come from this bloodline. The head of the family even wields the tyrant's darksword, an artifact of immense power. As for me, my health is trash, but at least time and money shouldn't be an issue. My new father doesn't care what I do with my time. Since I'm the talentless youngest son of the family, I'm basically the family's black sheep. Nobody expects anything from me. Just swinging this thing makes me feel like I'm about to die for a second time. The maid brings me water and a towel, looking like she's just seen a ghost. She never imagined she'd see her young master actually trying at something. I tell her to come closer. The girl looks like her life is flashing before her eyes. This is it. She's probably thinking. Time for my punishment. Man, this is so cringe. I'm not into that kind of stuff. I tell her to listen carefully to my orders. She needs to buy everything on the list I'm about to give her. She starts to protest, saying it's way over budget. But I just ask if she'd prefer the punishment I was considering earlier. The girl bolts, probably thinking, yep, he hasn't changed one bit. My little power trip gets cut short when the family's head butler, Rodwell D. Ernark, suddenly appears and catches me off guard. This dude is my father's right-hand man. It makes zero sense for this dude to be here. Normally, he and the old man couldn't care less about him. So Knox is wondering what this pop-up quest is all about. Rodwell drops some news from his father. The head of the house wants Knox to attend the dinner party tonight. This totally catches Knox off guard, and he tries to dip out of the invitation. Rodwell reveals that the young lady from the Stylinar family has come to visit, and it's a main story quest that Knox be there. Refusing could trigger the Patriarch's wrath. In that case, Knox has no choice. He accepts immediately. Rodwell clocks his weird behavior and questions Knox's sudden interest in swordsmanship. Since he's never even picked up a training sword before, The young master then switches to his serious me voice. Rodwell, you're just a butler. Don't you dare overstep your role. What I grind on or not is none of your business. Knox then exits the room, leaving the butler in a state of total confusion. His whole tough guy aura vanishes the second the door clicks shut. He was worried about something, but his focus snaps back to the girl. He never expected the main female lead to show up at his starting zone. Night falls, and it's time for the dinner event. Someone mutters, "The family's F rank actually came." The comment was obviously aimed at Knox, but he just activates his ignore skill. The twins keep yapping, sarcastically asking if he's still holding a grudge against the family. Hartz and Allen continue to spam debuffing comments, trashing Knox. They even bring up that time Knox supposedly got handsy with a maid. Must have been so cringe. This arrogant trash talk is annoying. But Knox just puts them on mute. The maids announce that the final boss has arrived. Everyone's attention snaps to the patriarch. Theo von Reinharbor has entered the dining hall, and he brought a +1. A girl with long, fiery red hair walks in and greets everyone. It's Talia von Stylenar, dressed to kill. Theo says the young lady has requested to train her knights and will be spending some time in the family's territory. The brothers are totally simping over the new girl's presence, but the girl's gaze seems locked in only one direction. Knox is the future villain of this story, and this girl is the protagonist destined to oppose him. He gets nervous, thinking, this is the chick who's going to stick a holy sword in my chest someday. Theo is shocked that Knox even bothered to show up for dinner, and our protagonist is feeling the second-hand embarrassment. The heroine has no idea how much of a bottom-tier character Knox is in this family. They start digging into the kind of feast only high-level nobles can afford. The twins keep side-eyeing Knox during dinner, and then say it's time to decide who's next to enter Eldon Academy. And Theo is in agreement that he needs to make the call soon. Everyone knows Eldon Academy is the most important stage in the kingdom, which is exactly why Knox needs to get in. Besides, the system literally told him he needs to go there to unlock more of the story. The head of the family comments that only 3 individuals from each house can be sent to the academy. This is to nerf the influence of nobles with massive families. The Reinharbor family has already used 2 of their character slots. His first and second sons were already sent to the academy. Everyone at the dinner table got tense when Theo declared he'd follow the old-school family tradition. Knox then asks if it's a duel between the brothers to decide. Knox's quick response catches Theo's attention. He then announces that in 3 months, they will compete for the family's last slot. The twins start clowning on him, saying a certain someone would bring shame to the family name if chosen and that he has 0 chance. So it's a total waste of mana for him to even attempt a duel. Knox then shocks him by commenting that he looks forward to hearing those words after he's been defeated in the duel. This provocation totally triggers one of the guys. Just the thought of losing to the family's resident failure offends him. Knox thinks to himself that there's no reason to keep taking these insults and stay quiet. He's not the same pushover they know. So he confidently declares that he will be the one chosen for Eldon Academy. The kid's new power stance once again catches Theo's attention, and, at the same time, makes the twins absolutely furious. Someone else took an interest, too. Talia, smiling, comments that the young master seems pretty confident. Her smile might look friendly, but it triggers an internal fear debuff in Knox. This was the girl who defeated him at the end of his life in the game. When dinner was over and Rodwell made his report, Theodore agreed that Knox seemed to have gone through a complete character evolution overnight, which was already a ridiculously overpowered situation. He racked his brain, wondering what triggered the sudden 180, even theorizing it might be a demon. But that idea got scrapped instantly. Still, whatever was going down was way more interesting than he'd bargained for. Theodore had ordered Rodwell to keep tabs on Knox, and it seemed the kid was actually starting his training grind, just jogging laps around the estate. The maids were all completely shook, but also mega confused why he was only running when his sword duel was in a month. Knox wondered why he could hear their gossiping, but was cut off by a system notification telling him his stamina had increased by 0.1 points. It was a pathetically small number, but it was a start, because stamina was the main stat gate blocking his entire plan. His genius's trait was locked until he had at least 4 points in stamina, which was a total bummer, since his fragility debuff kept him from getting it at the start. He gasped for air, realizing he needed to grind 1.9 more stat points within a month. Crushed by this curse that literally halved his stamina gains, all that grinding and running only resulted in a measly 0.1 points. And his sickness debuff stacked on top, cutting that growth in half again, meaning he had to work 4 times as hard as any normal person. Another problem was the hard cap of 15 points. But that was a problem for future Nox to worry about. Finally, Lona showed up with the items he'd requested the day before, leaving Nox seriously impressed. Looking at the haul, he knew these were the cheat items he needed to speed up his progress. As a player who had cleared this game 27 times before, he knew all the exploits. He took the items, and Lona, looking worried, asked what they were for. Since they mostly looked like a one-way ticket to the afterlife, Nox agreed, but said they were only dangerous for noobs who didn't know the proper sequence, which just confused her more. Then, he grabbed the bottle of poison and started chugging it. The maid went absolutely ballistic, explaining it was poison, which Nox obviously knew, but this was a special elixir that granted a temporary 50% stamina buff, though it came with the tiny side effect of kicking the bucket in 10 minutes. Lona watched, about to call for help until he shot her a look. Since he wasn't finished, he proceeded to eat the golem's core, which made her panic even harder, as it would petrify his body. However, the two items used together triggered a hidden effect, just as he'd planned. The core was usually an item for maxing out defense or animating an artificial golem. But when used with the poison, it created a synergy that neutralized the poison and completely purged his fragility curse. A negative trait was finally gone, but Lona was still freaking out, asking if he was okay, only to see the exhausted boy start taking off his shirt, which just made her brain short-circuit. Nox started peeling off his shirt, causing Lona to blush furiously as she watched him grab the other vial and pour the spring water all over his body. This neutralized the petrification from the golem's core. The spring water and the core began to react, and it was a surprisingly pleasant sensation for the boy. Another hidden effect activated, giving him a temporary growth blessing buff that would grant a bonus to his stamina growth until the stat reached 5 points. The final touch was the scroll left on the cart, which Nox picked up and casually ripped in half, instantly doubling his stamina growth rate. The purple-eyed boy had now broken his debuff curse and pulled off these other exploits that would make his new stamina growth rate double that of an average character. He felt pretty proud of himself and clenched his fist, only to get tackled by the maid, who burst into tears asking if he was okay. Seeing him take his shirt off made her think he'd gone crazy from the poison's influence. She started to calm down, right up until he just told her to bring him a towel, but he stopped when he saw her face. He couldn't bring himself to yell at Lona when he was on such a high from breaking the curse. He told the girl he was perfectly fine, but she still wondered if she needed to call a healer for him, or maybe he just needed to rest for a bit. However, the light-haired boy explained he had a few things to do, which confused the maid until Nox said that the only thing left to do was run. The sun was blazing high in the sky as Nox was seriously grinding out laps around the courtyard. Lona was right on his tail with a towel. While some rando was scoping them out from a distance, she was muttering to herself, like, what in the world possessed Nox to accept a duel with his brothers when, let's be real, his physical stats were total garbage. That peeper was Talia, and her maid Emma quickly called her out, saying it was super rude to talk smack about a family member who was literally hosting her. Talia couldn't care less about the family drama and just kept whining that all Nox ever did was run around like a headless chicken. Dude showed zero intention of even touching a sword for training, and she'd heard that the tutors who tried to teach him got completely shut down. The redhead was totally convinced he was going to get wrecked. Still, she couldn't shake the thought. So despite her maid's complete confusion, she decided to just go talk to him. Talia strolled up to Nox and said hi, but internally, he was like, why is this side character even talking to me? He decided to play it cool and just asked what her deal was. She totally flinched at his cold shoulder and, get this, came up with the wild idea that he was only acting that way because he was stunned by her S-tier beauty. She straight up asked the guy if he seriously thought he could beat his brothers, even though she'd just been complaining that his only training method was cardio, a point Lona silently co-signed. By the way, Talia then offered to help him train, but my guy immediately shut her down and told her to bounce. This totally caught her off guard, and she was like, is this seriously how you treat people offering you a party up? Lona was freaking out in the background, thinking that was no way to talk to a high-ranking lady. Talia just scoffed and stormed off, leaving our boy completely baffled about what just went down. Nox felt like the whole plot was starting to go off the rails. He pulled up her status window and saw just how OP she was. Her stamina stat was even higher than the average dudes in this world. Still, she wasn't on the same tier as the 3 Supremes or the 4 Sages, but she could definitely hold her own right below them and could probably solo some low-level demons. Her elemental affinity was fire, and once she fully awakened, it would evolve into white flame, giving her the power to literally burn a corrupted Knox out of existence. With that in mind, befriending Talia was a major no-go. Since he had no idea how much that would mess with the main storyline, he just needed to find a way to survive while sticking to the script. After all, trying to party up with your future killer was a certified death flag. 1 month later, Talia was walking down the hall, remembering how some people were impressed that she actually had the talent to back up the steal in her family name. However, she wasn't feeling it, since she felt totally nerfed compared to her sister. She gripped the hilt of her sword just thinking about losing to that woman again. Talia wondered if she'd ever be good enough to become a true knight. Knights were supposed to be able to live a simple, almost ascetic life, free of greed and willing to sacrifice themselves for justice. Plus, they had to master countless sword arts and fighting styles. The redhead sighed, thinking if Knox really believed running was enough to beat his brothers, the dude had absolutely zero chance. The next day, the sun shone down on the two brothers standing in the training hall, with everyone, including Theodore's wife Sela, watching. Theodore asked Rodwell for his take on how the match would go, but the butler wasn't so sure. An announcer explained the rules of the duel, and the fight quickly kicked off, with Knox's brother immediately raising his sword. When Knox's dad asked Rodwell for his predictions, the butler explained that years of intense training would put Alan in the dominant position, a point the father agreed with. His wife shot him a death glare, and Rodwell wondered if Theodore was predicting a different outcome. Sure, Knox had gone through some kind of glow-up, but he didn't think the kid could beat Alan unless some seriously broken plot armor kicked in. Back in Rodwell's early days, as a knight serving beside Lord Leonhard, swordsmanship was governed by a simple rule. Your skill level was measured by how much time you spent grinding with your blade. The only thing that could break this rule was a talent from the heavens, an overwhelmingly OP natural gift, but he just didn't see Knox having that kind of S-tier trait. Theodore spoke up, saying it would be foolish to rule out other possibilities and that, for all they knew, any of their kids could awaken a talent on par with the legendary Supreme 3. Knox just couldn't believe how trash his RNG was. Even in this new life, he remembered his luck stat was supposed to be crazy high, considering it was sitting at a solid 7 points. But after all that grinding, the light-haired dude still hadn't managed to level up his stamina to 4. Thanks to his growth blessing, Knox was at 3.8 yesterday, so close to hitting his target stat, and yet, Lona was still jogging behind him, asking if he was totally sure he needed her to join his training regimen. He totally confirmed it, letting his real, petty intentions slip for a sec. He basically wanted her to suffer through the grind with him, but just told her he had one more quest item to clear. That made her pout, and he was like, "Yeah, I noticed." Knox chuckled, wondering if all this running was giving her some sweet stamina, EXP too. He pulled up her status window, and, yup, turns out, her stats were already higher than your average mob character. After all that hardcore grinding he'd been doing, he was still weaker than a freaking side character. Seriously? Lona pointed out the sun was setting, reminding him about his big duel tomorrow, which made him groan. He was totally out of time to grind any more levels. The next day, right before the sparring match was supposed to start, Alan strolled up to Knox, telling him to just forfeit and stop being such a disgrace to the family name. Knox just laughed at the whole act. He knew his brother was just trying to flex on him, and Alan didn't even deny it, since he was obviously trying to impress Talia. The light-haired protag glanced over at Talia before using his appraisal skill on Alan, and Knox's face totally fell when he saw that OP stat. He started to sweat a little as the proctor called them both forward, announcing the duel's results would be final. But that just made Knox even more freaked out. Losing here would be a total game over for his main quest. Figuring out who sent that system message and what happens after his 1-year time limit, he gripped his sword tight as the duel started, and Alan immediately lunged with the first attack. Forcing Knox into a dodge roll, he grunted, sliding back and barely steadying himself, the sheer force of that follow-up attack making him tremble. Knox was scrambling for a new strategy, while Alan, like a total goon, just kept laughing and spamming basic attacks. Then, like a gift from the heavens, a system notification popped up. His stamina stat had increased. A smirk crept onto his face as he muttered, "All right. A mid-combat level up. Bet." Alan was totally confused. Like, what are you smiling at? You F-rank scrub? Before he went back to wailing on the younger kid, Theodore's wife scoffed at the pathetic display. already sure one of her other times, sons would be the one getting into the academy. As the spar dragged on, Theodore muttered that the whole spectacle was pathetic, which made the woman beside him crack a smug smile. Perhaps we set the bar a little too high. Theodore admitted with a sigh. Rodwell suggested they step in and end the duel. You know, for Knox's own good. Meanwhile, Theodore was thinking how both Alan and Hats had decent potential. Even if they were complete side characters compared to their S-rank older brother, he wondered if he had to accept that none of his sons really had that main character energy needed to dominate the world and bring it to its knees. Knox was totally gassed, and Theodore sighed, getting up from his chair to call the whole thing off. But then it finally happened, an awakening. Knox felt a surge of pure mana flood, his system as the hidden trait activated. Alan was like, "Dude, did you finally snap or something?" But Knox had just unlocked a new perception skill. It was like the world itself was in bullet time. Some legendary master Knox couldn't remember the name once, said that a genius and a regular mob character experience time differently. And in that moment, Knox totally got it. Everything was moving in super slow-mo. It didn't magically grant him S-rank swordsmanship, but his stats were finally off the bench, and in the game, with a single, effortless flick of his sword, the match was basically over. Alan's sword went flying from his grip, leaving the older brother completely stunned by the insane speed, and the fact that the outcome was now crystal clear. The blade clattered to the floor. Alan clutched his hand, giving Knox a death stare, while Knox just looked down on him with an ice-cold expression. But Knox knew this round wasn't over yet. He knew the skills buff only lasted for 5 minutes, so he had to figure out how to end this quest for good. With a whole new level of confidence, he told his brother, "Your attack patterns are too slow. I'm ending this. And I'm doing it now." He wanted them to bring it. Both of them. At the same time, Knox turned to his father and requested permission to fight both his brothers simultaneously, leaving Theodore just staring, completely dumbfounded. While Talia was still trying to figure out what was up with the guy, his dad was just humming like he knew some big secret. His curiosity piqued. He let it slide. Despite Sila's trash talk, the duel was on. The twins gripped their blades, but Knox just kept that smirk on his face, watching the two brothers rush him like a couple of low-level mobs. But Knox was ready, his battle sense already tingling. Alan yelled at Hats to corner the guy, but Hats just told him to shut it. That's when Knox's hidden trait activated again. The system's pathing was crystal clear, letting him weave past their every strike and tap their shoulders. Talia's jaw hit the floor. Knox knew exactly what they were all thinking. How could the family's F-rank disgrace be pulling this off? And yet, here he was. Totally overwhelming. Two of his brothers. The twins shot each other a look. But Knox warned them, "Never take your eyes off your opponent." Before stepping in with a fluid arc of his sword, another flurry of attacks went down. And for the first time, Knox felt the weight of his quest for survival lift, actually letting him enjoy the pure art of the blade. Everyone watched in total awe. The twins were gritting their teeth, screaming about how this whole situation was impossible. In a matter of seconds, both Alan and Hats were on the ground, staring up with looks of pure shock and disbelief, knowing deep down that they'd lost the match. And right then, a system notification popped up for Knox. His moment of genius's skill had just expired. Knox turned to the announcer and was like, "I believe this duel is over." The announcer, looking totally pained, stammered out a confirmation. The winner was Knox, and the twin brothers cursed under their breath, their bodies trembling as their arms went limp, their weapons clattering to the floor. The blades rang against the stone floor. Theodore gave his youngest son a proud smirk, and Knox returned it with a totally wiped-out look. He gave the audience a quick bow and started heading for the exit, but then Talia rushed over, thinking this was her chance to finally talk to Knox, and planted herself right in his path. The sun was starting to set as Knox coughed and gasped for air, realizing drops of blood were trickling from his mouth. What the? Then it hit him. He'd gone over the skill's time limit. It looked like the skill came with a colossal debuff. Using it for more than 5 minutes triggered a system penalty, and that penalty? His life force had just been drained by 2 days and 17 hours. This backlash, chipping away at his time and weakening him, was the absolute worst kind of debuff he could handle right now. He had less than a year left to clear his main quest. Luckily, the side effect didn't fully manifest back in the hall. Otherwise, people would start questioning if he was even fit enough to attend the academy. A voice called out his name. Knox turned to see Talia looking super worried, asking if he was hurt. She wondered if he'd gotten injured mid-duel. which made him scowl and curse under his breath. Have felt cornered. Totally freaked out that Talia, of all people, had to be the one to get all up in his business. Telling Theodore about this system backlash would only make things 100 times worse. Knox tried to say something, but she cut him off, asking, "You beat both of them in that condition?" That totally threw him for a loop. The girl was blushing, feeling super ashamed and guilty for misjudging him. Talia thought about how she'd been watching him for a whole month and hadn't seen him train with a real blade even once. All she'd heard were rumors that Knox swung a wooden sword a few times on his first day of training. And that was it, which made her wonder how he'd managed to completely own his brothers. It made her think Knox had been hiding his innate talent this whole time. So she'd bolted from the training hall, wanting to find out his secret. But now, after the duel, she was witnessing this lone wolf of a guy with blood dripping from his mouth, his body looking like it was about to collapse from mana exhaustion. Talia wondered if maybe it wasn't that Knox had defeated his brothers with some OP ability, and started thinking the rumors she'd heard were total BS. He wiped his chin, as the red-haired girl stared at him, now believing he was a hardcore swordsman who had grinded for this victory. She looked at Knox and flinched when he coughed again, which prompted her to get closer and ask if he was okay. But he suddenly smacked her hand away and gave her a death glare, telling her not to touch his body. He figured that the 2 years he'd spent as a shut-in doing nothing but grinding in video games had totally nerfed his ability to socialize with actual people. Not to mention the fact that she was the one fated to zero him out in the future. Talia nervously fidgeted with her hands, saying she just wanted to offer her apologies. This totally threw him for a loop, as she admitted she'd severely underestimated his power level since she'd only heard he had a trash-tier constitution from birth. She now believed he must have had his reasons for putting all his points into endurance. Apologizing once more and saying that anyone could make a mistake like that, given the wild stories she'd heard about his rampages. Knox wondered how he was even supposed to respond to that and noticed the girl was just as low-key as her in-game character, which was wild, considering she was still the daughter of a duke. He turned back and told her she could do him a solid by not telling anyone about the mana backlash she just witnessed, which she agreed to without hesitation, letting him walk away without another care. However, that definitely wouldn't be the last time he saw her. As time passed, Theodore felt his gut feeling had been completely justified. He asked Rodwell for his take on Knox. At first, the butler couldn't understand why he was sandbagging so hard. But he now believed Knox had reached a tier of mastery none of his brothers had ever hit at his age. The father felt the same, but he suspected they'd only seen a fraction of his true abilities. So he wanted Rodwell to continue keeping the boy under surveillance. Rodwell agreed, and Theodore wondered if it was possible that Knox was a prodigy worthy of inheriting the title of the Victor. He clenched his fist and told Rodwell that the report was of the highest priority. As it seemed, Theodore himself didn't have much time left, to which the butler bowed his head and said he would do his utmost. Night fell, and Knox got a system notification that he'd completed a tutorial quest, but this didn't really feel like a game to him anymore. Despite the UI features that remained, his reward for the win was receiving 3 attribute points, which made him sigh, as he realized it had taken an entire month just to scrape together 2 points. Despite that, he pulled up his stats window and wondered where to allocate them. He decided to dump them all into luck, and the reason was simple. From playing the game, he knew the luck stat was a total game changer, so he might as well test out the boost right away. The system also mentioned there were other perks available, like the fact he could get a random skill scroll and conjure a new ability, which got him totally hyped. He immediately summoned the dispenser, which was a little trippy to see in real life. Knox cranked the dial and hoped to at least pull a normal grade scroll. Since his luck stat was higher now, he remembered the color-coded rarity of the scrolls as he gulped nervously. A capsule dropped from the gacha machine and popped open, glowing intensely until it was revealed to be a golden scroll, getting him pumped as he unrolled it. He immediately prepared to use the conjurer skill and knew exactly which one to conjure to help him snag all the hidden treasures in the mansion, a skill that would prove to be absolutely essential. Soon, Theodore would be summoning his children, so the conjuring skill could wait for now. The scroll showed he'd received a skill that gave people with lower stats a 20% debuff against him, reminding him exactly why he loved this game system. Knox glanced out the other window and remembered that Green, the second eldest son, would be returning to the mansion soon. Since his academy graduation was a while back, and he was on his way home from night training. For now, Knox decided to prioritize getting some rest, figuring Talia wouldn't cause any more trouble since she wouldn't break her promise. which made him think she'd have no other reason to bother him. The next day, Knox quickly realized he was dead wrong when he saw the girl approaching him. He asked what she wanted, and she mumbled something completely incomprehensible, confusing him until she repeated it, asking if he could teach her how to level up as fast as he did. Talia wanted to power level just like Knox, so she asked the guy to teach her how he got to his current tier. Knox broke out in a cold sweat before walking past her and asking if she seriously hadn't figured out his secret after a whole month of stalking him, totally making her face turn beet red as she tried to deny it. She legit chased him down, begging for a spar, or at least for him to spill the tea on his techniques. That's when it clicked for our purple-eyed protag. Tail was just desperate for her sister's approval, so she was probably pulling the same stunt with Knox after that OP display he put on. He decided to turn around, playing along, and hit her with some classic protagonist wisdom. Before you ask for my power, you should ask what power you even have. Knox paused for dramatic effect, even though he had no clue what to say next, but still dropped some advice, telling the redhead to stop measuring her stats against everyone else's. Then, our boy just dipped without another word, leaving her totally stunned, alone, and blushing like a main story love interest, wondering if that was really all the dialogue he had for her. Once Knox was out of the building, he let out a massive sigh of relief and glanced back, praying she wasn't tailing him. He didn't need a side character tagging along while he went to claim a hidden piece, and this hidden piece was waiting at the Reinharbor estate, where his dad and the rest of the family's NPCs were waiting for him. Knox was actually kinda blown away seeing the Reinharbor family's stables in person for the first time. The rumors were no joke. This place was easily one of the top 3 legendary grade ranches on the entire continent. Rodwell gave a deep bow to Theodore, and the old man announced the main quest. They were all here to choose a mount, a partner for life. Knox had to swallow hard. The event flag was finally triggered. Of all the possible familiars, mounts held a sacred spot in the Reinharbor family's lore, and the continent's anyone aiming to be a knight or a mage had to bond with a mount early on. This wasn't just some rental, this was a lifelong, soul-bound contract. I mean, there's a whole mount piloting class at the academy, and cavalry battles become a huge part of the meta later in the main scenario. Plus, a good mount saves a ton on teleportation gate fees, making it a total necessity. All the more reason to not mess up this choice. His father spoke up, declaring that as the duel's champion, Knox got first pick. A classic winner's privilege. He only had one shot at this. As Knox stepped forward, Theodore watched, humming to himself, probably wondering if his son had a high enough insight stat to see true potential. The horses neighed. And honestly, Knox was impressed. A lot of these were at least A rank, but he wasn't here for just any high-tier mount. He was hunting for a specific hidden piece. His eyes scanned the area, bypassing all the flashy ones, before locking onto a scrawny, black and gray horse with its ribs showing. He walked right up and picked it without a second thought. This totally shocked his twin brothers, and Theodore's face soured. He even suggested Knox reconsider his selection, which, for a second, actually surprised Knox. But nah, he totally expected this reaction. Any NPC would think he'd picked a dud, but they couldn't see what he saw. Thanks to his perceptive eye skill, he could pull up the horse's entire status window, and what he saw was a hidden S-grade potential. A familiar's grade can evolve over time, usually just by 1 rank. This meant the scrawny thing was destined to become at least a master-grade mount, maybe even higher once it hit its final evolution. On top of that, its species was listed as Obsidian Steed, one of the rarest, most legendary breeds in the entire game, known for its insane power and sleek look. Knox knew for a fact that if Theodore could see its true race, he would have snagged this horse for himself in a heartbeat. But right now, it just looked pathetic, thanks to a whole list of debuffs and a nasty negative trait that was basically a 2-day death timer. That trait was even worse than its terminal illness debuff. But he locked in his choice. He knew the workaround to cleanse that negative trait before it became a problem. Meanwhile, Theodore was still trying to figure out Knox's angle, convinced his son was just projecting his own trash backstory onto the horse and letting his emotions cloud his judgment. A classic rookie mistake. Knox's father just sighed, hoping his son wouldn't regret this failed gotcha pull. As the old man turned and walked off, even the twins could see the massive disappointed status effect hovering over his head. Rodwell then walked up to Knox, reminding him that the new familiar needed a name. Just then, the gray horse nuzzled its face right into Knox's hand. Our protag looked down, Kned, and gave it the name Carl, the same name he always used for his main mount back in the game. A little piece of his past life. This was a huge deal for him. And Carl's new crib just so happened to be Knox's dorm room. The dude hummed to himself, knowing his next power-up had to be kept on the down low from, like, everyone. And stashing the horse in his room was the only way to pull it off without raising any red flags. He caught the horse staring deep into his soul, like it was telepathically telling him, "Bro, you can't just rage quit life." This totally resonated with Knox, since they were both basically clinging to whatever slim chance the system gave them. Realizing Lona was lurking right outside his door, Knox called out to her with this low-key threatening vibe that made her stumble right into the room. She was shook that he'd clocked her, but he just brushed it off like, "Duh." It was obvious. He then dropped the bomb on the maid that, starting today, she was officially on horse duty. The long-haired girl totally pouted, looking away with a majorly salty expression, clearly ticked off since she'd just made the bed. Knox clocked her reaction and just casually stated the horse was sick and needed, like, some delicate. Carl's super weak condition immediately got Lona all worried, which reminded Knox that his next big brain play for the horse was going to be straight up terrifying for most normies. He wondered if Lona could even handle the heat. 3 days later, a shriek echoed from Knox's dorm. It was Lona, announcing that Carl had, well, his HP had hit 0. Knox just sighed at the scene. He'd been expecting the horse to get a game over the whole time. Still, he got why Lona was so bummed out, since she'd actually started to care for the animal. But let's be real. This outcome was part of the main quest. Knox knew from the get-go that saving Carl wasn't a possible route. He told the girl to cut out the waterworks because it was messing with his mana control. A statement that left her completely shook. His explanation that Carl would be right back only made her more confused. Lona started to wonder if the horse's death had, like, totally scrambled his brain. The guy sighed and motioned for her to back up. Then he whipped out a spell scroll, unrolling it on the floor and starting to channel his mana into the magic circle. The scroll let out a brilliant flash, and Lona just watched in awe. She couldn't help but wonder if he was actually casting a forbidden spell, even though it was totally illegal. Her distractions were making him lose control of his mana flow. Frustrated, Knox snapped at her, asking if she wanted to see Carl get wiped for a second time. If that wasn't her goal, then he demanded she go silent. She clammed up immediately. Knox desperately needed to focus, because he couldn't fully control his mana yet, and his mana sensitivity trait was still dormant. Plus, the Empire's laws on this stuff were super strict. Only royals were allowed to use their mana before turning 15. This rule gave the royal faction a massive head start in their magic training, often letting them reach way higher tiers of power. Since Knox was technically a royal, his only play was to unleash every last drop of mana he could summon. He felt this crazy, pulsing sensation in his hands, and wondered if this was what it really felt like to wield true magic. A smirk spread across his face as he prepped his unique skill, Conjure. He knew there was zero room for error. He was about to tap into some seriously forbidden black magic, and an image of a skeletal hand holding a grimoire flashed in his mind. A system window popped up, informing him he could now summon Carl back as an undead familiar and asking if he wished to proceed. He hit accept without a second thought. A dark glow immediately enveloped the horse lying in front of the open grimoire. Knox remembered that the undead in the game all shared 2 common traits. First, they were reanimated using black magic and darkness attribute mana. The second trait was that even after death, they kept their consciousness and got a major stat boost, including an absolute, unbreakable loyalty to their master. There was a catch, though. Only one family, the House of Marbus, had the power to create beings like this. Since they were the undisputed masters of the darkness element, they were a lot like the Lianjabos. But instead of being holy knights, they were straight-up dark mages. Knox wondered if any character outside that family could ever even acquire these skills. The answer was a hard no, unless they possessed the Necronomicon, the Grimoire of the Dead, which was precisely the legendary item he had just summoned. Shadowy hands erupted from the floorboards, coiling around Carl's body as a black, viscous fluid dripped from the corner of Knox's mouth. Lona was freaking out, but he shot her a look to stay quiet. He needed just a bit more time to channel his mana. He grunted from the strain, coughing up more blood, realizing his mana pool was totally bottomed out. But hey, the risky gambit actually paid off. He looked up to see the horse get to its feet and let out a powerful whinny. Knox had actually pulled it off. He glanced at Carl, now his undead familiar, and saw a new glint in its eyes. He gasped for air, totally drained, but stoked that, for once, he'd finally gotten something right. Lona, still with tears of worry streaming down her face, watched Knox struggle to his feet and call for Carl, who trotted right over to him. He pulled up the gray horse's status window and grinned when he saw the negative debuff was gone, replaced by the buffs he was hoping for. He informed the horse that from this day forward, he was its master. Carl seemed to make a satisfied noise as Knox gave him a pat. Both the kid and the horse were totally caught off guard when Lona suddenly threw her arms around both of them. Knox was just confused as she started bawling her eyes out, overwhelmed by the stress of seeing him hack up blood right after she was already freaking out about Carl. The horse just snorted and backed away from Lona, looking totally offended, which was wild, since she was the one who'd been taking care of it. While she started arguing with the horse, Knox's mind was already on his next objective, the hidden treasure quest in the mansion. A few nights later, Knox snuck out of his dorm, slipped past the stables, and headed toward a nearby forest. He was clutching a few items, relieved to find the paths were exactly as he remembered from the game's map. He stored the items in his inventory, his thoughts already on the second hidden treasure located in the forest. Failing to find it was a death flag. Plain and simple, it was the key to slowing the progression of his life-draining debuff. A rustle in the bushes put him on high alert, but he quickly told himself he was just being paranoid. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a game anymore. The stakes were real. The kid glanced at a wooden sign warning people to keep out. It declared this was the Forest of Lost Children, a place where people get lost and die. Knox stepped into the woods, and a system notification popped up. Failure to clear this stage will result in death. A breeze rustled the leaves as the light-haired kid pushed through the tall grass. He remembered the specs of this particular zone. It was a strictly off-limits area because of the pitch-black darkness and a dense fog that could disorient even the most skilled navigators. The name was, like, super fitting, since anyone who entered was pretty much guaranteed to get lost. However, the key was to remember it was a forest of times, lost children asterisk. This meant adult-level players got 0 XP for clearing the mobs inside, and the creatures had a massive hostility buff against them. Knox had learned that lesson the hard way during his playthrough. In that sense, the difficulty rating for this dungeon was at least 2.5 out of 5 stars. Back in his old world, he couldn't care less about the loot drop. But now, it was exactly what a guy on his last life needed. He ventured deeper into the zone and pulled out a torch, lighting it and watching the bright flame. The cheat code for navigating this forest was to watch the direction the smoke drifted and then walk the opposite way. Knox was about to do just that when he decided to handle another little problem first. He called out to the person hiding in the bushes. Silence was his only answer. The kid sighed, unsheathed his sword, and slashed through the bushes, followed by a shriek that cut through the forest. Earlier, Talia had been totally shocked that Knox was somehow immune to her charm skill. The whole situation had left her completely bewildered. Emma had pleaded with the red-haired girl to stop stalking Knox, worried she'd get the blame for it. Talia, however, wasn't fazed in the slightest. Later that night, Emma was nervously pacing the halls, knowing Talia had certain talents, just like her sister. With a sigh, Emma went to check on the red-haired girl, only to find her room was empty. Panic and confusion washed over the maid. Before she could even process what happened and wake the whole household, the leaves continued to rustle in the forest. Talia sat on the ground with a totally busted expression as Knox stared at her. Completely baffled, she gave him a little wave and was about to explain herself when another rustle made him shove her behind him just as something burst out from the bushes. It was a freaking gray wolf. Talia was totally shook to find gray wolves, actual mana beasts, prowling a forest this close to the family estate. She gulped, realizing she didn't even have a basic dagger to defend herself. The beast snarled and crept closer before letting out a howl, basically calling for backup. A bunch of howls answered back from the darkness. This first one growled again, but Knox just smirked, flash stepping forward and carving a line across the monster's chest. A quick follow-up to the neck sent the wolf dropping to the ground, its HP totally depleted. The girl just stared, her jaw on the floor. At the guy now splattered with beast blood, he hit her with the "why are you stalking me" question again, which made Talia blush and cook up some lame excuse. Knox had 0 patience for that and threatened to just leave her here if she didn't drop the act. His cold reply shocked her, and she grabbed his wrist, launching into a rambling explanation. It wasn't a total lie, but she was seriously avoiding the main point of her side quest. Knox sighed internally, realizing that Talia was way overestimating her own stats. Surprisingly, didn't hold any kind of grudge against him. He was also kind of amazed that any girl could be so clueless that she'd follow a guy into the woods in the middle of the night. Still, he decided to let her tag along, since he couldn't just ditch a main character in the tutorial zone, but he made one thing crystal clear. He wasn't her personal bodyguard. He was just keeping her alive to avoid a political war between their noble families. Talia felt a pang of guilt, and Knox hoped she'd finally learned her lesson. But the girl just kept on talking, trying to thank him, which totally threw him for a loop. The moment was shattered by the arrival of the rest of the pack. They snarled, their glowing eyes closing in as they surrounded the pair. They were trapped. Knox held the torch high as a shiver of pure dread ran down Talia's spine. Suddenly, Knox shoved her back, telling her to stay put. He passed her the torch, explaining that she'd just get in the way of his swordsmanship if she tried to fight. This whole situation was going off script, so Knox needed to get serious. This forest was supposed to be part of the prologue, not the main scenario. That meant there wouldn't be a named boss mob, which was one less thing to worry about. However, there was definitely still an elite monster lurking around. Its power level was just a step below a field boss, probably an elite-grade gray wolf. The wolf pack kept snarling, their killing intent flaring up before they all charged in. Knox knew that just identifying the monster's rank wouldn't lower the quest difficulty. He carved through the incoming mob, feeling like his whole life was one non-stop survival mission. He spotted another wolf lunging from his blind spot. Time to drop the pride and tap into the skills from his past life. He tightened his grip on his blade, trying to remember his combat mantra. The second it clicked, he unleashed another flurry of strikes, clearing the mobs and sighing in relief. Tail watched, completely starstruck, totally convinced Knox wasn't even at full power, and wondering if he'd grinded wolf-type monsters before. The words Knox had thrown at her earlier replayed in her mind like a system alert. It made her feel like he'd judged her sword skills to be F-rank at best. The wolves kept howling, and Knox braced himself, his battle sense screaming that the main event was coming. He heard a rustle in the tall grass as a much larger beast emerged into the clearing, its aura oppressive. The elite gray wolf. Back at the manor, servants with torches were scrambling to find Talia. They found tracks leading into the forest and figured they had to be Knox's and Talia's. A wave of pure dread washed over the servants. They all knew the horror stories about that forbidden zone. Emma just broke down. A total mess, insisting they had to chase after them. Rodwell immediately shut her down, saying they couldn't possibly enter. The maid was completely baffled. He explained it was a hunting ground that not even the powerful Reinharbor family had managed to conquer. For the family, that forest was a massive stain on their honor. Admitting an area on their own estate was an uncleared dungeon was like publicly announcing their own weakness. What the Reinharbors didn't know was that only kids, those who hadn't had their magical awakening yet, could actually succeed in that forest. Rodwell wondered what Knox's strategy was for entering that place. He noticed the tracks were deliberate, showing no signs of a struggle or a kidnapping. This meant Knox had walked into that high-difficulty zone on purpose. He clenched his fists. He could no longer deny it. Knox had undergone a total character evolution. The old him was completely gone. He told the others there was only one possible outcome now. Knox would have to clear the trial and find the way back himself. Emma, with tears still in her eyes, heard the distant howls of the beasts, which only cranked his fear stats to max. He felt like he'd just led his F-rank party member, Talia, straight into a death trap. The fiery-haired girl whipped a dagger from her ankle, and Knox glanced over, noticing the fear debuff hadn't shattered her focus. He mentally pinged her to stay back, to conserve her stamina and book it the second they aggroed. He knew this was a terrible time for a main quest-style speech, with an elite-grade dire wolf stalking them. But he needed her to stay sharp, and was kinda glad she was on high alert. Still, he couldn't trust her to cover his 6 just yet. That's why Knox activated his time dilation skill, planning to one-shot the elite beast and end this quest. The wolf practically smirked and crouched, and Knox instantly saw its strategy. Just then, the other trash mobs swarmed in. Knox handled them like they were nothing, but they suddenly stopped their assault, which totally threw him off. Then he saw the elite beast rise up, its mana flaring as it snarled. A new wave of wolves lunged at him. He tried to target a few, but he couldn't land an AoE hit on all 4 at once. One of the beasts got into his blind spot and snarled as it pounced. The light-haired swordsman spun around just in time to see the wolf get a dagger to the throat. He realized it was from Talia, who screamed at him to watch out. He glanced up and saw the redhead perched in the trees. He knew he'd told her to retreat, but she just couldn't bail on the party. The guy was floored that Talia was actually providing support. Talia yelled down to the light-haired guy, asking if his HP was okay, and hoping he wasn't injured from that near miss. Knox was still processing the fact that the redhead was actually a useful party member, but his thoughts were cut short by a low growl. He whipped around and parried 2 more wolves. He gave her a thumbs up that he was fine, which made her sigh in relief. But he couldn't help feeling like he looked like a total noob. Knox sighed, then realized his whole body was shaking. The cooldown debuff from overusing his skills was already kicking in. It was so frustrating, especially at a clutch moment like this, because something was bursting from the ground. It was the Alpha, the elite boss. The purple-eyed swordsman smirked, tightening his grip on his blade's hilt as he watched the elite beast circle him. Then, it suddenly charged, catching Knox off guard as it zipped past him and vanished back into the woods, leaving him totally baffled. An eerie silence fell over the clearing as the guy tried to process what the hell just happened, until he heard a rustle. He spun around, but it was too late. The elite beast blitzed past him again, leaving a deep gash on his side. Talia watched in horror, yelling Knox's name as the wolf retreated into the shadows once more, leaving him clutching his shoulder in silence. He gritted his teeth, feeling like this whole forest raid was a bad call. Even if it was a quest he designed himself, it was a logical thought. Real life had no respawn points. Unlike a video game, the kid frantically scanned his surroundings. The silence stretched on as Knox realized the monster was coordinating with its pack and using the terrain to its advantage. He heard the leaves crunch just before it lunged for him again. Knox pinpointed its location and immediately hurled his sword right at the beast. However, the wolf stopped on a dime, dodging Knox's attack completely. This shocked him as the snarling beast charged once more. The light-haired guy realized the beast had been baiting him, waiting for him to use a big skill and expose his own weak point. His hands tightened on his sword as he gritted his teeth, growling until blood trickled from his mouth. His frustration stat maxing out. The wolf leaped at him, and everything shifted into bullet time. Knox's life flashed before his eyes. He thought about how he'd cleared this dungeon run tons of times in The Sims, yet he was dumb enough to get cocky in a real-life raid. Knox wondered if he was really such a moron to think he was that OP. He knew this was not the epic death scene he'd pictured for himself. The guy squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the game over screen. But it never came. A piercing sound cut through the air, and the stunned guy opened his eyes to see the beast whimpering with a dagger lodged in its eye. It hit him then, if he had weak points to exploit. The elite direwolf had the same mana signature, and the only one who could have leaked their position definitely wasn't him. Knox gripped his blade, let out a legit battle cry, and plunged it straight into the wolf's gut. A gnarly spray of crimson exploded everywhere until the mana beast finally collapsed to the dirt. The backlash from his skills hit hard, and he dropped to his knees, totally drained of mana. He was gasping for air as Talia shrieked, freaking out when she saw the rest of the wolf pack was still standing. But, her panic totally chilled for a sec when she saw the remaining beasts whimpering and backing off. The red-haired girl vaulted down from the trees and rushed over to him, asking if he was all right, wiping some blood from his mouth. He tried to play it cool, and was just about to tell her he owed her one. Big time. But then he froze, remembering he was about to thank his fated rival. The very same person who's supposed to totally zero him out in the future timeline. Knox turned back and told her he was fine. But his vibe was way more frosty this time. Since the gash from that elite beast was still throbbing, he pushed himself up, claiming it was just a scratch, which seemed to make the girl chill out a little. Then she glanced over and spotted a spider-type monster crawling on her shoulder. The sight of the 8-legged freak sent a debuff of pure fear through her, and she totally shrieked. The guy was like, "What now?" spinning around and scanning for another wave of monsters. He was cut off by the girl, basically tackling him, clinging to him for dear life, and sobbing, which just left him even more clueless. Talia was shaking, muttering something about the spider to herself and Knox. Her eyes darted back to him, let out another scream, and made the guy almost lose his footing. Knox just sighed and kinda chuckled, realizing the red-headed prodigy had a debuff against arachnids. He gently pushed her off, telling her she had no business following him into a monster-infested forest if she was that spooked. Talia asked, for real, if he wasn't scared of them at all, but Knox just shot back, asking what kind of S-rank knight would be afraid of some low-level bug. That totally made her blush as she tried to defend her honor. With her off him, he finally felt like he could get a full breath in. But then Knox started hacking again from the skill's recoil, which instantly put Talia on high alert. He tried to brush her off, telling her it was none of her business. Knox thought about how the girl wasn't actually a liability during the fight. She'd even been a clutch support and saved his skin. He felt an insane level of gratitude, though he'd never say it out loud. But now, Knox had to find an exit route. Since his hidden quest was officially complete, the sun began to break over the horizon as Emma continued to sob. Feeling like the whole disaster was her fault, Rodwell just stood there, wondering if the entire scenario had gone catastrophically off script. Talia's disappearance could easily ignite a full-blown war between their houses. And that wouldn't be the only fallout. There had been other reports of the Manor's kids vanishing into the woods, which would put the family's incompetence on full display for the entire high society to scrutinize. Rodwell's attention snapped toward the forest as the magical miasma finally began to dissipate. Everyone collectively gasped, and the butler's jaw hit the floor with pure disbelief. Emma scrambled over to Rodwell, asking if this meant the threat had been subjugated. And Rodwell just nodded. Their one-in-a-million long shot was actually becoming a reality. Emma's eyes welled up with tears of hope right as they spotted Knox and Talia emerging from the tree line. The other retainers started murmuring, wondering if Knox had actually soloed the whole thing. Rodwell couldn't get his thoughts in order. But one thing was crystal clear: the succession for the patriarch seats of the Lee and Java houses was not going to be peaceful. Knox was wondering why the heck everyone was gathered there. As Emma rushed forward to snatch Talia into a hug, tears still streaming down her face, the head butler explained the situation. And Knox looked genuinely surprised that everyone was so worked up over the family's black sheep going missing. But then the kid turned just in time to see Emma grab Talia and hoist the girl into the air with a furious look, telling her she was about to recite the clan's codes of conduct. Talia freaked out and tried to apologize. But Emma just kept going, saying the head of the Steeliner house himself would be administering the lesson. Knox was stunned, thinking, for real? This maid has some serious strength stats. Emma then expressed her gratitude to Knox, to which the kid replied that he never intended for Talia to tag along, but added that she'd proven she had some grit and didn't deserve a punishment that was too over the top. This made Talia blush, completely caught off guard. Back at the manor, Knox started peeling off his blood-soaked gear. He was still kind of weirded out by the welcoming party, but none of that mattered now. He'd finally scored the hidden item he'd been grinding for. It was a ring that gave him a slight stat buff, but it also had a unique skill. It let the wearer absorb a tiny fraction of an enemy's life force after a takedown. The higher the opponent's level, the bigger the lifesteal. This was a one-of-a-kind artifact. But of course, the ring alone wasn't some cheat code to escape death. It's not like he could just get an infinite life extension, since the item description specified it was just a sliver of health. Still, it gave him a glimmer of hope. He slid it on, figuring it was better than nothing. He could feel his stats creep up a bit. He called for Lona. Knowing she was right outside the door, the maid wondered if he had some kind of X-ray vision. And he just replied, maybe. This totally made Lona blush, thinking he could see right through her uniform. Knox gave her a light bonk on the head, and as she rubbed the spot, the girl wondered if he'd gotten stronger. Changing the subject, he told her they were going to arm wrestle. She looked pretty confident accepting his terms. He'd raise her salary if she won, and dock her pay if she lost. As they counted down, Knox slammed her arm down the second they started. She was in total disbelief, begging the young master not to nerf her salary. But he brought up a little rumor he'd heard from a certain maid about him being the family's infamous slacker. He smirked as Lona kept pleading. Suddenly, Knox's weak body trait activated, giving him a fractured wrist and a random cold. Knox was so over it and just told Lona to get him some ice and a towel. He sighed, trying to focus on the high of getting the new artifact. He knew he was supposed to prioritize resting up, but he hated getting hit with such a lame combo of debuffs. Elsewhere, it seemed someone was trying to recall Knox's face. Knowing his name from another world, Carl and the Ring of Black Flame, the two hidden pieces of the Lianjaba estate, the sun shone down on the manor, and Knox knew that even with both S-tier items in his possession, he'd been sentenced to 6 months of confinement with no way to even use them. Knox glared at the notice, ripped it open, and grumbled to himself. He felt like he shouldn't be facing any consequences, considering he'd just soloed a dungeon that no one else even dared to enter. He asked Lona if she agreed, turning to the maid, who looked like she really didn't want to say anything. Knox reminded her that her salary could also be nerfed for failing to keep his mood up. So she quickly and stutteringly agreed as the young master flopped onto the couch. It was so frustrating for him. He was just getting used to this new life. And watching Carl level up brought him a ton of joy. This lockdown had to end. It wasn't just about that stuff. His death flag was getting closer. And he knew he'd be dead before the 6 months were up. A fact he knew thanks to a system notification. These system alerts seemed more worried about his remaining time than he was. His body trembled before he shot up from his chair and told Lona he was going to see his father to get his freedom back. She was about to tell him his bath was ready. But a knock cut her off. The door swung open to reveal Rodwell, who greeted him with a bow. The kid was shocked, both by the head butler's presence and by the message that Theodore wanted a word with him. The bodies of knights and monsters lay scattered on the ground as Theodore recalled that fateful night, now known in the history books as the Night of Carnage. Monsters shrieked as they charged the man, who wielded his dark blade before carving a path through the enemy horde. Visions of invading demons, piles of human bodies, and pure carnage flashed through his mind, making him feel it was less a battle and more a plague. Theodore gazed into the distance, feeling a heavy, dark aura swirling around him. It reminded him that he needed one of his sons to inherit his sword. The victor, someone with half-baked potential, just wouldn't cut it. The man wondered who would be the right choice, who possessed a talent so immense they could one day put an end to him. A knock was heard, and Rodwell informed Theodore that Knox was on his way, which Theodore acknowledged. Theodore reflected on how even he, with all his power, had failed to clear that cursed forest, and that Knox's achievement absolutely deserved a high-tier reward. As expected, though, those snakes from the Omega faction ran interference, stonewalling the whole thing. They found it hard to believe Knox had gone through some kind of character evolution and demanded a full-scale investigation to confirm the zone was actually pacified. This was a move that even Theodore couldn't just brush off, since a formal inquest would be required by the rules. Anyway, Knox strolled into the room and greeted the old man. Theodore brought up the kid's past misdeeds and F-rank behavior, probably talking about the timeline before his reincarnation, which Knox was painfully aware of. However, Theodore acknowledged his recent accomplishments, saying Knox could name any reward his heart desired. This totally stunned our boy. He started sweating bullets. Since this event wasn't in the game's original script, Theodore was usually a cold, authoritarian final boss type. So Knox looked up, asking if he was for real. His father stood up from his throne-like chair and swore on the legacy of his black sword that he was telling the truth and would grant any of Knox's wishes. Knox was completely floored. The old man went on, explaining that any ridiculous request would lower his affinity rating for the kid. But he had a sliver of faith in Knox. Knox asked for some time to grind on the decision, and permission was granted. He was also given clearance to leave the estate whenever, just as long as he didn't trigger another massive public disturbance quest like last time. The light-haired kid thanked his dad, who hit him with a reminder of their family name's prestige. The next day, the whole crew gathered outside to see Talia and Emma off. The red-headed girl was blushing hard as she said her goodbyes, but Knox tried to ignore her status effect. Even as she beamed at him, Rodwell nudged him, saying it would be good manners to respond. So our purple-eyed protagonist grumbled in frustration and turned to wish the girl a safe journey. He also said they should link up again once she'd class changed into a great knight. Talia asked what she needed to do to reach that rank, and he shot back that she needed a brave heart that wasn't afraid of spiders. The girl's face went crimson with embarrassment before she landed a critical hit to his gut, making him instantly regret his dialogue choice. He totally should have said a dire wolf instead. Still, the girl agreed and told him to keep his neck clean, for when she'd come to knight him. This sent a chill down his spine, since that was a major death flag, given what he knew about the future. Emma bowed low, thanking the kid for everything he'd done, including saving Talia's life. But he just said that wasn't his main quest objective and told them to get going already. The carriage rolled away, and one of the main characters had officially left the party. Knox felt like he was slowly but surely getting used to this strange new playthrough. And hey, maybe he was even starting to enjoy the grind. Another system notification popped up, reminding Knox he had 146 days left on his timer. He sighed, realizing there was no escaping the death flag reminders. A few days later, Lona asked if he needed a new personal maid to support him at the academy. Knox was muttering to himself, about to have a flashback, when there was a knock on the door. Rodwell entered, telling Knox he was there to introduce the maid who would be assigned to his party during his time at the academy. Starting today, a green-haired girl greeted Knox, introducing herself as Citri from the Ovelia household. The kid introduced himself back, then immediately pulled up her status window and saw exactly what he expected. She was a spy, sent by Theodore to keep him under surveillance. The system pinged him about his impending doom, making him sigh as he got ready for the day. But he could take some comfort in the fact that his stats were leveling up fast. Despite all the side quest setbacks, Knox looked out at the balcony, knowing he was heading off to the academy soon. Lona seemed pretty hyped about it too, asking if he was nervous. He shot back with his own question, wondering why she sounded so cheerful about him leaving the starting zone. She put on a pouting face and fake cried that she would miss him. But the kid told her to drop the act. He knew he couldn't waste time teasing Lona, when that time could be better spent grinding his skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the insane curriculum at the academy. After all, it was the top academy in the Empire, and was guaranteed to be crawling with S-rank prodigies. He had to survive alongside them and insert himself into the main storyline to become the epic villain he was destined to be. Knox wondered why his life scenario had to be so ridiculously complicated. His train of thought got totally derailed by a question about some new attendant assigned to him at the academy. He was just humming to himself when Rodwell busted in to say hi. Bringing the exact same maid Lona was just talking about, the green-haired girl introduced herself. Knox gave his name, then immediately pulled up her stat window. Seeing right away she was a spy sent by his old man, she was still keeping up her sweet and caring NPC act. And for good reason. Theodore was one of the most OP and cunning final bosses in the entire game's world. Mostly because his swordsmanship wasn't just some S-rank innate talent. His whole climb to the top was built on being super paranoid, constantly running a perception check on everyone and everything. The maid knew exactly what mission Theodore gave her, and confirmed it. No hesitation. Rocking a total Ice Queen look. Word was she was the true heir to the Lobelia family. And this whole gig was a quest to get his backing to reclaim her title. Citri swore she'd go all out to support Knox. But Theodore was not feeling that vibe at all. He shot her a look of pure contempt that made her flinch. She bowed again, promising to keep the young master on surveillance and report every single detail back to Theodore. Then she bounced. She let out a huge sigh once she was out of his intimidating aura's range. The girl took a deep breath and pulled out a locket, staring at a family picture. Knowing she couldn't afford to waver now, later that night, Knox was just thinking about how he had a spy tailing him now, wondering if her main quest was to check if he'd been possessed. Which, low-key, made sense, since demonic possession was a pretty common debuff in this world. After all, the original game's plot kicked off with Knox's downfall after getting possessed by a major demon. Knox was pretty sure no one could figure out he was a transmigrator. But still, he was still worried about Citri. She was basically an extra, not even a side character in the main scenario, which Knox thought was a total waste of a good character design, cause she was supposed to be the next head of House Lobelia. But then her uncle went full villain mode, offed her parents, and usurped the title. The rest of the backstory was painfully generic. So, the girl dipped, and ended up as a maid for the Aliena family. And even though she put on this cheerful front, she was totally broken inside, and on the verge of giving up, if Knox's memory of the original plot served him right. The girl was scripted to end her own run before the story's prologue even finished. He wondered what he should do. Should he save an NPC who was fated to die, even if it meant derailing the main plot? He knew it could totally mess with his own plans for survival. The next day, Knox called a meeting with both maids, telling them he was going to be grinding some mobs in the estate's forest and wanted them to join his party as support. Lona was totally shook and started trembling, trying to fake a sickness debuff to get out of it. But Citri cut her off and accepted the quest instantly. The brown-haired girl whimpered, telling Citri she shouldn't just accept every crazy party invite. Knox knew that being scared was the normal reaction, which made Citri's gung-ho attitude super sus. Knox reminded Lona that she had, like, 0 vacation days left, even if she tried to cheese her way out of it. He grinned and casually brought up her paycheck, which made the poor girl start bawling and ask what weapon she should equip. The dude just laughed. Citri told the girl she'd catch up after giving Rodwell a heads up. Knox thought about how he needed to focus on farming more life points, especially now that he had some freedom. As they headed deeper into the woods, Theodore was watching from a window. A few days later, the Forest of Lost Children had basically been cleared, turning it into just another regular starting zone. A growl came from a gray wolf, and Knox instantly blitzed it with a clean slash. He was testing out the ring's skill, which siphoned a tiny bit of the wolf's life force. He let out a sigh of relief when the system window popped up, notifying him that his lifespan had increased by 2 hours. Knox glanced around, realizing he'd probably farmed every wolf mob in the forest to extinction, and all he got was a measly 2 hours from the whole grind session. Still, a win was a win. His thoughts were cut short when Citri pointed out he'd been grinding for a full hour and asked if he was getting tired. That totally killed his good vibe, reminding him how long this grind would take without his time dilation skill. In reality, he'd only banked, like, 1 net hour of life force. Knox grabbed his flask and took a swig, wondering what the heck he was supposed to do, now that he couldn't just grind on monsters 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the biggest problem was, there wasn't an infinite monster spawn. He'd practically farmed the forest's demonic beast population into extinction. At this rate, his grand quest to extend his lifespan was about to majorly flop. The violet-eyed prodigy sighed, wondering if there were any other dungeons or hunting grounds nearby. But Citri told him he probably shouldn't say that out loud, since anyone without clearance to his system would think he'd completely lost his marbles. He glanced at the setting sun and figured it was time to port back to the mansion. The green-haired girl asked if he wanted her to prepare a mana recovery bath, which kinda caught Knox off guard. But he was down for it. She gave a happy smile as Lona frantically asked what side quest she could take on. 2. She was finally assigned the mission of tidying up Knox's chambers. Despite her confusion, the brown-haired girl scrambled to gather supplies while Citri just snickered at the scene. Knox called out to the green-haired girl, wanting to ask her a critical question. He wondered which house she truly served. The question totally threw her for a loop. Knox sized up her S-rank aid potential, knowing her allegiance was like a hidden blade aimed at him, and he shouldn't try to just claim her for his faction. Citri looked away, her expression a mess of conflict. And when Knox pressed the issue again, she flinched, still hesitating. He was already aware of the answer she was holding back and said he had no intention of forcing a confession. He added that at least she didn't try to feed him some low-tier lie. Knox declared he couldn't care less which master she was sworn to. All that mattered was that she was his aide, and that she'd use him just like he was going to use her. The young master walked away, his focus on their mutually beneficial contract. That was enough for both of them. As night fell, they returned to the manor, where Lona was already spilling the tea again, going on about what a total tyrant Knox was for monopolizing all her time. She thought back to when she'd asked why she even had to join their party, and how Knox had been so cringe when he said it was no fun without her. Citri just chuckled and gazed out the window. She recalled being familiar with the rumors about Knox's sudden character development, which had reached her even back at her own family's estate. She had assumed they were all just baseless gossip, since it was rare for someone to get such a massive personality buff. But it seemed to be legit. After serving in his party for a while, she'd learned he'd one-shotted both his brothers in a single duel and earned the right to represent their family name at the academy. Knox was seriously leveling up his position within his house. Unlike Citri, once the rightful heir to her family's leadership, she was now stuck with a permanent despair debuff. She sighed to herself, replaying the contract he'd laid out about her using him and him using her. The thought made the green-haired girl pause her writing and wonder what his true intentions were. A few days later, new rumors started making the rounds within the Liana mansion, whispering that Citri had been excommunicated from the Lovlia family and, as a commoner, was no longer worthy to serve the Lianhas. When the girl read the official notice, she crumpled it. It stated that the former head, Darren of House Lavelia, had committed the crime of trying to bargain with the family's honor. Since Citri was associated with his faction, her privileges and status were also nullified. The light drained from her eyes, knowing she could no longer remain at the manor. Even among the noble families who controlled the underworld, the Liana family held the most authority, even for their cast-off trash of the family son. They wouldn't employ a nameless commoner. Citri believed she was about to be fired and replaced. Despite this, she still tried to maintain a brave facade, greeting the other maids who'd already heard the news and were giving her the side-eye. Lona, however, still greeted her like nothing had changed. This just made Citri feel confused and super awkward. She felt a tug on her hand and wondered if this was just Lona being Lona. You know, because of their party bond. Either way, Citri believed she was now a liability to everyone in the mansion. As Lona dragged Citri down the hall, Knox knew this was probably game over for her, since the head of the house, Theodore, had likely received a formal notice. He also knew that all the charges against Citri's father were a complete frame job, but he also knew he couldn't just jump in. He couldn't predict the insane butterfly effect. One tiny change could trigger in this world's timeline. Birds were just chilling in the sky, while Knox was down below, absolutely farming the gray wolves in the forest. Lona got a shiver down her spine. Thinking the dude was giving off some seriously dark aura vibes today, the brown-haired girl muttered to herself in Citri. Like, Knox usually leaves at least one mob standing for pity points. But today, total annihilation mode. She hummed, deep in thought. And Citri was like, should I be freaking out right now? Staring at that blood-soaked blade he'd just plunged into the dirt, Knox grumbled to himself, wondering if his drop rate luck was just absolute trash today. A hidden boss only spawns when the forest's mob population drops below 20% of its normal level. The species and timing for this special event boss are totally random. So if Knox had managed to encounter and solo one, he could have gotten a massive stat boost. He sighed, about to just call it a day on this grind when, suddenly, his mana senses picked up something zipping through the trees, totally grabbing his attention. Knox was like, what the? But had zero time to react as it blitzed right past him. He knew it. That had to be the hidden boss. He whipped around to face it, and saw it was an elite giant hornet. A mob he knew was a pain to deal with, but definitely not an impossible raid. His strategy session was cut short before it even began by Citri screaming his name. He spun around to see the maid tanking the hornet's attack with her own body to shield him. This was a hit he probably could have parried himself, which made Citri's whole meat shield move completely unnecessary. Knowing that, why would she even do it? Like, who jumps in front of a monster's stinger for a guy who literally just told them he was going to use them like a pawn? For real. Knox gritted his teeth and activated his time dilation skill. Back when Citri was a kid, she was a total klutz, always tripping and getting scraped up before bursting into tears and making her parents panic. Her mom and dad used to say she was always rocking a fresh debuff. Words that stayed true, even after she outgrew her pigtails. When Knox had asked the green-haired girl who her master was, Citri really had to question her own allegiance. She flashed back to that messed-up memory where some relative straight-up murdered her parents and usurped the family's house name. So, Citri wondered again where her loyalties really lay. Knox's words kept replaying in her head, and it felt like she was waking up from a system shock. With Knox and Lona leaning over her, looking super worried, the dude had already finished off the hornet and was telling the green-haired girl to just hang in there. His voice all tense while trying to promise her they were getting her back to the mansion. Citri thought, Knox is such a liar, saying he'd use her and all. But here he was, totally stressing over her condition. She wondered why that was. Right before her vision started to glitch, and her eyes shut down, tears streaming down her face. Through the haze, she could hear a tremor and some low-key rage in his voice. Back at the manor, Theodore was reading the dispatch that broke the news. Rodwell confirmed its intel was solid. Theodore had only taken the girl in as a political pawn to eventually absorb the Labia family. The family's power level was tanking after their previous househead died. So it was the perfect opening for Theodore to make his move and infiltrate them. For instance, they could have played the damsel in distresses card, arguing their heir was in danger and using the family's instability as proof. As Citri's protector, Theodore would have had the perfect pretext to swoop in and basically conquer the whole family. However, before any of those questlines could even start, it looked like the girl had been kicked out. So the old man asked Rodwell for his take on the situation. The butler said that having a nameless commoner as a servant would just make Knox a target for ridicule at the academy. So dropping her was the smart play. Theodore agreed. Suddenly, they were interrupted by another aide, bursting in to report that Knox was back from his monster hunt, carrying Citri, who'd been wrecked by a mob. In a desperate move to save her, Knox had apparently used a super rare potion. This totally stunned Rodwell, who asked if the guy meant the legendary Mandraken decontaminant, which the attendant confirmed. Rodwell looked totally drained by the whole situation, and Theodore started to wonder if Knox had actually caught feelings for the maid. And even though Theodore figured there'd be a major stat penalty for catching feelings, Lona was already at Citri's side, trying to get her to wake up. It worked, and the little crybaby was overjoyed to see Citri conscious, and not, unalived. The green-haired girl was totally lost, wondering what just happened, and already panicking about how Knox would react to her epic fail. Lona explained that Knox had commanded them to use an S-rank antidote, saying it was a guaranteed success, and had even threatened the healer to use it when he got hesitant. Citri couldn't figure out why Knox would use such a rare elixir on her, especially after the ice-cold monologue he'd given her earlier. This had Citri trying to haul herself out of bed, needing to know where Knox was. Lona mentioned he was in a meeting with Rodwell, then remembered she had to ping Knox that Citri was awake. So she totally bolted. The still recovering girl dragged herself out of bed and shuffled over to a suitcase and started packing, thinking she was just a low-tier nobody who didn't belong here or anywhere. She clutched her necklace, opening the artifact to pull out a picture of her family before scribbling a note for Knox. It said her pendant would clear her debt to him and that she would always be in his favor. Citri slipped out of the room, only to freeze when she saw Knox standing right there, asking where she thought she was going. She flinched as his ice-cold gaze locked onto her, his aura practically crushing her as he asked the question again. Okay. Quick flashback to before Citri was healed. Knox had asked the healer if he really valued one vial of potion more than a human life. The healer tried to explain that the problem was he needed clearance from Theodore or Rodwell. Knox cut the man off, his eyes glancing at Citri's fading life force, and asked if Rodwell's command really held more weight than his own. That hit the healer with a massive guilt debuff, especially when Knox said he'd personally report this whole fiasco to his father. The antidote was used, and Lona asked if the girl would be okay. The healer assured her the poison curse had been completely purified, which made Lona let out a huge sigh of relief. The young master turned to leave the room, telling Lona to notify him the moment Citri's consciousness returned. Then, Knox went to have a word with Theodore. His father was surprised, since he never expected Knox to just drop in unannounced and still, Theodore looked like he already knew what this debrief was about. The kid activated his unique trait, reminding his father that he still owed him a favor, and for that favor, Knox declared his wish was to keep Citri by his side. His father looked down for a second, while Knox's mind raced through all his calculations how he'd been trying to preserve the original storyline and avoid any major butterfly effects, how he knew her true status was a spy under Theodore's control. But none of those quest objectives mattered in this moment. The second Citri threw herself in front of Knox to act as his shield. It was clear that even if he couldn't answer her question, the conditions for his wish had been met. Theodore decided to grant the wish, making the kid bow before turning back to his father one more time. Knox then asked to elaborate on his wish, and was given permission. Just as the system started flashing warnings that his agitation was messing with his performance, but Knox ignored the pop-ups, saying he had zero intention of tolerating anyone messing with his people, whether it was the lord of the manor or his own damn father. With a glare that could freeze hell over, Knox stormed out of the room, which brings us back to where Knox caught Citri about to dip, leading him to ask where she was going. The green-haired girl was totally hesitating, but she admitted she was leaving, feeling like she didn't deserve to stay. But her words were cut short by Knox, who asked where she was going when she was still his personal aide. She mentioned how she knew he was aware she was spying on him for Theodore, and how she hadn't been honest. She was just so confused about why he was still giving her a second chance. Even after she tried to play him, her tear-streaked face just wanted to know why the guy wasn't kicking her out of the party. This actually made Knox crack a smile, seeing the real her that had been hidden under that NPC facade, the look of someone who was struggling, but hadn't given up on finding her way out of the darkness. Knox explained that deception was a basic skill shared by all of humanity, but Citri still felt like she'd done him dirty, which Knox actually agreed with. He then asked if she was just going to run away without clearing her bad karma. That just left her completely baffled. The purple-eyed noble explained that she was staying, and he didn't give a damn if she had a family name or not. All that mattered was her raw talent and her service to him. He told her she'd atone for her mistakes by continuing her duties at his side. Citri got all misty-eyed again, agreeing to his terms and vowing to support him for as long as it took. Knox cracked a smirk at that. Citri decided to circle back to her earlier question. Turning to him and hoping her answer had been satisfactory, he shot a grin back and confirmed it totally was. Lona, however, was back on her gossip grind the next day, spilling the tea about how he'd threatened the doctor, right up until she was caught red-handed by Knox himself. He was shocked she didn't even bother trying to deny it anymore. The girl just pivoted to Citri, reminding the maid to take a breather and get some rest. Then, she immediately booked it to go handle Citri's chores for her. Knox sighed at Lona's completely clueless energy and turned back to Citri, reminding her about his upcoming departure for the academy in 2 months. She said she hadn't forgotten and had already prepped the essentials, like the basic starter gear he'd need. She hummed thoughtfully, trying to recall what other supplies she'd packed. Knox grinned at the fact that Citri had finally dropped the act, which honestly worked out way better for him, since it saved him the effort. 2. And now he knew for sure that neither of them would backstab the other if things went south. The guy smiled, figuring that was a solid enough pact for the two of them. Later, Citri worked up the nerve to ask the young master if he was okay. Since some unfavorable rumors were making the rounds about him, Knox sat down and prompted her to spill, wondering what new trash talk they could possibly come up with. Seeing as he'd already heard all the usual garbage, she revealed the rumor was that he hadn't fired her because of his personal feelings for her. The dude almost toppled out of his chair hearing that, making him seriously question why he was even bothering to roleplay this Knox character. He sighed and apologized to Citri for the whole situation. But the green-haired girl said that wasn't why she brought it up. She was more worried it would make things uncomfortable for Knox. Knox told Citri there were way worse rumors about him, like the ones about how the youngest of House Lionheart was a crude and shameless buffoon. Citri was about to object and say that wasn't true, but he dared her to lie to his face if she wanted to get the boot. That made her immediately agree that, yep, that was exactly what she'd heard. There was something else she'd heard, too, about how he was known as a total player around women. She wondered if that part was true, which made Knox feel even crappier about the character he was portraying. But he was glad his reputation as a swordsman had leveled up compared to the person the original Knox used to be. These days the gossip was more about him being a lazy genius with an over-the-top ego. But he had to stick to the villain script, after all, and it was Knox's job to keep being the bad guy and help the main characters get their spotlight. In the end, he wasn't the protagonist of this game. He told Citri that was enough rumor milling, because he needed her to track something down for him. He wasn't the only one who needed to prep for survival at the academy. She wondered what he needed, and Knox knew it wouldn't hurt to bring her in on the plan. Given her loyalty stat was so high, it might even give her a job performance buff. With that in mind, Knox told her he wanted to study magic before his enrollment and needed her assistance. This completely floored the green-haired girl, all because of the imperial law. He knew that, of course, and wasn't one to be easily intimidated. But Citri just saw it as him not being one to hold a grudge. Either way, she got the message, and trusted he had his reasons for the decision. She knew she'd start by hunting down some textbooks on the subject, which made Knox smile. Seeing that she already knew the drill, the guy heard a commotion outside and glanced out the window. Hearing that someone named Gren had shown up, this was a character Knox had nearly forgotten about, and he could feel a major plot event about to trigger. Since it would be a prime opportunity to add a ton of days to his lifespan, Knox told Citri it was almost time to head out to a faraway place, which made her start sweating. Sensing another one of his schemes, later that day, Theodore was congratulating Gren on his graduation. This man was Theodore's second eldest son and, naturally, one of Knox's brothers. Knox immediately pulled up Gren's stats and saw the guy was a total snob with a major creep trait, just like the rumors about Knox himself. But he was also a total opportunist. The only reason his trash personality wasn't common knowledge was because Knox had a way higher infamy stat in the family, and Gren basically played on easy mode, coasting to graduation by maxing out his cunning stat and playing the political game. Every term, the academy accepted less than 1,000 students, and with only half of them actually graduating, there was no way Gren didn't cheese his way through. Theodore asked if his son had already set up the expedition to Chaders, causing the man to hesitate for a second before confirming. His old man knew that Gren's main quest was probably monster subjugation. Knox knew Chaders was a wild territory south of the estate, with a massive desert acting as a buffer zone between them and the eastern kingdom of Tahalan. The place was a total wasteland, basically a high-level monster spawn point. Gren had been assigned his first major quest, prevent a monster stampede. This was a huge deal for the guy. Since the main reward was unlocking the Imperial Knight class, Gren knew all about the monster hordes, and Theodore brought up how the territory was the first line of defense, protecting the rest of the Empire from getting wrecked. He told his son to hold the line. Gren agreed. But Knox knew this mission was way more than just a simple monster grind. This side quest in the game was a key node, linked to a bunch of other scenarios, which meant there was a ton of loot to be had. Knox got his brother's attention and asked if he realized he was planning to tag along and get a piece of the action. The question totally threw Gren for a loop, making him think his brother was some F-rank noob who didn't even know what Chaders was. But Knox just casually dropped all the intel he had on the place, reminding Gren of all the crazy rumors he'd been hearing since he got back. Knox knew Gren's lie detector skill was activating when his brother asked if he'd for real cleared the forest dungeon with Talia. Knox confirmed it, totally deadpan, His brother's unique skill let him read emotions, which was the secret sauce behind his talent for political maneuvering and general sneakiness. Gren then asked about the spar in the training hall and Cetri's help, which Knox also confirmed, activating his Heart of Steel skill to block Gren's detection ability. His brother just laughed and said he'd have to pass, claiming he'd be way too busy to drag Knox's corpse back from the field. Then, out of nowhere, Theodore said Knox could go, totally blindsiding Gren. The old man just waved off his older son's complaints and insisted Knox tag along. Gren tried to argue, but shut up quick when his father gave him the death glare. He just looked at Knox and told him to make good use of his remaining 3 days, then bailed. Knox was kinda shocked at how easily he'd cleared that social quest. He wondered if Theodore was playing some 4D chess, but his thoughts were cut short by Gren, who got in his face, asking what Knox's deal was, and if he'd completely lost his mind. Knox just shot back that he'd lost it a long time ago. That ticked Gren off, who grabbed Knox by the collar and told him to watch his mouth. He said it'd be a real shame if he tripped before they even left for Chater's. Then, suddenly, there was the sound of a wine bottle shattering. Knox spun around to see Cetri stumbling right behind him. As she tripped, the wine went flying from her hands. Knox barely had time to react before it splashed all over his clothes. The green-haired maid bowed low, apologizing over and over for being so clumsy. She suggested he head back to his room to wait while she fetched a clean shirt, which was the perfect excuse for Gren to finally let him go. Knox gave his brother a fake apology and said he'd take his leave, adding as he walked away that they could continue their family reunion in 3 days. The comment made his older brother clench his fists, practically radiating killing intent. As the purple-eyed Knox walked down the hall with Cetri, he thanked her for the clutch save back there. But Cetri just sighed, wondering how Knox managed to aggro so much trouble on a daily basis. She changed the subject, asking if he was actually serious about going to Chater's with Gren. Knox cut her off and was about to say hell yeah, when he was interrupted by a shriek from Lona, who came charging at him, also asking if he'd lost his mind. Knox had to wonder if the brown-haired girl forgot he was her master, not her kid brother, but he just sighed, insisting the quest was already set in stone. He wondered what the big deal was with him deploying to Chater's, thinking it was a solid strat. Cetri was totally on Lona's side, worried sick about Knox's safety, and believing Chater's was a straight-up death zone, no matter how much main character energy he had. I mean, the place was crawling with thousands of monsters and bandit-class mobs, but the high body count didn't even faze him. To Knox, that just meant more mobs to grind and more life force to drain. He assured the maids to chill, promising he had a strategy for those kinds of threats. He was about to drop the bomb on Lona and Cetri that they were benched at the manor while he went to solo this subjugation quest. But Cetri cut him off with a firm tone, basically saying that was a hard no. The green-haired girl continued, reminding him that she was his exclusive support character, contract-bound to assist him no matter what dungeon he crawled into. This meant she was rolling with him to Chater's. Knox pointed out she was risking getting seriously nerfed, but Cetri was already aware of the risks. She shot back that he could get his HP bar zeroed out too, since they were both walking into a high-level zone, especially since she'd heard from Lona that Knox had, like, 0 constitution points. Cetri kept pressing, asking if Mr. Delicate really thought he could handle an away mission without a dedicated support, given his constant forgetfulness and 0 life skills like doing laundry. She asked if he seriously thought a solo run was even achievable. The guy ran a hand through his hair, realizing he'd forgotten this wasn't a game anymore. Those real-life debuffs actually mattered. And if he got a game over, Cetri's position in the manor would become even more unstable. So, her joining his party was actually the safer play for her. With that, Knox decided to greenlight it. He told her not to be dead weight and suggested she get acquainted with Carl, his mount. Cetri understood and, for real, was already a few steps ahead of the quest objective. She was about to flex that her affinity with Carl was already maxed out. But this new intel totally blindsided Lona, who was like, wait, how did that even happen? The green-haired maid said she just used some premium-grade sugar cubes that cost half her monthly salary, but they totally fast-tracked the taming process between her and the mount. Lona was low-key salty about this, since she always got stuck with the stable cleaning grind quests. She kept whining until Knox gave her a light bonk and turned to bounce, saying Lona would stick to her usual manor NPC duties. Cetri was officially on the expedition team, so he told the green-haired girl to get her gear ready. But Knox couldn't help but wonder if she was actually worried about his safety. Then, a knock echoed through the room. The sound made everyone freeze. looking totally confused. The door swung open to reveal Rodwell, who announced that Knox was being summoned for an item drop. Knox was shook that his father actually wanted to give him something. He remembered Theodore's words and wondered if this was the secret event he'd hinted at, but he'd find out soon enough. The kid met up with Theodore and brought up the summons, which Theodore confirmed. He wondered if his son could actually handle the artifact's power. They both stared at the sword resting in an open case. It was, as Theodore explained, the legendary blade that belonged to the family's founding ancestor. Knox's mind was blown. This was definitely not the starter gear he was expecting. In all the times Knox had played the game, he had never once seen even a single pixel of this sword. And yet, even after 27 full completion runs, which made him think he was a total pro gamer, here was a unique grade weapon he'd never even heard of. He wondered why Theodore was just handing it over and couldn't figure out his angle. But this gave him a gut feeling that the sword was a major plot item for later. Theodore spoke up, knowing the blade looked deceptively basic, and interrupting Knox's train of thought. His father assured him this was the very blade the first clan head had spent his entire life wielding. Knox asked how he was supposed to prove he was worthy enough to wield it, to which his dad just told him to attune to it. With that, the kid gripped the hilt and lifted it, only to suddenly feel a heavy, dark aura pulsing from the blade. He realized it was draining his mana, and noticed the blade's color had started to shift as faint runes began to glow. This made Theodore shoot to his feet when he saw his son sensing the flow of power. The kid nodded, and his father explained that the sword absorbed the wielder's mana, then amplified it several times over. This whole situation totally caught the kid off guard, making him wonder if this was some kind of cursed artifact you don't just mess with. But before he could even finish, the sword straight up started siphoning his mana again. The system window popped up, blaring a warning that his mana pool was draining at a crazy rate, seriously messing with his attempt to even wield the blade. Which, yeah, totally freaked the kid out. Theodore chimed in again, laying down the conditions. If Knox seriously wanted to be this sword's next master, he'd have to hang on to it for a full 10 minutes. Okay. Simple enough. Knox got the gist. Theodore then dropped the artifact's name, Stormbringer. Turns out, the blade was currently sealed, and the system notified Knox that it would guzzle his mana, converting it into stat points, and then blast out that same mana, but totally amplified, which was, like, cool info and all, but completely useless to Knox at that exact moment. I mean, the dude was literally shaking from the massive debuff he was getting. It didn't take long for Knox to realize his mana reserves were totally bottomed out. So, the sword was like, no mana, no problem, and started chugging his life force as a backup power source. This had him totally bugging out, especially when the system pinged him that his remaining lifespan was dropping like a rock. This seriously freaked the kid out. He knew, for his own survival, he had to drop this cursed thing. However, Knox realized his hands were straight up refusing to let go, no matter how hard he tried. This just tilted Knox even more. He was so done with this OP trap item he was stuck with. Meanwhile, Theodore was just watching, thinking to himself how Stormbringer was one seriously demonic blade. It promised to lead its wielder to ruin in exchange for its power, and his family's entire legacy and fame were forged by that very blade. Yet, not a single descendant of the original owner had ever managed to truly tame it. Most challengers just passed out the second they gripped the hilt, a scene Theodore had seen play out way too many times. So, if someone could actually last 10 minutes on their first go, it would be a legendary achievement. Heck, even Theodore himself could only hang on for about an hour. And that was after years of dedicated training with it. And yet, some gut feeling pushed Theodore to test this 14-year-old kid who hadn't even had his proper mana awakening yet. Ever since Knox saved that dying maid, it became super obvious that he was at the center of all the recent crazy incidents. Ain't no way that was a coincidence. The kid was leveling up, and his hidden potential was starting to shine through. So Theodore couldn't help but wonder if this kid was about to shatter all his expectations. He watched as Knox dropped to one knee, still gripping the sword for dear life. Maybe, just maybe, Knox's talent could rival that of the 3 Grandmasters. That thought alone was enough to justify this insane test. If he actually managed to last the full time, Theodore was betting that Knox would become the most OP head in the history of the Lionhubbers. Knox slammed the sword's tip into the ground, cracking the floor as he gasped for air. While Theodore saw it plain as day, his son had the potential to surpass him. The kid grit his teeth, his eyes locking onto the older man. Theodore mentioned he'd been suspecting the kid was sandbagging, hiding his true power level. Knox was about to ask what the heck was going on when his father just strolled past, casually saying the sword was now Knox's problem. But Knox was not vibing with this prize, considering he'd just lost, like, a huge chunk of his lifespan. 3 days later, it was time to dip for Chaters. Setri was all cheerful, gushing about how nice Theodore was for giving Knox a spatial pouch for all his gear. Still, Knox was still looking salty as heck, which totally confused Setri. She thought he'd be hyped for the expedition, but my guy was just radiating bad vibes. He let out a heavy sigh. Like, was he really supposed to be grateful for a pouch after that cursed sword ate most of his remaining lifespan? He looked over, ahead at Gren, who was busy yapping with the other party members. Knox knew his brother had scored a fat stack of gold and was totally overplaying the burden of carrying it all, but Knox couldn't care less, since he planned on using his brother just as much. Suddenly, shouting broke out. Looks like there was some drama about the route to Chaters. This got Gren all heated with some dude named Ron, the guide he'd hired. As the two started beefing, Setri glanced over at Knox, who just muttered about how these F-rank scouts were leading them on a wild goose chase, then rode up to his brother to sort this mess out. Gren tried to play it cool and wave him off, but Knox kept talking over him, which clearly triggered Gren. Knox was like, "Aren't you even a little worried I'll show you up and find the right path?" Gren was flabbergasted. Like, he couldn't believe his brother actually had the nerve to act like he could be a guide. Knox proposed they just test out his talent for a single day, claiming a bunch of his retainers had told him he had a natural-born talent for pathfinding. Gren was totally skeptical, but still thrown by the bold claim, while Seti stared on with just as much disbelief. Her expression, though, was because she knew Knox was lying so casually, not even breaking a sweat. A late arrival could mean some serious consequences, but if Knox failed to deliver in front of everyone, it would supposedly crush his own faction's morale and give Gren a smug sense of satisfaction. After all, risking a slightly longer journey wasn't the worst-case scenario. So Gren decided to allow it, which made Knox flash a smirk and tell everyone to follow him. Later that day, they made camp so everyone could get some rest for the night. Gren was already complaining to his scouts about how Knox had navigated the path so quickly, especially since they were in a territory where even the most veteran pathfinders usually struggled. The older brother kept on with his salty complaints while Knox just watched silently from a distance, knowing it was a piece of cake for him because he'd already memorized the routes from his past game experience. Chiors was a strategic location he'd farmed hundreds of times, but Setri wanted to ask the guy directly how he'd managed to find the route so quickly. Knox claimed it was the ground itself that had helped him. She was totally confused until he pointed out the claw marks of a vicious dire bear, a type of monster native to the southern region that's usually found near the southern borders of Chiors. This intel completely stunned the green-haired girl, but it also made her worry about a potential ambush. He just calmed her down, telling her the bears have a natural weakness to fire. Everyone around started whispering amongst themselves about how Knox was like a completely different person, and might even have the potential to surpass his academy-educated brother. This caused Gren to get even more ticked off, so he asked one of the retainers to confirm Knox's victory against the twins, which Shul verified. With that confirmation, Gren wanted to see the kid's abilities for himself, so Shul chimed in, saying he had the perfect item to assist with that, pulling out a pouch that made Gren laugh like a supervillain as he glanced over at Knox. Deep in the night, everyone was asleep, and even the guards on watch seemed to be dozing off. A monster rustled through the trees toward their camp, an event Knox had already fully anticipated. He already had his sword in hand before standing up and telling Setri not to leave the tent. The leaves rustled in the wind as Knox stepped out of the tent and stood before the 4 monsters he recognized as ogres. While he knew the camp itself was safe from the monsters, the boy glanced towards the real culprit he knew had lured them there. That mud was undoubtedly mixed with ogre pheromones, which had drawn the attention of the ogres, whose senses were heightened by the mating season, making it an irresistible lure. Knox knew the mud had to be Gren's idea, a pathetic attempt to put him in danger, but he wasn't the least bit alarmed by their presence, and even gave the ogres a casual greeting as he drew Stormbringer. The monsters roared before charging at the boy, who easily blocked their attack, leaping into the air and sinking his blade into the back of one of the ogres. The other ogres tried to target him with their clubs, but he was way faster, dashing right through them and slashing them on the way. They all howled in pain as Knox glanced down at the blade of darkness, realizing that all his worries about it draining his mana were for nothing. He smirked before continuing the slaughter, feeling as if the sword could read his mind and was beginning to move in anticipation. Now, only a single ogre remained, but it staggered back, dropping its weapon and trying to escape. However, Knox whistled for Carl, prompting the horse to transform into its true form. Knox mounted up and galloped toward the ogre, slicing it down. He then let out a sigh of relief, seeing his remaining time had increased by 1 day and 9 hours. His train of thought was broken by Citri, peeking her head out and asking if everything was all right. He reminded her of his direct order, but she completely ignored his words, stunned by the sight of the ogre corpses. She then asked if she should call for the night patrol. Knox was like, "Nah, that's not necessary." Since the ogres were basically invited guests, that totally confused her until he explained it was Gren's brilliant idea to send them our way, which was also the real reason Gren's camp was pitched so far away. Citri asked if this meant Gren was trying to put a leash on him, which Knox confirmed. "No, Cap." He laid it out. He was a potential roadblock in Gren's quest to become the family head, so Gren probably wanted to scout out his stats. These kinds of sussy schemes were likely the only way he could get an edge on Gary, his older brother, who was a total swordmaster. But Gren was about to get seriously schooled on why that doesn't work on someone like Knox. The guy pulled out a vial, asking Citri if she knew what really gets ogres triggered. He then proceeded to squeeze some fresh ogre blood into it. Turns out, that's their biggest trigger. Just like with humans, they never forget a grudge when you wipe out their family. The owls were hooting all night long when Gren was suddenly jolted awake by the buzzing of his mana detection orbs. This freaked him out. Since they only make that noise when a monster's mana signature is close, he was wondering what it could be, until he heard a huge commotion, and his retainers burst in screaming that they were under attack. Gren scrambled out of his tent and saw a whole freaking horde of ogres. A chill ran down his spine as he prayed they didn't have the main aggro. But the sun eventually rose after they finally fought off the ogre mob and started the cleanup. Gren was absolutely ripping into Schultz, thinking he'd messed up somehow. But even the servant was clueless. Meanwhile, Knox looked completely unbothered by the whole thing. Asking Citri if she agreed, the morning vibe was immaculate. She agreed and mentioned breakfast was ready, but also had to remind Knox that, maids don't usually sit with their masters. Knox just waved it off, saying that rule was out the window now, especially with bigger problems to deal with, like that ogre rave that crashed Gren's party. This earned him a major side-eye from Citri, who sighed, thinking about the sheer audacity of the guy she served. Knox just laughed and started eating. Watching them break down the other camp, he noticed they weren't just going to trash the blood-soaked tent. The girl asked what they were going to do about it, and Knox just played dumb. Citri explained that the bloodstain would just aggro more ogres. But that was something Knox already knew. It was all part of his master plan. He wasn't about to tell Citri that and get an earful, but this was the perfect opportunity to farm some more life essence. As he finished his breakfast, he realized he was going to need to grind on some more ogres soon. Off in the distance, Knox heard a rumble and told the green-haired girl it was time to link up with the main party. Meanwhile, a stray ogre was wandering through the woods until it seemed to sense a presence. It turned around, confused, before getting absolutely deleted in a matter of seconds. It was now day 2 of their journey. Knox had successfully mapped out the area's topography, which was a relief considering what a long-haul quest this was. Gren asked Knox for his plan about the ogres tailing them, wondering if it was possible to shake them off, which Knox confirmed. He said they could choose to suppress the disturbance, but that would just pull aggro from other monsters, so it was way smarter to just speedrun their way out of the forest. Gren overheard this and was low-key fuming that the soldiers were looking to a no-name like Knox for strategy instead of him. Another soldier came up and asked Knox why he was stomping on the ground. It was because he knew some mobs were infamous for ambushing from underground, causing total panic. The guy looked down and confirmed it, explaining that they were crossing through a specific monster's habitat. Just then, everyone started to feel the ground quake. Citri got scared as screams erupted. Knox announced that the worm was coming, watching it burst from the earth. This was a monster that looked mostly like an earthworm or a python, but that appearance was just a front for the fact that it was actually a dragon with a malformation, which is why it couldn't cast any magic. Still, it was seriously OP, since it wasn't uncommon for dozens of ogres to try and raid it, only to get their entire party wiped. This was also exactly why he'd been hunting for a boss monster like this, watching as it devoured a horse. Since none of the others knew Knox had been stomping the ground to summon it all along, the MC pivoted to his party and was like, "Yo, hit the bushes, which left them totally clueless. Knox just smirked, remembering his flex about the ogres being F-rank fodder. I mean, he wasn't technically wrong. Even if using the ogres as bait wasn't his original strat, he spotted even more ogre mobs spawning from the treeline. Citri was totally bugging out, her face a mask of pure panic at the sight of the ogre legion. But Knox, cool as ever, just chilled her out and hit the green-haired girl with a question. Hey, you know what a sandworm's favorite snack and biggest rival is? She was like, huh? Right before the ground-shaking roar made her flinch, Knox dropped the knowledge bomb, ogres, for both. And just like that, the two monster types started throwing down. Our boy explained that these sandworms consider ogres a 5-star meal, but they're also, like, total rivals who hate each other's guts. This is basic S-rank adventurer stuff, he said. Knowing how to exploit monster aggro like this, the sandworm let out a piercing screech and totally pancaked one of the ogres, while the rest of the ogre mob tried to bonk the giant worm with their clubs, as everyone just stared, completely shook, at this monster-on-monster battle royale. Green was grinding her teeth, wondering if this was all part of Nox's galaxy brain plan. Cetri was just like, should we just away from keyboard this part? But nah. Our boy Knox had a different quest objective in mind. The purple-eyed prodigy was watching the chaos unfold and started plinking some rocks at the ogres, which had Cetri totally confused. Like, how was that supposed to help? But as the ogres kept getting wiped out, a system notification popped up for Knox, letting him know his stamina stat was getting a buff, along with his lifespan, adding a solid 8 hours to his life clock for every ogre that got yeeted. Not that he was about to explain his unique system trait to the green-haired party member. He just needed to grind those stats. Knox then noticed the ogre mob was completely cleared. Green was like, okay, so what's the play now? Since there's no way he can solo that boss. So Knox stood up and ordered the party, aim for the sandworm's mouth. The party members hesitated for a sec, but they all snapped out of it and followed the MC's command. The moment our guy activated his time dilation skill and dashed forward, the arrows and spears went into super slow-mo. Knox leaped into the air and started landing a flurry of critical hits on the sandworm. He whipped around, landing clean just as his skill deactivated, leaving the giant worm to burst in a shower of gore. The system rewarded him with 10 extra days, way more than he'd banked on. But hey, he wasn't complaining. These boss-level mobs gave out some serious loot. Though, it would have been a total grind without the ogres tanking for him. Just as Knox's stamina stat hit 5, his temporary buff wore off, just as the fine print on that scroll he'd popped ages ago said it would blang. Total bummer. But at least he'd made it this far. Knox balled his fist, just as everyone started checking him out, totally hyping him up for how OP his moves were. Knox was about to soak it all in, but got cut off by a nasty rumbling sound. Great. Another one of these worm mobs just spawned. Knox was, kinda thrown by a second worm popping up. However, he was about to be way more shook when some rando yelled for everyone to get clear, as the worm got instantly one-shotted by some new character who just appeared. This dude with the monocle. Knox knew him, but he was wondering what the heck he was even doing here. He wondered what this monocle-wearing NPC was doing here. Recognizing the character immediately, everyone else seemed to recognize him too, whispering that he was a disciple of the legendary Chelsus, the Sword Saint Prodigy, basically the most broken character in the entire game world, and one of the 3 Supremes, right up there with Theodore. The guy's name was Paracelsus. This Paracelsus guy immediately started throwing shade, asking if it was some noble rule not to say thanks when you get saved. Knox remembered, oh yeah, this is the dude with a massive hate boner for all nobles. Schultz got all defensive for Gren, basically asking Paracelsus if he even knew who he was talking to. But Paracelsus just clapped back with some super passive-aggressive remark. Paracelsus just introduced himself as some kind of mercenary. Knox recalled the guy's whole backstory, total noble-hating tragic hero type. But more importantly, this guy wasn't supposed to show up in the plot until the whole Academy arc started. In his past life, Knox had run through this game's scenario countless times, and Paracelsus had never ever made an early appearance like this. The Academy arc hadn't even started yet, and the kid was just like, what the heck is going on? Clenching his fist as he watched Paracelsus, wondering what the guy's next play was. The sun began to set as the party rode on, and Gren tried to break the ice with the mercenary, asking if he was also headed to Chatters. Paracelsus confirmed it, saying he was headed there to grind some mobs. This pinged something in Knox's memory. Paracelsus was a guy who traveled to different territories in the Empire to level up his skills before the academy year started. So, Knox wondered if the guy's training grounds were just randomly selected for each trip. Gren noted that Paracelsus was running a solo campaign, which meant the monocle-wearing dude had some serious confidence in his own power level. So, Gren mentioned he paid his party members well, and asked if Paracelsus would be interested in joining their subjugation quest against the monster wave under his command. Paracelsus glanced at Knox's brother with a raised eyebrow, humming thoughtfully before turning back, and saying he was intrigued by the idea of running a quest for the Linaba family. Knox watched from the sidelines as Schultz tried to get all defensive on Gren's behalf, but Gren just sighed and waved a hand to shut the other guy down. Instead, he told Paracelsus to take his time and give it some proper thought. Gren had seen this guy one-shot a giant worm, so he desperately wanted that S-tier firepower on his team to win back the cred with his soldiers that Knox had cost him. The party finally arrived at their destination, which Knox announced to the others, noting how the place was way more of a dump in real life than it was in the game. They were let through the gate, and Gren checked at the sight of rats scurrying around. But his attention was caught by a girl who weakly asked him if he had any food he could spare. Gren gave the kid a look of pure disgust and yanked his horse away from her, making her flinch in surprise. Knox looked away too, which made the girl's expression crumble as she lowered her head. Paracelsus glanced at the girl and sked as well. The party was stopped by a man who introduced himself as Tigan, greeting the others and explaining that he was the captain of the city guard. He'd already heard the news that Gren was on his post-graduation mission, with Knox running support. He continued chatting up the noble, while Paracelsus muttered that he might have gotten his hopes up, thinking the sons of a supreme would be any different from the other pampered nobles, especially since they were chosen to represent the family. When the merc saw Knox fighting the worm, he had to admit the kid's sword skills weren't half bad, but Paracelsus still believed these blue bloods were completely spoiled. He looked around in disappointment, observing the town around them and noting how it was obviously falling apart. The villagers had 0 stats to withstand the monster wave, which made Paracelsus wonder if the ones who hadn't starved to death were even the lucky ones. Since the sun was almost down, it was decided they'd discuss everyone's roles in the quest the next day. So, Tigan led them to an inn where they could all rest up. Everyone dismounted and started to get ready for the night. Gren looked over at Paracelsus, who brought up the proposal from earlier, getting Gren's hopes up until Paracelsus shot down the offer flat out. Gren frowned, confused, and asked if Paracelsus even heard himself, wondering if the guy with the monocle really intended to face the monster wave all by himself. Knox watched from a distance as Paracelsus explained his intention was to proceed with his solo quest as planned. But he wished Gren good luck with his campaign. Gren called Paracelsus a pleb. This only made the mercenary laugh, though, since he'd been called way worse things as a wanderer. Once again, Paracelsus just wished Gren luck navigating all the challenges. So Knox figured this was in the end of their little interaction and wondered if their paths would cross again in the future. Night fell, and Knox told Citri to get some rest, since they'd be busy grinding the next day. He walked into his room only to notice the girl from earlier, sitting outside by the fire with other kids. The girl was startled when Knox asked if she wasn't still looking for food. All the kids stared at Knox in shock as he pulled out a bag full of bread loaves. He handed the bread over to the kids, which made the little girl so happy she actually started crying. Knox knew he couldn't save everyone. This was just a flicker of the goodwill his original self used to have. But the kids were still hyped about this small kindness as they chowed down, a sight Knox never wanted them to have to beg for again. Along with that, Knox and his party needed to figure out a survival strategy in this town. Off in the distance, it seemed Citri was observing Knox's every move, smiling softly at the fact that our boy had been putting on such a cold, edgy front earlier. The next day, Tegan was giving the crew the rundown on how, every year, Southern Shaders gets wrecked by frequent monster waves. In their struggle to defend themselves, the village had no choice but to rely on subsidies and support from the king. As they were scouting the area, Gren asked if the palisade was the town's only line of defense, to which Tegan confirmed, though the whole thing needed some serious repairs. Knox glanced at the walls and sighed, knowing the entire village would be wiped out within an hour once the waves started pushing in. This whole campaign was just a side quest in the game, and Knox could choose to save the village or not. But so far, he'd always chosen to save it. Why, you ask? Because this village becomes a total gold mine, as Chaders later turns into one of the most profitable territories in the Empire. Taigen continued talking to the noble brats and explained that this year the monsters were spawning at a disturbing rate, which was way different from anything they'd seen before. Knox realized these NPCs had no clue how this unusual spawn rate would end up buffing this land. But that was a problem for their future selves to figure out. A few villagers reported spotting a griffin, which made everyone freeze up, and had Gren thoughtfully muttering and asking where it was seen. Blocking that griffin's advance was a critical objective for the campaign's success, since creatures like that were known as kings of the wasteland and, in the game at least, were meant to be repelled, definitely not hunted. Despite that, Nox's plan was to hunt it. Everyone stared out at the wasteland they saw. As Taigen explained, it was a neutral zone that served as a border with Tahalan. Nox finally spoke up, wondering if anyone else wasn't a little suspicious, since the known griffin habitats weren't even close to the Chaders' villages, so he asked if they weren't known to mainly inhabit Tahalan, questioning why one would even spawn near Chaders in the first place. A chilling vibe washed over the men, and Nox knew that reaction answered his question about who the traitor was, signaling the start of a hidden subquest. The first thing Nox was going to do was take out the trash in this village. Later that day, Schultz was spotted crumpling some papers in a fit of rage. Since he felt Nox was starting to become a major debuff to his plans, Nox's strategy had already cost Schultz the favor he'd been farming with Gren. He gritted his teeth in anger because he'd wasted all that time sucking up to Gren. But his furious thoughts were cut short when he heard Citri coming down the inn stairs. Schultz remembered the girl was Nox's attendant, and a commoner at that, so he immediately cooked up a scheme. He slammed his hand against the wall next to her, grabbed her arm, and pulled her toward him, leaving her confused and wondering what his deal was. The guy said it was obvious and that they should find a place to talk, but Citri yanked her hand away and tried to back off. However, Schultz kept pressing his advances, saying that as a knight on a mission, he still needed some entertainment, and asked Citri if it wasn't the same for her. He grabbed her shoulder, and the green-haired girl was about to clap back until she realized that fighting this dude would put Nox on the wrong side of Gren and expose him to all kinds of shade from his family. So she decided to just let things happen to try and protect Nox. Schultz sneered that, as Nox's attendant, she would pay the price for Nox's actions. However, Nox's voice cut in, saying he was more than willing to pay it himself. A slicing sound was heard, and Citri looked up in shock at Nox holding a blood-soaked blade. The kid gave Schultz an ice-cold glare, telling him to name the compensation fee for his failed quest. The dude was totally confused and was all like, Nox would totally pay for messing up one of Gren's elite knights. But Nox just shrugged it off and casually lopped off Schultz's other arm, making the guy scream his lungs out from the pain debuff. Schultz sputtered, asking if Nox seriously thought he could just hide behind his family's S-rank reputation. But Nox cut him off mid-sentence, pointing out that the real one, trying to leech off the prestige of the Alia and Huber guilds, was Schultz himself. The dude's last few seconds of HP were spent staring at Nox's artifact blade, which then got plunged right into his back, ending his pathetic playthrough for good. Citri was totally freaking out, worried about the massive penalty Nox would get for his actions. But the next part of the questline triggered when Gren barged into the inn, demanding to know if he'd just zeroed out Schultz's health bar. The kid owned up to it instantly, which just made Gren go full-on rage mode on his brother. But Nox was like, chill. Dude, maybe get the quest details before you blow a gasket? Gren grabbed Nox by the collar, his killing intent flaring, as he demanded a reason with a threat. And Nox just deadpanned that Schultz tried to pull some seriously messed up moves on his party member, and there was no way he was going to let that slide. That debrief didn't seem to level with Gren, though, but Nox shot back, asking if Gren's stat points were allocated correctly in priorities, flexing a sliver of the immense mana pressure building in his core just to intimidate him. Gren was totally shook, his system glitching at the sight of Nox's new power level. It was off the charts compared to his old F-rank stats. Nox's brother stammered that the kid could have at least sent him a party invite or a message before going solo on a boss. But Nox cut him off, reminding him that everyone saw him as the family's F-rank loser, and that grinding patiently wasn't exactly his main skill. With that said, Nox suggested they pause the main quest for now, and let the guildmaster their dad make the final call. Gren gulped, feeling the pressure, and reluctantly accepted the terms, which made Nox smirk before telling Citri it was time to log out. And just like that, they teleported out of there. The older brother just stood there, mind blown, wondering when Nox had his awakening and why that sword felt like a legendary-grade artifact he'd seen before. But Gren knew one thing for sure. He couldn't treat his brother like some low-level mob anymore. Meanwhile, Knox knew this whole incident was going to cause a major stir among the Academy's night class scrubs. Since they were all split into factions, they were at a total impasse, wondering if they should really throw in their lot with Knox. He shot a look over at Setri, asking if she was holding up okay. But she just fired the same question right back at him. She was wondering why he'd even protect her when it would probably just escalate the whole situation. Knox asked the green-haired girl if she even knew what kind of dude her master really was, reminding her that the guy was the known failure of the Linha Java family. He explained that no matter what domain they were in, she should never, ever bow her head to anyone. His words totally hit her right in the feels, and she agreed. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Grin furiously slammed his tankard on the table, pissed about how Knox went from being some annoying side quest to a completely different person. And on top of that, there was the fact that the sword Knox was wielding looked like a dead ringer for his old man's blade. Gren wanted to be extra wary of the guy, especially now that Schultz was out of the picture, but his train of thought was derailed when that other dude from before walked in to report that the whole mess had been cleaned up. And he also had to admit that Knox was nothing like, the rumors said. It wasn't just Knox who was different. Though, Gren was starting to think this guy was acting pretty sus, too. Since he was supposed to be the captain of the Night Order running patrols around this territory, this totally threw Gren for a loop. Because for some reason, Knox knew this area way better than he did. Since the monster wave hadn't kicked off yet, Gren figured he'd put the Night Order to good use for a little longer, ordering the man to go clear out all the bandits and low-level mobs in the area, and to report back immediately if anything went down involving Knox. The captain simply agreed and took off, immediately, while Knox was still out with Setri, checking out some potion vials. When Setri asked if he'd already scouted out the perimeter walls, he confirmed he had, and the green-haired girl asked how they were possibly going to survive the oncoming wave. In response, Knox just started walking off. With her scrambling to keep up, Knox said he was thinking of adding a new member to their party, since he knew there was a hidden genius in this backwater town, a girl by the name of Alina, an NPC he recruited every single playthrough when he came to Chatters, a total prodigy at brewing, and basically his personal potion mule. He led the way through the back alleys as Setri started asking questions. If some legendary tier potion master was really hiding out in a dump like this, Knox claimed she had her own strat for chilling in a low-level zone, explaining that this was the hidden route for the quest. Down the line, Alina was fated to join another guild, not the Arheim Empire. So, if you don't clear this questline using the secret route, recruiting Alina is a total no-go. They kept descending, with Knox leading the way like he had a minimap. Setri spotted a light, pointed it out, and they stepped inside only to find some wasted chick staring them down. Knox just casually greeted her. The lady totally freaked, screaming 'cause she had company. And Set was bugging. Like, no way this S-class alchemist is a total drunkard. After she calmed her mana, Alina apologized for the outburst. And Knox was like, yeah, we need to have a serious chat. Knox mentally pulled up Alina's character sheet for this point in the timeline. He had to get her in the party, debuffs and all. Checking her stats and seeing her only negative trait was chronic drunkard. He sighed, knowing the Lane Huber family would never scout an S-tier talent with a flaw like that. Knox said they were out of options, but Setri argued that recruiting a drunk was a seriously bad strat. Knox agreed, but just said it was a complicated questline. Alina finally asked what they wanted, and Knox cut straight to the chase, offering her a spot in his party in exchange for the one thing she desperately needed. She played dumb, trying to brush him off, but Knox knew it was all about her friend, May, totally blindsiding her with his intel. Knox then dropped the bombshell that May was on a fast track to being executed in the near future, which left the woman completely shook. Knox said the future wasn't set in stone, not if she took his deal. So he hit her with the question again, asking if she was having second thoughts about turning him down. Alina's mind was racing, totally conflicted about his offer and the whole situation with her friend. May was the one who had to face the knights and take the heat for their decisions, like jacking up the taxes. And what's more, May was Alina's one and only true friend. She'd call out Tygan and his goons, telling them they weren't doing jack for the city despite getting all the funds. But that dude just gave her a death glare before his crew dragged May off. Alina wished it was her they dragged away, kicking and screaming, crying over how weak she was, unable to even try and save her best friend, and figuring this Knox guy wouldn't save the redhead either. Either way, she knew this whole mess was going to leave a status effect on her soul for a long Long time. Meanwhile, in some shady tavern, the goons Grion hired were getting wasted all night and just clowning on how much of a clueless NPC he was. They'd been faking it as a night order. And Gren totally bought their act. Hook, line, and sinker. The whole crew was dying laughing. And one of the guys said it was totally worth raiding the old Ron Knights barracks just to snag their insignia. A little badge that could land them some S-tier contracts. If they flashed it at the Liangaba family, they were sure they'd get all the perks of a real captain from the Ron Knights. Things were just leveling up for them. Especially since their leader's name was also Ron. This Ron dude said if they just kept stringing Gren along, they'd score a massive payday. They kept laughing until another dude piped up, getting nervous and wondering if this was a smart move, since they were messing with the top family of the Dark Three, but the rest of the crew just stared him down, calling him a coward and a total F-rank idiot. Ron had to step in and chill everyone out, getting up and asking rhetorically if they knew where they were, reminding them they were in a forgotten town, a place even the Imperial family had written off. Ron's plan was simple: grab the cash from Gren and then dip. He figured no matter how OP the Lianjava family was, they had zero influence out here in this hostile, sand-swept nation. They kept chatting. But then one guy remembered. Yo, that Knox kid is with them too. Ron agreed. The kid was a high-level threat and told them to avoid him until the job was done. Another dude just scoffed. Like, relax. Knox is just some kid. What's he gonna do? So they all went back to laughing and chugging ale. Until suddenly, all the candles snuffed out. The whole room got confused. And the vibe immediately went hostile. Ron told them all to chill. Right before he felt something wet and warm splash on him, it completely threw him off. He glanced around and saw one of his boys had... Well, he'd lost his head. And that's when the screaming started, which just totally threw Ron for a loop as he crept closer to check out another body on the ground. Ron finally realized they had company and shouted for the ambushers to show themselves. Knox was right behind him with an ice-cold stare, calling them all vermin before Ron even had a chance to jump back. Knox feigned surprise at their little hideout, asking them why on earth they had the nerve to try and rip off the Liangaba family and overestimate their own pathetic power levels. Ron shot back that Knox had it all wrong. But Knox cut him off, already knowing every detail about their little scheme with Tigan and how they planned to use Gren. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what Knox's deal was, saying all he had to do was look the other way. Just then, the thugs started to close in, trying to surround Knox. They were trash-talking the kid, as Knox unsheathed his sword and, in one fluid motion, cut down several of them. He then mockingly asked Ron if he really thought anyone was gullible enough to buy that. Ron ordered his whole crew to jump the kid, and they all charged at Knox at once, but he just casually sidestepped all their attacks and one-shotted them in an instant. Ron just stared from a distance, the horrible realization dawning on him that Knox had been hiding his true skills this whole time. So, the man gripped his sword, activated his special aura, and told Knox to remember that he was about to die because of his own arrogance. The other goons actually thought Ron had a chance, especially since he was using his signature Southern Sword technique, but Knox was completely unfazed. He simply parried the attack, shattering it to pieces with his own god-tier swordsmanship. Everyone was floored by this, and Knox finished off the guys around him, calling them vermin, one last time. Knox asked why they even had the audacity to ask what he wanted when he'd already taken exactly what he came for. He then proceeded to activate the exact same technique Ron had just used. After Knox mirrored Ron's technique and completely negated his attack, the kid raised his own blade, perfectly mimicking the stance for the Southern Sword technique. In that moment, Knox's mind drifted to the concept of geniuses and what it really meant to be one. He found himself in a vast, white mindscape, wearing pure white clothes. He wondered if being a genius was simply about being more exceptional than regular people. He stepped forward and ended up in front of what looked like a mirror, reflecting his inner self. If being a genius wasn't just about being more talented than others, then did it mean being someone who could break through to a higher realm that most people could never hope to reach? The mirror of his soul shattered. And Knox felt like ever since that near-death class promotion, one question had been echoing in his mana core. What does it even mean to be a prodigy? With a smirk, Knox's focus snapped back to the battlefield. He knew this basic sword art was just F-rank trash compared to the S-rank skills he'd master in the future. But it was more than enough to wipe out these low-level thugs. All the other bandits were caught in the wide arc of his sword skill, taking massive damage. Meanwhile, Ron just collapsed, his stats plummeting from despair. as his whole master plan got totally wrecked. The Southern Shadir sword style was an art that Ron had spent over 10 years of his life grinding to master. And now some rookie named Knox had just skill copied it in seconds. Knox stomped his boot on Ron's blade, his mana-infused gaze chilling the guy to the bone. The brown-haired NPC finally snapped out of his stupor and screamed, scrambling backward while trying to bluff that his boss, Taigen, wouldn't let Knox get away with this, warning that Taigen would hunt him down for zeroing out his men. But none of those trash-tier threats had any effect on Knox. He just deadpanned. What witnesses? Cutting Ron off to explain that he was just cleaning up the trash mobs. Ron's intelligence stat was clearly too low to process what was happening, so Knox put a finger to his lips like, shh, explaining that if no one's alive to complete the quest report, then this whole thing just looks like a party wipe. The kid kept that OP protagonist smirk on his face, knowing exactly how the system would log this, right before he sent Ron to the respawn screen. Meanwhile, deep inside some low-level dungeon, Maya was chained up like a captured rare beast, shackled to the walls and just huffing in annoyance. Taigen, the dungeon boss, was trying to break her. Finding out she refused to be enslaved or sold off to some snooty, high-ranking nobles, but the girl's resistance stat was maxed out. She wasn't talking. So the dude landed a heavy slap on Maya's face to get her to talk. She just smirked back, saying she'd never listen to a low-tier villain like him. This just aggroed him more. He grabbed her face, claiming she was totally debuffed and powerless. He told her that the only move left for a low-level commoner like her was to grovel on the floor, but then she hit him with a surprise spit attack. Tegan froze for a second, totally stunned. Like, what the heck was that status effect? Before slapping her again, wondering if her fate was to be sold off to some sketchy dark mage. May flashed back to her academy days, to that one professor who told her that she'd totally botched the potion synthesis, despite grinding all night, which pretty much confirmed she had zero aptitude for the craft. From day one, it was clear she was a total commoner, with F-rank talent in alchemy, swordsmanship, you name it. The professor practically lost his mind when he saw Alina's potion, claiming he had nothing left to teach a prodigy like her, and kept showering the half-elf with praise, as May's heart twisted with jealousy. May then overheard the master sigh about how Alina, despite being a war orphan, hailed from a fallen noble house, and actually had a ticket out of this dump. Alina was a bona fide alchemy genius. She radiated an aura that screamed she didn't belong in a place like an orphanage. That half-elf girl always had this main character glow about her, but despite her S-rank potential, she always tried to hang out with May, flashing that radiant smile that made the red-haired girl feel hopelessly, pathetically envious of her. That was the reason she decided to be the sacrificial pawn in Alina's place. She was sure Alina would achieve legendary status, while a no-name like May was just expendable. She told Taigen that eating dirt had been her default, setting her whole life, and whatever he planned to do with her corpse after he was done wasn't her problem. May didn't want to be a debuff on Alina's life, so she just let Tegan keep wailing on her until a voice echoed through the chamber, telling her to quit trying to get herself deleted. Knox told the red-haired girl that if she checked out of this place as a corpse, Alina would be seriously devastated. The boy and his blade strode down the corridor, and Tegan demanded to know what brought him here. Knox stated calmly that by imperial family law, he was here to execute the man. Knox informed Taigen that his partner, Ron, had already been permanently deleted, so it'd be way smarter for him to just surrender now. Tegan hummed, sizing Knox up, and asked if the kid seriously came alone. Knox confirmed it without a flicker of hesitation. At that, Tegan smirked, saying some pampered young master from a high and mighty noble house was underestimating him big time. He sneered, asking if Knox actually thought he could solo a boss like him. That was another question Knox affirmed with a smirk. As Taigen scowled and drew his sword, a swarm of fodder knights started flooding the room, trying to surround Knox and block his path to the cage. While Tegan ordered them to take Knox out, battle cries echoed as the mob of knights charged the light-haired boy, who just stared ahead, completely unfazed. He closed his eyes, took a chentering breath, and activated his time-warping skill. Everything began to slow to a crawl, almost as if the world itself was frozen in a temporal stasis. The 5-minute timer on his ability began to tick down, but for Knox, this was overkill. The boy strolled past the knights, cutting them down like cannon fodder without a single wasted motion. He held his blood-slicked blade and stepped into the cell where Taigen and May were. He walked right past Taigen, glancing at the man's frozen face as his skills timer kept ticking. He ended up next to May, reaching out to touch her cheek. His temporal skill was still active, but he let the flow of time partially resume just long enough to pour the contents of a vial over May. She managed to ask who he was. Knox stated his name as her vision started to blur. He told her that everything would be sorted out by the time she woke from her slumber. The girl was instantly knocked into a deep, unconscious state, likely from whatever high-grade potion Knox had just administered. Tigan snapped back to reality, stunned that Knox had apparently already wiped out his men and was now inside the prison cell. As he spun around, he didn't even notice that Knox had already done something to him, causing him to stagger and collapse onto the rocky floor. As he struggled to get back up, he glanced back and saw that his own feet had been cleanly severed. His mind reeled in confusion, since he hadn't seen it happen at all. Then, the rest of the knights finally registered their wounds, screaming in agony as their blood splattered across the dungeon walls. Knox strolled over to Tigan and told him not to think he'd get off with an easy death. Tigan looked up at Knox, his expression a mask of pure shock as an icy dread crawled up his spine. He couldn't process what was happening, the fact that the great Tigan had been utterly dismantled by a mere kid. The kid stared down at Tigan with ice in his eyes, as Knox once again pondered what it truly meant to be a genius. In that moment, he leveled his sword at Tigan, pausing for a sec as it clicked that Knox wasn't just some mob, he was a main character-level genius. Lifting the mana-infused sword, the guy wondered what being a prodigy even meant to Knox before he went for the final blow to delete Tigan. In that instant, Tigan's whole life flashed before him like a system notification. Back when Tigan was just a low-level kid, his dad was the guildmaster of the Chatter Mercenary Corps. The old man was supposedly the highest-ranked player in town to everyone, including Tigan. All the guys wanted to be like Tigan's dad, but it seemed Tigan saw a totally different side of his father's character stats behind closed doors. Even if everyone publicly hyped the guy up, as Tigan's dad held his mom's hair with a blood-soaked hand after wailing on her, the old man asked his son if he knew the reason everyone in town followed his lead. The kid looked away, saying he didn't know the reason. So Tigan's dad put a hand on his head, saying the answer was pure, unadulterated power. He explained that having an OP level of strength lets you get away with literally anything, and that was the main rule of the game in a frontier city of the Archaeum Empire. Tigan asked his dad if he was the strongest player on the entire server, which made his father pause for a moment before letting go of both his son and his wife. While admitting he wasn't even close to being the top-ranked on the continent, he said he was just one of countless F-rank nobodies and that there were a ton of insanely strong swordsmen with S-tier skills on the continent. There were also kids Tigan's age who were natural-born prodigies, who had higher stats than Tigan's dad. Tigan's father told him that's just how it was on a continent constantly in a state of war. Back in the present, Tigan knew the only reason he'd survived this long was because he'd chosen to avoid PvP with these geniuses. When he saw Knox raise the blade that would send him to his respawn point, the man repeated Knox's name in his head like a mantra. Tigan believed Knox was one of those unreachable SSS rank prodigies his dad had warned him about, thinking that being a genius meant having so much talent that no one could ever hope to catch up. Because of this, Tigan let out a sigh, fear in his eyes, as he spoke his final words, saying the only reason his HP was dropping to 0 right now was because he chose to aggro Knox, a certified genius in his eyes. And with that, the blade pierced Tigan's back, and Knox completed the quest, finishing him off for good. Meanwhile, Alina was sitting in her chair back at the safe house, basically curled up in a ball with her knees to her chest. She had a totally debuffed expression, having lost all hope that May would ever return. But her attention was snagged when someone called her name. When the half-elf girl turned her head, she saw her friend walking into the building with Citri right beside her. Alina was completely shook, in total disbelief that May was actually there. Alina tackled the red-haired girl with a hug, crying her eyes out and saying she was so scared. She thought May had really abandoned the party. May reassured Alina and apologized for making her feel that way, admitting she was being selfish for thinking she could solo the mission while leaving Alina behind. Citri smiled at the wholesome scene, and Alina pulled back from the hug to ask where Knox was. The green-haired girl explained that he was sorting things out and having a talk right now. Alina was super confused by that answer, cause Citri said she thought Knox was having a serious chat with his brother, but she had a feeling that wasn't his real objective. As the night dragged on, Gra was impatiently tapping the table, wondering how long Ron was going to make him wait. A noble from the Liangaba clan. A knock echoed, and Jen wondered who it was, until he realized it was his little brother. Knox wanted to know if Jen had a minute to talk. Gen shot back, asking why Knox would think he'd ever want to talk to him. But then Jen spotted the bloodstains on Knox's shirt, which made the whole vibe feel a little terrifying. Since Knox insisted it was an important quest-related matter, the older brother decided to allow it and told Knox to take a seat. Meanwhile, Rodwell was telling Theodore that they'd received a message that Knox had purged the corruption in Chatters and had requested a separate reward. Rodwell just couldn't process it, so he handed the letter over to Theodore, who recalled that Chatters was a low-tier territory nobody wanted to touch because it was a total gold sink. But it was also a massive headache for the imperial family, because if that frontier fell, a monster wave would surge straight for the capital. The central government was dumping a huge budget, tons of troops, and even mercenary guilds just to defend those zones. That's exactly why they couldn't just abandon the quest. Theodore figured Chatters was basically a worthless piece of land, and totally agreed that all the bandit mobs would be a threat, even for Gren. And the whole scenario would probably get way worse if the wrong crew of thugs attacked. I mean, if they couldn't even clear a low-rank mission like this, they didn't deserve to carry the Liana family name, which is why Theodore had stationed the Black Sword Knights with them, basically as high-level party members to prevent a total wipe. Anyway, getting back to Knox's whole deal. Theodore knew Knox didn't have the kind of stats to just clear out corruption without getting some epic loot in return. So he was totally stumped on why he wanted control over a backwater place like Chatters. Knox's old man then read the fine print. Knox would even renounce his claim as the youngest scion of the Reinharbor family if he failed to make the territory profitable. Rodwell asked if Theodore was just going to reject the proposal. Theodore decided to greenlight it and even grant him full jurisdiction over the area, figuring it was a good chance to see what Knox's territory management skills were really like. Rodwell got the picture and said he'd send a missive to the Empire to get the ball rolling. He then dipped out while Theodore stared at his son's name, wondering what kind of S-class scheme the kid was cooking up now. Birds were chirping over the inn on a bright morning as Gren got the intel that Ron and Tygan had wanted to zero him and that he was basically their pawn. Gren was seriously ticked off by the whole situation and how he just walked right into their scheme, feeling totally disrespected that these F-rank losers tried to play him and bring shame to the Lianava family. Still, the guy shot a look at Knox, thinking he was an even bigger pain in the neck. Knox just asked if his big bro was scared of him. Gren got super triggered by that comeback but decided to bottle it up for now, since he wouldn't become a knight if he failed this trial. So he had to bite the bullet and accept Knox's offer. With a heavy sigh, Gren asked the kid what his whole deal was. Knox just found that hilarious and laid out his terms. He wanted full command authority over every single soldier under Gren. Gren knew that, as much as it sucked, he was totally backed into a corner. His life was basically riding on this overpowered kid's whim, especially since he couldn't even begin to gauge Knox's real power level. In exchange for command, Gren's counteroffer was for Knox to guarantee his survival and forfeit the final outcome. Knox was cool with that, but pointed out that was a 2-for-1 deal, meaning Gren had to sweeten the pot with another item. You could practically see the killing intent radiating off the older brother from that comment. He gritted his teeth and said he'd also throw in the mineral and artifact rights to his family's massive mine. With the deal sealed, Gren insisted that Knox better handle this quest properly, to which the kid just shrugged and said it would be a total cakewalk. He got up, announcing he'd be under his brother's care while crashing in Chatters, flashing a cheeky grin and telling his bro not to pull any dumb stunts. Over at Alina's workshop, Knox had put in a request for some special grade potions, and even though they were recipes she'd never brewed before, she was confident she could pull it off. Citri thought that sounded promising, but she was also convinced Knox's plan was a suicide mission and couldn't get why he had to slay the Griffin. May was totally on the same page, feeling just as worried. But Knox just told them to chill, saying he wouldn't have even brought up the quest if it was impossible. I mean, their concerns were totally valid, but he had to fudge the details since he couldn't just tell them about the legendary grade item he was really after. He decided to keep things vague, and Citri, though still sketched out, reluctantly went along with it. But what they didn't know was that Knox knew taking down the Griffin this early in the game was a near impossible feat. In the original timeline, literally, no one had ever managed to clear this raid. Well, no one except for him. That is, the regressor started laying out the strategy, recalling the hidden route, a secret exploit that made the boss raid totally doable. Unlike any standard playthrough, it was a hidden piece of info that would only be revealed to the most hardcore, stagnant water level players, which Knox totally was. Having cleared the game a whopping 27 times, he asked if everyone in the party was on board. All the girls gave him a determined nod. The whole reason he was so obsessed with this griffin hunt was because the reward was just that epic. With that settled, they'd kick off the plan tomorrow. As the sun went down, Knox was out feeding his mount. He knew if he didn't risk it all, he wouldn't make it. That's just the kind of hardcore world he'd been isekai'd into. The next day, the real grind began. It looked like a whole mob of monsters was stampeding through the forest as Knox, watching from above, told everyone to get ready to party. Alina and May were like, "Roger that." And Gren gave a nod too, though he looked seriously ticked off about it. The guy turned to the grunts and was like, "This is our one shot. People." Knox wondered why this all felt so new, the fact that he was now Knox, the one and only shot caller for this whole raid. Citric came scrambling up behind him, her voice totally laced with worry. Just as she'd warned him yesterday, the plan seemed way too reckless. But Knox shut her down with a single gesture. He met her chaza, totally chill, and told her to have some faith in her master, promising he wasn't about to get himself offed. And with that, Knox took a leap of faith right off the wall. His mind flashed back to a promise he'd made. One he couldn't keep. All because his last life stats were nerfed by that terminal illness. He expertly slowed his descent by jamming his blade into the wall. A classic move. Then he launched himself straight into the incoming monster horde. To kick things off, he chucked a corrosive potion at an iron golem, instantly applying a massive defense debuff. One clean sword art was all it took to drop the golem. System windows started popping up all over his vision, confirming the iron golem takedown and a proficiency boost for his Southern Scammer sword-style skill. Knox just started farming mobs left and right, thinking to himself that if he hadn't made that promise, this might actually be a game-over moment. A sly grin spread across his face as he reaped the EXP from the creatures, basically telling them to become the stepping stones for his power leveling, so he could finally enjoy this game that had become his new reality. His grin got even wider when he spotted a colossal griffin, the field boss, circling overhead. Facing the massive beast, Knox gave it a determined look. Like, "All right, big guy, you ready to dance?" Up on the walls, the peanut gallery was in total shock. Delina, completely floored by the spectacle, could not believe her eyes. She couldn't even fathom a knight having such insane combat stats. Was a feat like that even humanly possible? May, just as stunned, commented, was freaking out over Knox's insane speed, pointing out his movements were so boosted, you couldn't even track him with your eyes. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of hellish training ground the Reinharbor family really was. Sitter then dropped some lore on the Reinharbor family, explaining they were legendary for their sword arts, and that it was a place where brutal family trials determined the worthy heir to the Black Sword. Citri stated with total confidence that Knox was the most OP prodigy out of all the candidates. Meanwhile, Grind, feeling a major spike of jealousy, was fighting off a migraine from all the constant praise Knox was getting. Citrusy found herself wondering why Knox never even bothered to shut down the trash-tier rumors spreading about him. She was positive he had his reasons. Some kind of hidden objective, even if she couldn't figure out his angle. Just then, May spoke up, admitting that the rumors about him might actually be totally true on the surface. She guessed that Knox must have some game-breaking reason for keeping up his useless F-rank facade, though she couldn't imagine what it could be. Citri, with a knowing smirk, totally agreed with her assessment. She then gave a little bow and urged them to play along with Knox's act, reminding them he was a seriously sharp dude. After all, before she could even finish, Alina jumped in, asking if Citri wanted her to help conceal Knox's true power level. Alina gave her a reassuring smile, and May also promised to keep his S-rank secret on lockdown. Seeing this, Citri couldn't help but smile at the awesome party dynamic forming between them. Suddenly, the griffin's battle cry ripped through the air, sending a debuff of pure fear down everyone's spine. Grain, witnessing the beast's overwhelming aura, couldn't believe Knox was actually planning to solo that monster. In his mind, Knox was totally off his rocker. The battle began. The griffin lunged with its talons, but Knox dodged the attack with god-tier agility. Seizing the opening, Knox moved in to counter, but the griffin quickly used its powerful wings to ascend out of his attack range. Once the beast was airborne, Knox shot a death glare at Grain, a silent command for him to finally get in the game. Even though he was totally salty about it, Grain knew he had to follow the chain of command. So, he begrudgingly ordered the squad to hold their fire until the griffin was practically breathing down the fortress walls. The second it entered the kill zone, They were to unleash the ballista barrage on his signal. Grain made sure the whole crew got the memo, and they all gave a solid hurrah, locking and loading the ballistas in a flash. And then, it was showtime. As the Griffin swooped in on the fortress, Grain gave the signal. With a flare of green mana, the siege weapons were unleashed. Sensing the insane killing intent, the creature shrieked in terror. But it was way too late for regrets. A massive ballista bolt shredded right through its wing, making it screech in agony as it started a nosedive straight for the ground. Knox watched it all go down with a smug grin. He knew grounding that high-tier beast was the main quest objective. Without a second thought, he chugged a metallization potion, getting a +1 buff to his resistance stat. Feeling his master plan coming together, Knox was totally vibing as the strategy to clap this formidable foe played out perfectly. He flashed back to a few days ago when Grain was throwing a total fit, whining about the orders to craft some ballistas, claiming it was beneath a high-ranking mage like him and that some F-rank grunt should do it. Knox's comeback had been simple. If Grain thought the quest was so lame, he could go solo the field boss himself. After a beat, Grain totally caved, asking how many of these siege weapons they needed to build. Back in the present, Knox strolled up to the downed Griffin. He had to admit that loudmouth Grain was a useful NPC sometimes. His combat senses were sharp, Knox's ice-cold, analytical gaze locked onto the wounded beast. Now it was just time to see how OP Alina's potion was and end this quest. Drowning in a debuff of fear, the Griffin tried to make a break for it, but the searing pain from its shredded wings slammed it back down. Knox strolled up to the struggling beast, totally mocking its F-rank level effort. He called out the Griffin's weak sauce frustration, pointing out that for a high-tier monster, a scratch like this should be a cakewalk to regenerate. But these ballista bolts, the ones currently embedded in its wing, were far from your standard issue ammo. They'd been coated with a nasty debuff poison, one that hit the Griffin's major weakness, dealing critical damage over time. Knox dropped a menacing one-liner, telling the beast to get hyped for the main event, cause the real pain debuff was gonna kick in after 5 minutes. Just as the Griffin swiped its claws at him, Knox shot back with an icy glare. Like, "Brew, 5 minutes is way more time than a scrub like you deserves." His genius tread activated, and from Knox's perspective, the whole world hit the pause button. The mana pressure rolling off the Griffin was insane. Totally different from the game simulation. Still, Knox knew he wasn't the one getting a game over today. The Griffin was bugging out for a sec, then suddenly got diced up from like 10 different angles. By the time the overgrown chicken even processed what was happening, Knox was already behind it. A classic OP MC move. He seized the opening and gave Grain a look. Calling out his name, Grain was totally shook and was like, "Is this for real the same F-rank Knox I know?" But, like, he had to accept the reality of the power leveling and ordered the squad to light up the ballistas again. A whole volley of enchanted arrows rained down on the Griffin, skewering it from all sides, while its ear-splitting screeches echoed like a bad stat debuff. Knox let out this totally psycho laugh as his sword started glowing with a sinister dark aura. He leveled the blade at the half-dead beast, flashed a cold smirk, and was like, "All right, time to wrap this up." The Griffin's death throes ripped across the battlefield as even more arrows found their home. All the spectators, both the soldiers and the regular NPCs, were just frozen, completely stunned by the spectacle, witnessing a battle that was straight-up S-rank material, totally unfazed by the carnage. Knox dashed forward, unleashing his signature skill, Black Execution. In one clean flash step, he lopped off the Griffin's counter-attacking claw. Before the monster's brain could even register the system notification for limb lost, Knox's blade bisected the mythical beast, splitting it clean in two. As the Griffin's corpse hit the dirt, Knox casually sheathed his sword, basically dropping a good game. As is on the whole encounter, the Genius Hour skill timed out, and the mana drain from the technique was obvious from how hard he was panting. His ice-cold gaze then swept over the surviving trash mobs, sending a wave of pure terror through their ranks. Absolutely petrified, the monsters broke ranks and fled the field, desperate to not be the next ones to get deleted. Seeing the beast fall back, the citizens of Chatters just exploded with victory cries. A system notification pinged, informing Knox he'd scored a 60-day life extension for taking down the Griffin, bumping his total up to a remaining lifespan of 179 days. The town's joyful shouts echoed everywhere as people literally cried tears of relief. Watching the celebration unfold, Knox couldn't help but crack a small smile. He had to admit, seeing everyone this hyped up felt pretty damn good. Meanwhile, Green was totally frozen, completely floored by how easily Knox had just dismantled that formidable beast. That griffin was a high-tier monster. No joke. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Knox had actually soloed it. A takedown like that should have required the power of a full-fledged academy instructor. The crushing realization hit Grain. Maybe he had no choice but to finally acknowledge his brother's insane power level. It dawned on him that if this power spike Knox just showed off was legit, it could totally upend the successor rankings within their family. After a moment of deep thought, Grain made a calculated decision. He had to back the winning horse. Walking up to Knox with the soldiers in tow, he took charge, declaring he'd oversee the disposal of the griffin's carcass, leaving Knox to handle the distribution of the loot. Knox was a little thrown by this sudden change of tune. Before taking off, Grain advised him to head back and get some rest. With a knowing smirk, Knox recognized that his little power flex had definitely gotten through to his brother. Once Grain was gone, Knox seized the moment to access his hidden quest rewards. A system window popped up, detailing the item he'd acquired. The Griffin's Heart. It was an advanced-grade miscellaneous item, with a powerful wind attribute, also known by the title, Nature's Renegade. Its special effect allowed it to be used in crafting an elixir that could permanently alter one's core stats, specifically Constitution and Agility. Depending on the alchemist's skill level, the elixir could either grant a massive buff or a crippling debuff to those stats. A short while later, back in Alina's room, the Griffin's Heart rested in her palm. She had to agree with Knox. There was no mistaking the potent wind mana swirling within it. She figured that with a core like this, they could craft elixirs, or even gear that were previously thought to be just myths. Knox, with the clock ticking and no time to grind, he was dead set on using the Heartstone to craft a legendary elixir and asked Alina for an ETA on the brew time. Alina explained that, it totally depended on the variables. With the janky gear she had on hand, it could take an eternity. Determined to speedrun this, Knox offered to hook her up with all the top-tier alchemy tools she needed. But mid-conversation, he dropped a totally unexpected quest proposal. With a super casual vibe, he voiced his desire to recruit both Alina and May as retainers for the House of Reyna. The sheer shock on their faces was practically a physical force. May pointed out their commoner status, questioning if a noble house could even recruit someone without a pedigree. Knox was completely unfazed, asking if that kind of classist nonsense really mattered anymore. He stated that if they had the skills he needed, he'd use them, and there was no reason they shouldn't use his resources in return. However, he stressed that he would never allow a subordinate to betray their master. Loyalty was a non-negotiable stat. Knox knew that at this point in the timeline, practically no one could properly handle a monster's core, especially a unique grade drop from a hidden boss that wasn't even supposed to be beatable yet. It would be impossible to craft with it for anyone who wasn't a true S-rank prodigy. At that moment, Alina spoke up with firm resolve. She said that since he had saved them, they would follow and trust Knox for the rest of their lives. A life debt. Basically. A smirk on Knox's face revealed his satisfaction. He contemplated scoring 2 genius-level characters, recognizing the immense growth potential they held. As he prepared to bounce, he informed them they'd be deploying in 3 days. The elixir would be brewed on the down low once they returned to the family estate, far from any prying eyes. Stressing the need for total stealth, both Alina and May affirmed they understood with a resounding yes. Knox and Setri dipped out of Alina's hideout, heading back to the inn through the sewer dungeon. During their trek, Setri stopped dead in her tracks, prompting Knox to ask what was up. Setri explained that she'd observed he was way different from the person she'd heard about in the rumors. Confused, Knox asked her to clarify. She pointed out the rumor that he was a selfish jerk who only cared about his own power level. But now she knew that, at the very least, wasn't true. She then asked Knox to promise that if he ever found himself in a real bind, she'd let him know if she could ever be of use. Despite her low-rank status, she also admitted she was clueless why so many people disliked him. Knox just turned and started walking away, telling Setri he'd hit her up if he ever needed a hand. He then totally switched gears, whining about the chilly night and telling her to hurry up so they wouldn't catch a cold. As they walked on, Setri couldn't help but crack a smile at his lame complaints. Later, however, a super cringe-worthy expression washed over her face. In front of her, Knox was laid up in bed, totally wrecked by a fever. He knew exactly what she was about to say and cut her off. Finding the whole situation beyond humiliating, Citri just reassured him, saying stuff like this happens, and that he was still leveling up. After all, just then, a system message popped up in front of him, revealing he'd copped a common cold debuff due to his frequent illnesses and another negative status ailment, chronic cough. Knoxbur, totally frustrated by how absurd this all was. A few days later, when Knox and Grain got back from their dungeon raid, a guard's announcement of their return echoed across the whole territory. Word of their return spread like wildfire, drawing a ton of attention to May and Alina, who were walking right beside them. Whispers rippled through the mob of NPCs as they started speculating about the newcomers, debating if they were Knox's new lackeys. Some were high-key skeptical, citing Knox's track record with women. But Knox was used to the trash-tier reputation that clung to him like a curse. It didn't matter what he did. The perception of him as a no-talent F-ranker was locked in. Resigned to this reality, he decided to face the peanut gallery head-on. Suddenly, Knox's gaze went ice-cold as he scanned the crowd, asking if they didn't have quests to run. He commented that they must have a ton of free time to waste just standing around. The sharp pressure in his voice sent the onlookers scattering like low-level mobs. As the crowd cleared out, head butler Rodwell approached, informing him that the Patriarch had requested a private audience with him. Knox's expression immediately shifted to dead serious as he braced for the impending conversation. A couple of minutes later, the young master was standing in his father's inner sanctum. Theo glanced up at him, acknowledging his arrival. Knox immediately dropped to one knee, bowing his head low, and confirmed he understood he'd been summoned. The Patriarch's eyes narrowed, stating that they needed to discuss certain matters, and suggesting his youngest son might have something to report as well. Theo continued, noting that the rumors were all praising Knox's critical role in the quest's success, crediting him with ensuring everyone's safe return, except for the traitors. Of course, even Grain had acknowledged his achievements. Knox tensed up, cautiously asking if his older brother had truly reported everything. A letter lay on Theo's desk as he answered in the affirmative, stating that Grain admitted he would have been hard-pressed to clear the mission solo. The young master frowned, his gaze dropping, wondering what Grain's angle was with all this sudden praise. Theo calmly closed his eyes, pulling out a small bundle of documents and telling his youngest son he hadn't summoned him for some trivial debriefing. He handed the papers to Knox, commending him for pulling off a near-impossible task and once again bringing honor to the Reinhofer name. And in keeping his promise, Theo would grant him what he had asked for. Knox took the papers, opening them to reveal 2 crimson mana seals at the bottom. Theo then informed him that the traitors were now officially his property. The young master rose to his feet, a smile spreading across his face as he bowed in gratitude, thanking his father for his generosity. Afterwards, Theo tapped a finger on the desk thoughtfully, rubbing his chin and staring at his son with an intense gaze. Knox, sensing a lingering question in the air, wondered what else his father could possibly want to bring up. Theo soon voiced it. Knox, you are Knox Reinhofer, the youngest son of this house. Would you consider taking my place? Knox's eyes shot wide open, a flicker of pure shock and maybe fear flashing across his face. Theo's gaze sharpened, analyzing his son's every micro-expression as Knox chewed on his lip, wondering why this succession plotline was suddenly being dropped on him out of nowhere. Meanwhile, out in some god-forsaken desert, a seriously weird-looking palace jutted out of the sand. Some masked, red-headed dude was holding a wrist-mounted artifact, replaying a clip of Knox absolutely wrecking that griffin. He was reporting to some old geezer holding a quill. The rose insignia on his shoulder signaled the griffin's defeat. The old man reported that the Reinhofer punk had achieved a total victory, and the traitors were utterly crushed. Whispers of the youngest scion's legendary feats were already spreading. The red-haired man, addressing the elder as Kriers, declared they needed to prepare for an all-out war. When Cammy questioned if it was really worth the cost, the red-haired man shot back that the Reinhofer clan had stolen something priceless from him, leaving him with absolutely nothing left to lose. Cammy bowed her head, a silent pledge of her allegiance. Both men were adorned with golden artifacts, giving their skin a deeper shade than most commoners, a smirk playing on his lips. The red-haired man rose and took the hand of a young woman with short, crimson hair and a pink scarf. Karas gently caressed her cheek, whispering that the day they would subjugate the kingdom and the day her true power awakens was drawing near. Back in the Patriarch's study, Knox was totally spacing, trying to figure out how to answer Theo's bombshell question. Their tense, mana-filled silence was shattered by Rodwell's arrival, who suggested that such a heavy quest might be premature for the young master. Reminding Theo of the immense burden that came with leading the clan, Knox shot Rodwell a glare that could freeze hell over. But Theo shut that down, insisting the time for his ascension was now, feeling his own mana start to spiral out of control. Knox bowed to his father and respectfully declined the succession. He made it clear he couldn't take up the mantle of patriarch. Not yet. And even suggested Grain would be a better fit for the role. Theo slammed his fist on the desk, his aura flaring as he declared that this wasn't some side quest Knox could just abandon. Bowing again, the young master confessed he didn't want the leadership, seeing it as a burden far too great for his current stats. Theo narrowed his eyes, asking if his son was afraid of the responsibility, to which Knox calmly replied that even an S-ranker would feel the pressure. After a tense moment, Theo closed his eyes, telling Knox he understood and would respect his choice. For now, Knox voiced his thanks, and Theo warned him that his S-tier potential couldn't stay hidden forever. People would inevitably come to gauge his power level and challenge him constantly, so he had to be ready. Knox opened his mouth to reply, but just gave a firm nod instead. Theo then dismissed him, figuring he was probably drained from his journey. Thanking the patriarch for his understanding, Knox took his leave. A few minutes later, Knox was back in his personal quarters, slumped in a chair while Etri, his personal maid, stood by. She nervously asked if the lord of the house really didn't chew him out. He just waved it off, telling her it was no big deal, and that nothing bad went down. It's not like he had to turn down a formal investiture or anything. Citri looked away with a sigh before turning back to him. She reported that the guest quarters for Lena and May were prepped and ready. Flawless work. Knox praised. She brushed it off as simply a maid's duty. But before she could finish her sentence, the young master cut her off. He told her that if everyone in the world just completed their quests as they were supposed to, there'd be no hatred, no thievery, no murder. Citri awkwardly touched a finger to her lip, and he praised her again, saying, "You did well." She bowed low, thanking him. Then, the whole vibe in the room shifted, as Knox's expression became dead serious. He was thinking that all the pieces on the board were finally moving. He would become the top-ranked cadet at the continent's most elite institution for mages and swordmasters, the Elaine Academy. Meanwhile, Theo was telling Rodwell that the debrief with his youngest son had been just as difficult as he'd predicted. The old butler replied that he still felt the topic was a premature status up, because if the young master had known the full truth of the position, his answer might have been different. The patriarch disagreed, telling him the young master's eyes were like those of a regressor who had already seen the future. If Knox was afraid of something, it wasn't the title or even him, but something far more absolute. He was afraid of something like staring into the abyss itself. Theo realized that in that moment, Knox was only afraid of his own fated death. He wondered why. In this new timeline, he was still shackled by that fear. Rodwell cautioned him, saying that he shouldn't voice such thoughts. But he believed the young master was still deeply scarred by what happened to the matriarch. Theo's smile was full of sorrow as he agreed. He then added that Knox might even blame him for it, seeing him as a pathetic patriarch who couldn't even protect his own mate. Rodwell then shifted, wanting to broach one more subject with him, to the boss that he believed Lord Grain was about to make his move, and was probably plotting a major event. Teo's brow furrowed, saying he'd keep that on his radar. In some unknown zone, countless bodies littered the ground like fallen mobs. The entire land was stained red with blood as demons swarmed towards Teo. Suddenly, one of his grown sons materialized before him, telling his old man he should just tap out and move on. Teo thought to himself, this must be the Grand Duke's unique aura. Meanwhile, Talia was in front of a mirror, rocking a seriously poofy yellow dress, with a mountain of other outfits around her. Emma was folding clothes and deadpanned, asking if it looked good. The maid looked totally drained, holding up a burgundy dress and calling out to her lady. Emma pointed out that she'd shown her that particular set, like, 20 times already. Talia was zipping back and forth, inspecting the new gear. She was like, one dress looks OP, but so does the other one. Then she asked what accessories would sync up best. On the table were various trinkets and a gorgeous pair of pink shoes. Emma told her she was getting way too hyped. A faint blush crept onto Talia's face. She happily told her maid that all this loot was just so beautiful. Emma let out a massive sigh, clarifying that wasn't the debuff she was talking about. She meant young Master Knox. Since this would be their first encounter, after he was officially announced as her fiancé, Talia spun around, blushing hard, and asked if maybe the frilly dress would raise her charm stat more. After that, she scowled in annoyance, and an offended Emma said she wasn't helping at all. Talia had to admit she didn't really care. The maid just looked away, completely exhausted, and told her lady she always pulled that card. Meanwhile, over at the Reinharbor family's domain, Knox looked like a total boss, decked out in a black suit with purple accents and a sick mana jewel at his collar. He spotted Alina, whose head was practically buried in the sofa. Hearing his footfalls, she lifted her head and said he was here. Alina looked like she'd been grinding all night, with some serious dark circles under her eyes. He agreed with her and started to ask about the elixir, but cut himself off, asking with real concern how she was feeling. The young master told her she looked like her HP was in the red. Alina gave a weak smile and crossed her arms, telling him she always got this way when she was laser-focused on a crafting goal. She'd handle her side quests, so Knox didn't have to worry. Alina grinned and said she was the best support. Period. She laughed sweetly, then told the young master not to sweat the small stuff. You better check this out, she said, gesturing to the side. Knox looked over and saw a bottle of glowing blue liquid. The young man walked over and took the flask in his hands. A system window popped up, showing the item's info. It was a disposable wind elixir. Advanced grade. Its attribute was wind, and it granted a +1 to stamina and a +3 to agility. The elixir had no level requirements or special side effects. The bottle levitated above Knox's hands as Alina watched him, asking if he liked his new buff. The system notified him that the potion's effectiveness had been boosted by 200%, since it was crafted by the alchemy prodigy. Alina. The young master smirked, thinking he'd finally acquired the hidden piece. The wind elixir didn't just buff stamina. It also had a hidden agility stat that was a huge game-changer for his genius tier skill. So yeah, he absolutely had to get this potion. It was a good thing he had the potion crafting genius, Alina, in his party. If he hadn't recruited her, this whole questline would have been on hell mode. She waited for his review. The young master kept smiling and told her she'd executed the mission perfectly. Alina blushed with pride and beamed. Knox immediately chugged the entire elixir. A turquoise aura flared around his body, and for a second, it was like a whirlwind had just ripped through the room. He told them their preparations were complete. The young master strode into the hall, followed by Citri. He grinned and said with confidence, "Time to go visit Talia." At that moment, his core stats were as follows. His name was Knox. He was a 15-year-old human male with a darkness attribute. Knox had several achievements. His buffs were Genius of Close Quarters Combat, Genius of Magical Perception, Indomitable Mind, and Master of Deception. His debuffs were Terminal Illness, Frigid Limbs, Morbid Disposition, and Obsessive Nature. Knox's stats were looking better. His stamina was 6+1, and his mana was 9+1. His luck stat was 11+1, and his charisma was a solid 26. On top of that, he had skills like Genius Hour, Mid-Tier Legacy Swordsmanship, Southern Blade, and Ignition Technique. But Knox's remaining lifespan, thanks to his terminal debuff, was a measly 150 days. A system notification popped up. The genius bonuses for magical perception had been triggered since his mana stat finally hit 10 points. The young master looked crazy sharp, even rocking white gloves. Instantly, the whole crowd started buzzing about his arrival. One of the students pointed out his signature white hair and lavender eyes, asking if this was the youngest scion of House Reinharbor. Some blonde-haired guy confirmed it, saying he'd heard rumors that Knox was enrolling in the academy this year. Another student chimed in, asking if that infamous troublemaker actually made it into the academy. He got shut down real quick, told to watch his mouth or he might just lose his head. Knox just smirked and was like, "What's with all the racket?" He cracked his neck, shot them an arrogant glare, and asked, "You guys hear that? Sounds like a bunch of mutts yapping." The guy clammed up instantly and bailed. The young master then strolled over toward them. Citri gave him a worried look, but then her eyes went wide with shock. She spotted another carriage pulling up, and Emma stepped out. She smiled and called out to the young master. Citri bowed to her, but Knox just looked annoyed, telling her they'd already made it. A system alert flashed. His acting skill was temporarily grayed out due to excessive shock. Emma just went, along with him, saying it was all for Lane's entrance ceremony. She gestured to the carriage and told Talia she needed to get out and greet Lord Knox. Talia totally started to freak out, asking out loud if Knox was actually times here. She slammed the carriage door shut and told Emma they just needed a sec. After a beat, Talia finally stepped out, decked out in a gorgeous academy uniform. Her face totally flushed with embarrassment. Knox stared at her, thinking that even though he knew she'd be here, the whole situation felt unexpectedly weird. He flashed back to practicing his sword forms in the training hall, when he'd suddenly dropped his blade in shock and asked his maid, "Ron, what did you just say?" The maid had just given him a curious look and replied that she'd only mentioned the plan to get him engaged to Lady Talia. I was just about to break it all down. But Knox totally started to freak out, grabbing her by the shoulders and demanding how he was supposed to know. He was all, "This is a massive deal," but now he just squeezed his eyes shut, crushed by the hopeless reality of the situation. Their noble houses had forged a marriage pact behind their backs, and he was so not on board. Talia was totally red-faced, stuttering a little. As she tucked a strand of hair back and gave him a super awkward greeting, Knox just looked away, giving a deadpan reply. While Talia was practically beaming just looking at him, Citri sidled up to her master, whispering to ask if this was the times Lady Talia, his betrothed. Knox shot back, totally annoyed. "Don't even say that word." Talia chirped cheerfully. "So, how have you been?" He gave a frosty, "I'm fine," and asked how she was. She replied, "I'm good too," a blush creeping up her cheeks. Their cringy conversation was cut short by the sharp neigh of a horse. Everyone snapped their heads toward the sound. Before them stood a lavish, emerald green carriage. Knox's mind immediately jumped to another S-rank prodigy from Lane Academy, Eleanor de Rival, heir to the rival house that secretly pulled the strings of the entire continent. She was a total stunner, with piercing blue eyes, fiery red hair, and an aura of pure elegance. Eleanor stepped down with a smirk, announcing her grand entrance. Knox internally cringed, remembering the original Knox's intense hatred for her in the game's storyline. Eleanor let out a little laugh, covering her mouth delicately as she addressed him. "Why, if it isn't Master Knox," she commented. "I had no idea you'd managed to secure an admission slot at the academy." "What a delightful surprise," Knox just asked flatly. "You're Eleanor, right?" To which she smiled and confirmed, a glint in her eye suggesting she was reliving a certain childhood memory. She added, "The one and only heir to that merchant family you used to look down on," giving him a look that was just a little menacing. Eleanor's smirk was back, as she mentioned that she never in a million years thought their paths would cross again. Knox's mind raced, thinking about her status as the sole heir of the wealthiest merchant guild, the one that owned nearly half the continent and held the future title of the gold-digging vixen. He started sweating a bit, remembering their nasty childhood beef. The system pinged him. Master Thespian's skill is currently on cooldown. He flashed back to his childhood, seeing a red-haired girl glaring at him, calling him a no-name commoner, and sneering that status couldn't be bought with gold. A younger Eleanor had flushed with shame and cried. Knox stared at her, realizing their strained relationship was a debuff he'd cast on himself. He figured there were more people than ever ready to run a mana blade through his core. Eleanor just smiled, asking if something was wrong, pointing out he wasn't acting like his usual self. Crossing his arms, Knox shot back. "And how do I normally act? In your expert opinion?" She told him to drop the act, asking if he actually got a kick out of hearing insults. Knox's eyes narrowed in annoyance. What a hard-headed NPC. He suggested she bounce, if all she came here for was to pick a fight. Eleanor laughed, telling him she knew he was still the same trash-tier noble prick. The young master scowled, asking her what she wanted, and if she was really that thirsty for his attention. Eleanor, with a sickeningly sweet laugh, apologized, saying she had zero desire to covet anything from the problem child of the Reinharber family. Knox thought to himself that he knew her negative affinity for him wasn't just going to vanish. He just activated his observer's eye, and a stat window for Eleanor popped up. Her basic info read, female, 15 years old, human race with a wind attribute, and titles like mathematical prodigy and master thespian. But she also had debuffs, vanity, pride, and a critical weakness to Southern-style sword techniques. As Knox scanned her stats, he noted her core traits were the same, which he figured was for the best. The rival family, he thought, was willing to pay a mountain of gold for the D in her name. Eleanor's father paid dearly for it. She hated him for it, but still milked that connection for all it was worth. She was way too vindictive and sensitive, and the original Knox had foolishly decided to start a rivalry with her. Testing the waters, Knox commented quietly that they shouldn't have bothered her at all. Eleanor gave them a slight bow and said she'd be leaving, but without any goodbyes. Since they weren't nearly close enough to wish each other well, Knox, cool as ever, told her he wasn't bothered, as he didn't expect any better from a peasant like her. She just smirked, agreed, and walked right past him. The young master then told Talia they needed to get going too. Since the entrance ceremony was about to start, she seemed a little zoned out and lost in thought, but quickly nodded. They headed toward the academy's main entrance. Knox figured he was definitely stuck with Talia now that she was his fiancée, but he'd try to make the best of this route. Looking up at the lane hall, he thought it was time for his comeback arc to officially begin. A couple of minutes later, they were inside. The young master scanned the room and told his fiancée that, just as he expected, the scions of all the big-name families had gathered. Some of the new first years were already networking with each other. Knox considered that even if some of them were useless mob characters who deviated from the original story, it would still be a power-up to have their support. He spotted several key players: Celso, Lenore, the girl with yellow hair, the black-haired guy, and the pink-haired girl, all the S-tier characters from the game. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he decided it was best to avoid them, so he wouldn't completely derail the main plot. He had to play it safe to avoid triggering any death flags. He suddenly asked Citri if he was just imagining things, or if way too many people were staring at him. Citri confirmed that was indeed the case. The aristocrats were glancing his way, their eyes filled with surprise and a healthy dose of contempt. The maid frowned, telling him she thought he'd be popular at the academy. The young master crossed his arms, repeating her words and asking if she really thought these glares, which felt more like killing intent, were a sign of popularity. Talia gave him a worried look. Suddenly, a loud cough echoed through the hall, asking if everyone could hear them. Silence fell, and Knox looked to the stage, realizing the opening event was finally starting. The attendants all bowed as a girl with snow-white hair walked onto the stage. She was barefoot, sucking on a lollipop, and greeted everyone in a weird outfit, with piercing blue eyes and a strange crest on her chest. She looked mostly human, though the students were already whispering, debating if she was a kid or just a shorty. And where was the professor? Knox just thought they were a bunch of clueless mobs, because before them was a hidden boss-level monster who couldn't be judged by her appearance. A system window materialized in front of the young master, detailing the girl's info. Her name was Noah Avon Trinity. Her age and race were unknown. Her affinity was ice, and her titles included Pillar of Lane Academy and one of the Four Sages. Noah's traits were great for mana sensitivity and goodwill, with debuffs like an inferiority complex, short stature, and laziness. Her stats showed 21 points in strength, 26 in mana, 8 in luck, 22 in willpower, and 10 in charm. She had 2 passives: Mana Ocean and Ruler's Presence, along with active skills like Aquasphere, Frostbeam, and Blizzard. The young master's face went pale. Realizing this was a key character he absolutely had to stay on good terms with. Talia gave him a questioning look, but he warned her not to say a word about this girl if she valued her life. Noah beamed, introducing herself and sweetly announcing she was the academy's new dean. Raising a finger, she began to warn the students, but before she could finish, her hair stood on end and her eyes flared with a chilling blue light. Menacingly, she warned that if anyone ever called her short again, she would wipe them from existence. Then she sweetly asked if they understood. She told everyone they would now begin the entrance trial for Airline Academy, shocking them since the academy charter mentioned no such rules. Noah gave a smug look to a student who raised an objection, telling him this was the new dean's rule to weed out the trash. A massive, intricate magic circle glowed with blue light beneath the students. She said she wanted everyone to experience it and ominously wished them good luck. Knox's eyes snapped open. He realized the scenario had started. In a flash, all the students vanished. They materialized in a forest, the sun glaring down. The cadets were sprawled on the ground, gasping for air, as a bald, bearded man yelled at them to get up. He called them worthless maggots for just lying there in front of him. The students trembled, exhausted from the trial, but the man's attention zeroed in on Knox, the young master who was standing on shaky legs, desperately trying to stay upright. The man narrowed his eyes, sizing up Knox, who swallowed nervously, noticing how the guy's bald head was gleaming like some kind of divine artifact. This was Burnin, a martial arts instructor and an academy alumnus known to players as Takaki, a totally ironic nickname. Given his blindingly bald head, despite his appearance, he was a seriously competent instructor. Knox figured that proving his worth to this guy was going to be a major quest. Vernon watched him closely and boomed, calling him Snow White, asking if he was feeling sorry for himself. The young master scowled, hoping his expression didn't give him away, and replied that nothing was wrong. Activating his master of acting skill, Vernon told him to quit overthinking and learn to use his instincts, warning him not to get any funny ideas. Knox calmly raised a hand and asked Vernon to brief them on the entrance trial. He told him they could skip any small talk that wasn't relevant to the mission at hand. The instructor agreed, and then said they first needed to wake up all the knocked-out cadets, so he'd better cover his ears. Of course, Knox still needed them. He obediently clapped his hands over his ears. Vernon's hands glowed with a blue aura before he slammed them together with immense force. A deafening, high-pitched shockwave ripped through the air, jolting the students awake with screams. They shot up and demanded to know what that sound was. A brown-haired kid shouted the question, but the instructor just smacked him hard on the head, telling him he was the weird one. He asked the kid if he was seriously looking for trouble. The kid stared at Vernon's bald head, which seemed to be radiating its own light, causing him and the other students to squint, just looking at it. The instructor crossed his arms over his chest and asked if, on top of calling him names, they were now going to throw him dirty looks. "You must have a spare life," demanded. The kid apologized under his breath. A couple of minutes later, students were already hauling others away on stretchers. The proctor barked at them to haul the students who were still knocked out to a safe zone. After that, the remaining cadets lined up in front of Vernon, and he was like, "All right, since you're all finally back online, I'll brief you on the Elaine entrance exam." Knox just zoned out, listening to the spiel, figuring this whole test was just about grinding mobs on this magic-infused island. As for the loot, after you killed the monsters, they dropped different colored gems. The rarer the mana gem, the higher its value. He wondered why the system was set up like that. Wouldn't more be better? The young master answered his own question with a smirk. That's only half the story. 'Cause they're grading you on 2 stats in this trial. The first is mana sensitivity. Of course, they already ran a diagnostic on that with Dean Noah's mid-tier area of effect spell. Whoever shook off that spell first basically had the highest resistance stat. The second test checks a cadet's ability to sense even the tiniest motes of mana. Those 2 stats are what make or break a combat mage, which is exactly why the gem drops are spec'd out this way. That was the whole gimmick of the test. Vernon told the students this entire zone was a pocket dimension, created by a spell from Noah, the current dean. This place is crawling with mobs. And since pathetic noobs like you don't even know how to fight, you're getting a handicap. You can form parties. The cadets immediately started sizing each other up, looking for a party member. Then, bam, swords materialized next to every single one of them. Everyone stared at the starter weapons, totally shocked. The proctor told them the max party size is 8, and they'd better hurry up and squad up. After that, he just turned and said he'd be waiting for them at the summit. Everyone was like, "Wait, what?" Some girl called out, saying she still had questions. Another dude asked if he was seriously just gonna ditch them like that. The proctor just said, "Yup." The brown-haired guy rubbed the spot on his head where he got clocked, which was still throbbing. He grumbled, "Why'd that proctor have to bonk me?" Anyway, everyone else just watched him leave, dead serious. Then, out of nowhere, this pink-haired girl raised her hand and asked if anyone wanted to join her party to support the princess. Standing behind her was some girl with long, blonde hair. Alina smirked and said she'd generously reward anyone who partied up with her. She even swore it on her family's name. The other students gave Knox the side eye, but he just turned and went solo into the deep woods. He smirked, thinking that in the prophetic dream game, an F-rank talent would never survive this. What really matters here is having inside info. To level up this terminally ill body of his, he had to use this hidden knowledge. He walked up to a cave, thinking that for this part, it's better to run solo. Knox grinned and immediately dashed inside. Meanwhile, the proctor was standing at the summit with his subordinates behind him. The whole area was blanketed in snow. He adjusted his cap, then thoughtfully stroked his beard. He said, "No matter how you slice it, this is weird. That new transfer student didn't just resist the dean's spell." He trailed off, then asked, "Did that Knox kid really go into the forest solo, too?" Does he have a 0 fear stat? Or what? Bernan said. That's definitely not it. There's another reason I'm not worried. You could see it in his eyes. Even a diamond in the rough is still a diamond. He said he's waiting for Knox to show his true potential, calling him the hidden dragon of the Reinharbor family. He looked down, waiting for the kid to show them his real power level. After a while, Knox's blade was dripping with monster blood. Tons of dead mobs littered the ground, with mana gems sparkling beside them. It pushed deeper, and someone was watching him. It was a girl with long, white hair who seemed to be tailing him. Meanwhile, Talia, the blonde girl, and the pink-haired girl were swarmed by goblins, fighting back to back. They held their swords at the ready. It was a total bloodbath, and the blonde girl had already been disarmed. Talia worriedly thought, where did Knox go? She had planned to party up with him. The pink-haired girl suddenly yelled at her. You have the great honor of protecting Princess Penelope. She snapped that Talia needed to show more spirit. Talia was totally on board with her. The blonde girl, whose name was Penelope, was clutching a massive purple mana crystal in her hands. It was pulsing with some serious magical energy. Penelope told them they'd cleared a pretty big chunk of the trial grounds. Betting that these purple crystals were a way higher tier than the others, the girl with the pink hair was like, hold up. I'm not so sure. After all, this whole trial was designed by Noah, one of the 4 sages. She was positive there was some kind of hidden mechanic to this quest. Penelope had to agree. And then she started looking around. Totally hyped. The rest of their party, however, was completely wiped. They were gassed from the constant battles. Their gear was a mess, and they were sighing like their HP was in the red. The princess pointed out that in their current state, not everyone could clear the next stage. The pink-haired girl scowled, thinking this was a total drag because she'd promised Penelope she'd carry her to the final boss. The current Aram Empire is rotten to its very core. So to restore the empire to its former S-rank glory, Princess Penelope absolutely has to take the throne. She thoughtfully rubbed her chin, scheming that she'd have to pull out all the stops to make that happen. Talia confidently told the princess that she still had plenty of mana to burn, so they could just form a vanguard with whoever wasn't a total deadweight and keep pushing. She asked what her command was. The pink-haired girl replied that she was thinking the exact same thing. Penelope's expression, however, soured. She gripped the purple mana crystal so tight her knuckles went white, before forcing her hand to relax. She had a flashback of that arrogant yellow-haired dude. After a moment, she looked down and gave them the nod. She told them the party was moving on. They just needed to grind it out a little longer. Meanwhile, Knox had already exited the first zone of the dungeon. His breath plumed like smoke, since the entire area was a frozen wasteland. He rubbed his hands together, trying to fight the chill. A system notification pinged in his vision. A Tier 3 frostbite debuff was now in effect. His movement speed was restricted, and his character's stamina would drain intermittently. On top of that, all of his character's base stats would take a temporary nosedive. Knox scowled and closed his eyes. He let out a long sigh, thinking he totally saw this coming. Balling his hand into a fist, he then casually snapped his fingers. A fireball bloomed over his palm, and the system notified him that the frostbite debuff had been nullified by the user's fire magic. The young master glanced at the status window. He thought that if he wanted to get far with a body like his, he'd need a better counter for this kind of environmental debuff. Looking ahead, he muttered that this was good enough for now. He walked on, a small orb of fire levitating next to his shoulder like a wisp. Knox scanned his surroundings. There was nothing but snow and massive drifts everywhere, and the wind was howling. He noted that this was a pretty fitting stage for the Ice Witch. Noah. The young knight looked up and smirked, commenting that he understood this was the mountain's peak. But this much ice was just overkill. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and sat down, placing his palm flat on the frozen ground. A sinister purple aura started to emanate from his hand. He wondered how this whole explanation would even work if this place were just some ordinary island. The ice began to fracture as the purple energy webbed across the entire mountain, looking like the roots of some colossal, world-ending tree. He figured this place was artificially created by Noah, and everything here was basically a mana construct. Right on cue, ice monsters began to spawn. He realized these mobs were also created by magic. Knox rose to his feet, his hand glowing with that same purple light, as if it were siphoning energy from the atmosphere itself. He mused that the sheer amount of mana the Academy's dean must possess was just on another level. Smiling, he clenched his fist and muttered, "But who really cares? The ice continued to shatter as enormous ice monsters emerged. Their bodies were several times larger than Nox. The young master observed them and noted that they were ice trolls, creatures known for their OP regeneration and vitality stats. He commented that mobs like these could easily wipe a whole party of newbies, but for him, they were just EXP fodder. A troll attacked with a sudden lunge, but Nox dodged it like it was moving in slow motion. Another giant hurled a massive wooden club straight at him, but the young master simply ducked, dodging the attack again. When the troll tried to smash him a third time, Nox parried the blow, his mana-infused blade humming. His eyes flared with a violet aura as he recalled Noah's weird obsession with S-tier prodigies. She wasn't about to let him crush these cadets before they even had a chance to awaken their full potential. For real, these ice trolls weren't some F-rank mobs. Any newbie could just farm. In a real-world dungeon, running into these guys would just make you wish for a quick respawn. He gave the mobs a serious once-over, his mind already running a full-on combat simulation. But his strategic breakdown was cut short when 4 massive trolls lumbered right up in his face. Low-key, a girl with long, snow-white hair was scouting him from behind a cloaked tree. Nox straight up blitzed past the frontline trolls, figuring Noah's summoned beasts would have some kind of quirky, predictable attack pattern. The lead mob always went for a vertical cleave and held the center position, while the next one would swing with a wide, horizontal slash, telegraphing the move cause of its huge wind-up. He dashed for the last mob, predicting it'd try to run him through with a piercing attack. But its attack power was totally nerfed, the weakest of the bunch. When the final troll lunged, Nox easily deflected it with his sword, a smirk spreading across his face as he realized he could parry that weak sauce attack. Without missing a beat, he unleashed a counterslash, slicing deep into the monster's hide. Moving like a blur, he started chaining his attacks, weaving his sword through the other trolls. Vile monster blood sprayed from their wounds as he pulled back his blade, only to pivot and land a heavy blow on another. With all the mobs cleared, their massive bodies crashed to the ground. Nox crouched down and snagged a gray mana stone that dropped from one of the mobs. Holding the crystal, he wondered why his instincts told him to ignore the other loot drops. This gray crystal was a hidden piece, one he hadn't planted himself, and it was the key to trading for a super rare skill scroll. The young master's genius time unique skill would totally level up after clearing this hidden quest. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the training grounds, some dude with dark hair was holding up a purple mana crystal, bragging to his party that at this rate, they'd totally snag the top rank. Eleanor looked totally unimpressed. Like, she was so over it. But a girl with light brown hair was eyeing the gem. Her face lit up with, like, actual hope. The girls totally beamed, high-fiving each other and agreeing they absolutely crushed it. Eleanor was totally spacing out, her mind in another dimension. She just nodded, figuring this haul was more than enough to clear the trial's basic requirements. But her mind kept drifting back to Nox, ditching them to go solo in the forest. A seriously weird vibe washed over her, and her gaze went blank as a trauma flashback from her childhood hit her full force. Some dude was shaking her by the shoulders, totally demanding to know why she'd started beef with Reinhardbor's son. That punk in the long burgundy coat? He was yelling, reminding her that their family's whole mission was to crush the competition. He screamed, asking if she even got it that they needed to climb the ranks and be number 1. Eleanor, crying and terrified, just stared as he bellowed that she had to find a way to get on Nox's good side, no matter the cost. She realized then, this man had never seen her as his daughter, just another piece on his chessboard. Back in the present, she rubbed her chin, entering her full-on strategic phase, wondering where the heck Nox had bounced to. She figured trying to clear this trial solo was a total F-rank move. Maybe he knew some hidden route or a secret piece to ace this trial with an S-rank score. All of a sudden, she raised her hand. Yo, party members, I've got a proposal. She flashed a strategic smile and said, if any of you want to level up and climb the ranks even higher with me, then, on the honor of my noble house, I'll guarantee you a quest reward that's way bigger. And just like that, the whole party started buzzing about her offer. The short-haired girl was like, yo, aren't you happy with this rare drop we just got? She warned. We could totally get party wiped if we push on. That zone is way too high level for us. Ailey just gave them a super sweet smile and was like, yeah, you're totally right about that. But, she added with a sly look, don't you guys agree? High risk. High return. The blonde-haired dude puffed out his chest. Bet. I'm in. I'll follow you to the boss room. She gave a nod. And then some guy in stealth gear asked if he could join their raid. 2. Eleanor glanced down. A little bummed. Thinking. Asterisk sigh. It always comes down to the coin. Asterisk asterisk I have no clue what that OP protagonist Knox is plotting. But it can't hurt to figure out his strategy. Then she plastered on her best business smile and asked, "All right. Shall we proceed to the next area?" Meanwhile, Knox was already at the mountain's peak. Looking down on them all, he thought to himself, asterisk. The logic for taking this high-risk solo route was obvious. Asterisk, asterisk. This way, all the loot and experience points are mine alone. He glanced over the corpses of the ice trolls, thinking, asterisk. There's basically zero chance to grind my genius time skill in this tutorial stage anyway. Asterisk. Pulling that off was basically impossible until he unlocked the hidden agility stat. Knox figured whatever. Let him stare. There was nothing he could do about it. But then, his eyes shot wide open. He whipped around as his sword was yanked right out of his hands and sent flying. He was totally stunned. He'd had a death grip on that thing. And there was Paracelsus, standing right in front of him with a smirk. He told Knox he hadn't expected to run into him like this. The swordsman's grin was way too sweet, as he told Knox he was, like, super happy to see him. Our young master just stared. Totally shook. Grinding his teeth. This was so not part of the script. A system window popped up right in his face, displaying Paracelsus's basic stats. Male. 15 years old. Race, human. Attribute. Steel. Achievements. None. His traits were listed as sword and close combat genius, and brilliant healer with an unbreakable spirit, along with ruthless to the strong, compassionate to the weak. His debuffs, though, lazy, obsessive, and hates nobles. His stats were 10 stamina, 8 mana, a measly 2 luck, 10 willpower, and a whopping 25 charm. His skills were listed as Quadra Slash, Passive, Ultimate Sword Techniques, Divine Sword Fusion, Wandering Blade, and Basic Life Sword. Knox's mind was racing. Paracelsus was one of the most OP characters in the game Prophetic Dream, and one of the 3 Sword Emperors. He wondered what a top-tier character like him was even doing here. Our young master recalled that in the original plot, Paracelsus was supposed to clash with the protagonist of Prophetic Dream right about now, and get all inspired by the MC's kindness. Since the MC was supposed to protect Eleanor when she got herself into a jam, but then, it hit him. Knox's eyes blew wide open as he realized the plot was totally derailed. Paracelsus's face twisted with anger as he whipped out a small dagger and chucked it straight at him. The young master barely managed to parry the dagger with his blade. He was thinking, where the heck is the protagonist? He's the one who's supposed to be keeping this swordsman busy. Paracelsus gripped his own sword, a grin spreading across his face. He then told Knox he'd taken a liking to that crystal in his hand and demanded he cough it up. A system notification pinged. Master's acting skill has been activated. Knox's brow furrowed, his eyes flaring with a purple light as he sneered, calling him a filthy maggot. Paracelsus instantly went on the offensive, lunging with his sword, and our young master had to quickly backstep to dodge the flurry of strikes. He thought to himself, I must have messed up the timeline. Or maybe the main character just doesn't exist in this world? The swordsman just smirked and came at him again, but Knox managed to block the strike. Paracelsus was insanely fast, though, and immediately followed up with another attack. The tip of the blade damn near grazed our young master, who jerked his head back with a scowl. He thought, looks like I'll have to play babysitter for this guy after all. He asked him, do you have any idea you're screwing up the entire plot right now? The swordsman just gave him a sinister grin and said he had no clue what Knox was talking about. But, he added, something's been bugging me since we met back at Chatter's. You handled that sword way too perfectly. Our young master asked what he was getting at. And Paracelsus replied with that same sickly sweet smile. You seem to have a lot on your mind. He then asked if Knox could just do him a solid and hand it over so they could both solve their own problems. The swordsman then casually mentioned, that gem will probably nab the top score. You know. Knox shot back. And what if I say no? Paracelsus just told him calmly that he'd leave him no choice but to take the crystal by force. They stood there, locked in a standoff. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Our young master accused him. You're acting like a total scumbag. Was this your plan from the start? Paracelsus just smirked maliciously and said, "You're the one who walked right into my trap." Knox thought, he might be an S-rank character, but his full talent hasn't awakened yet. Even if he's a genius, I've got my own ace in the hole. Genius time. For situations just like this. But now's not the time to go all out. Our young master's expression turned serious, considering that he might need to save that skill if the protagonist was really a no-show, and he had to be the one to save Eleanor. He pressed his lips together, realizing this was risky but unavoidable. Knox then told Paracelsus, "You're not the only one who knows what's really going on here." The swordsman's grin widened. "Oh, so you do remember my name? What? You gonna ask me to go easy on you for old time's sake?" Our young master just scowled and said his name. Deadpan. Paracelsus. The swordsman let out a faint smirk. Knox leveled his blade at him, saying, "I know you only infiltrated this academy to dig up the truth about our master's death." Paracelsus glowered at him, hissing, "You damn fool." The young knight just grinned, asking, "So, you finally ready to talk?" After a while, Eleanor's party finally ascended to the snow-covered peak. Suddenly, Penelope's voice cut through the wind. "Heh. I knew a prodigy like you would make it this far." Eleanor gave a slight bow, addressing the princess. "Your Highness, I have no intention of crossing blades with you. I just need to confirm something." Meanwhile, the clash between Knox and Paracelsus raged on nearby. The swordsman unleashed a powerful slash, but the young master sidestepped the blow with ease. Penelope nodded in agreement with Eleanor, adding that she had no interest in pointless skirmishes either. The pink-haired girl addressed her. "Your Highness, taking down the Reinharber scion and Paracelsus will be tough unless we're prepared to inflict a fatal wound." The girl named Echidna placed a hand over her heart, assuring the princess, "Whatever you decide, Your Highness, I will follow your command." Eleanor watched the duel between Paracelsus and Knox, a strange feeling creeping in. The youngest son of House Reinharber, the one she knew, had always been a complete nobody. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Just when did he awaken this kind of power? A tense silence hung over the forest, broken only by the sharp clang of steel. Knox and Paracelsus were locked in a fierce duel, and Talia couldn't hide the worry on her face. Echidna asked, "Are you sure you want to watch this unfold?" Talia let out a shaky breath as Echidna added, "I never imagined the Scythe of the East would end up as our classmate. So, his name is Paracelsus." "Huh?" Talia asked. "Wait. Echidna, you actually know the guy clashing with Knox?" Echidna closed her eyes for a moment. She frowned, then confirmed. "He's known by the moniker Grey Wolf Paracelsus. Ever since he was young, he's been single-handedly wiping out bandit guilds in the Eastern Territories. That's how he earned his title." Talia admitted she had no idea. Her companion continued, "Still, this is the first time I've seen the Reinharber scion reveal this level of skill. I had no idea his swordsmanship was so refined." Echidna crossed her arms, watching the duel with keen interest, and remarked, "If it weren't for Knox's brutish fighting style and lazy attitude, he could have actually become a decent knight." Talia replied awkwardly, "Yeah. Well, I wouldn't exactly call him knightly." Her companion chuckled in surprise. "Oh? And how would you know that?" Talia fell silent, looking away as Paracelsus launched a relentless assault on Knox. "You bastard!" he roared. Knox weaved through the strikes, surprised to feel his opponent's voice trembling with pure rage. It made sense. Though, Paracelsus had been his one and only master, but that master had died. All because of some worthless fool from Mill's Academy. Paracelsus paused, his eyes cold. "The games are over. Knox." He then unleashed a vicious slash aimed right at him. Knox parried the blow. Just as a system notification chimed in his head, "Master, tier swordsmanship has been activated." Knox smirked. "Why so serious?" "Paracelsus?" he taunted. As they pressed their blades against each other in a dead lock, Knox leaned in and whispered, "You know, I wasn't the one who offed our dear master." This only fueled Paracelsus's rage, causing him to unleash a lightning-fast barrage of strikes at Knox. But Knox dodged every single blow, thinking to himself, his attack patterns have gotten a little too simple. Paracelsus might be a prodigy. Sure. But he's still too green. They faced off for a tense moment. Paracelsus lunged again, but Knox drove a knee straight into his gut, making him choke out a silent gasp. He stumbled back a few meters, heaving for breath, before charging once more. his blade aimed directly at Knox. Knox raised his own sword in defense. Paracelsus taunted him. "How much longer can you keep running that mouth?" Knox just smirked back. "Oh, I can talk all day long." Although he could feel his opponent's aura intensifying, it would probably be best not to drag this fight out. His legs were already starting to feel the strain. Paracelsus charged forward. Knox realized that if Paracelsus used their master's living sword technique, he would probably lose this exchange. There was a damn good reason it became an imperial sword technique. "Don't you dare get distracted," Paracelsus warned. Striking him again, Knox parried the attack, a look of utter disgust on his face as he sneered. "You pathetic commoner." Another system window popped into view. Debuff. The swordsman who despises aristocrats has been activated. Paracelsus shot him a pitiful look, asking if it was because of high and mighty nobles that people were forced to live like commoner trash in this world. They immediately jumped back into the fray, their swords ringing as Knox clowned on him for wasting precious mana on petty hatred. He smirked, asking if Paracelsus wanted to hear a little secret about his oh-so-precious master. Stalling for time, Knox glanced over and saw his classmates nearby, including Eleanor. He thought to himself, the mob is set to spawn at exactly 9 p.m. A system notification popped up, confirming the time was 8:58 p.m. Paracelsus gave him a wicked grin, warning Knox that he wasn't above taking a limb to get some answers. Rolling his eyes in disgust, Knox asked if he seriously planned on laying a hand on a noble and thought he could just walk away from the fallout. The swordsman faltered, his eyes darting around as he noticed their classmates were all watching. Knox announced that this next move would be his last. Win or lose. Paracelsus called him arrogant and, with a twisted smirk, suddenly charged right at him. Eager to test his opponent's true power, Knox just countered with a lightning-fast swing of his own blade, blowing right past him in a blur. Paracelsus was totally stunned, wondering what just happened, while Knox, looking completely unfazed, told him to get out of his way. Knox took off, saying he didn't have time for this low-level nonsense. A weird black spot started slithering across the ground, heading straight for Eleanor, who was just staring at Knox in awe, shocked at how much his speed stat had jumped. All of a sudden, she heard a bizarre noise and whipped around. A dark shadow was creeping through the snow, making a beeline right for her. She froze on the spot, her face as pale as a ghost, realizing there was no way she could outrun it. As the black creature materialized in front of her, she screamed, Is that a night wanderer?" Terrified, she stared at the monster, thinking she was about to die a meaningless death. Just another casualty. She covered her ears, whimpering in sheer terror. Then, her eyes shot wide open, and saw Knox standing in front of her. He'd already cleaved the monster with one swing of his blade and was calmly asking, "What's with all the pathetic crying?" The shadow mob dissipated into nothing, and the young master just stared silently at Eleanor, utterly stunned. She asked him, "Why? You?" But she couldn't even finish the thought, especially since Knox had just roasted her for not being able to take down such a low-tier creature. As an elite, she figured that kind of response was totally justified. The Nightwalker was a mid-tier demonic beast, and in this pocket dimension created by Noah, the monster was seriously nerfed. Not even half as strong as it should have been, but this demonic beast was the real deal, and the one who summoned it was the same person who assassinated Celso's master. Eleanor almost became its next victim. In the original game's storyline, she totally softened up after the protagonist saved her, which Knox thought was a completely lame plot twist. Everyone stared at the young master, totally shocked. Eleanor scowled, clenching her fists in total embarrassment. Knox gave her a cool glance. Noting that the story's protagonist didn't seem to be making an appearance in this world, Eleanor blushed a bit, and Penelope told him he shouldn't be so harsh. She argued that he'd saved her, but the whole situation wasn't exactly black and white. The princess then asked if he agreed with her. Knox gave her a slight bow and agreed, and Penelope announced that the instructors and the new dean, Noah, should have considered everyone's skill levels. Nightwalkers were way too high level for academy applicants to be fighting. The young master just calmly replied that the enemy always ambushes you when you least expect it, adding that it was strange that she, of all people, should already know that. The princess's eyes went wide, and Echidna quickly stepped in front of her, telling Knox not to harass Penelope. She snapped at him, saying she was sure he fully understood the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to help in the first place. Knox noted her ashen hair and a distinct vertical pupil. That was definitely a Echidna of the von Sino family. She was the future head of the Sino family, a close confidant of the princess, and known by the title Serpent of Avarices. Basically, the Sino and Reinhofer houses did not get along at all. They were families with opposing mana attributes. But in the world of prophetic dreams, nothing is ever that simple. Knox told her coolly that, to be perfectly honest, he had zero interest in talking to a lapdog of the holy attribute type. Echidna shot back, pissed, asking if he really dared to slander the name of the Sino family. The young master asked him what his cut was going to be for all this. Just then, some dude was scoping them out from a nearby hill. Turns out, the guy was Bornin. He started yelling at them to break up the scuffle. After that, he literally leaped down the cliffside and called them all a bunch of F-rank cadets. Knox, totally unfazed, just asked if the promotion exam was finally over. The instructor confirmed it, and the young master flashed the gray mana crystal he'd farmed from the mobs. Bornin admitted he never expected any of them to actually clear the hidden objective and get the gray gem. It was unexpected, but solid work. Yeah. No, do. Of course. That didn't stop Knox's usual smug aura. He just gave the instructor a curious look. With that, the instructor announced that the top rank on the leaderboard went to Knox, since he was the one who managed to secure the S-tier gray gem. Meanwhile, all the cadets holding purple gems tied for the runner-up spot. He then asked if anyone had an issue with the rankings. The whole field was dead silent. But of course, the princess just had to raise her hand. She demanded to know if the Night Marauder ambush was a planned part of the exam scenario, saying that the mana beast felt way too legit and that she wanted some answers. Like, right now. Bornin told her the whole incident was being investigated, and because it was an unscheduled event with a high mortality risk, Eleanor would be receiving a pretty hefty compensation package from the academy. Then he glanced over at Knox, calling him Snow White again, and told him that he, too, had earned a special bonus reward for saving a fellow cadet's life. The young master just coolly turned away, saying he didn't need any bonus loot. He thought to himself that getting tangled up with Eleanor would just activate a bunch of annoying plot flags. I mean, without the main character, this world's scenario would lead to a bad ending, which sucks. But accepting the reward would be like acknowledging something that wasn't even true, and he'd rather just dodge that kind of misunderstanding. With that, he tried to dip, but Eleanor called out to him. She asked, "Why did you save me?" His eyes went wide for a sec, and he shot a totally disgusted look over his shoulder, thinking how the main plot just refuses to leave him alone. A system window popped up. Skill, masterful acting has been activated. The young master put on his best stoic face and looked at her. He told her he was just hunting a monster, and she was the one who crashed his spot out of nowhere. Eleanor's brow furrowed, totally not buying it, and she just stared at him. He started walking away from her again, rocking a super awkward and annoyed scowl. Knock let out a heavy sigh, wondering how long he could dodge this particular questline. Eleanor, known by her infamous title, the Gold-Digging Vixen, was from a ridiculously powerful house and a total schemer. She was absolutely convinced every single thing in this world could be bought with enough gold, even a person's core essence. Still, his train of thought got totally derailed. Some time later, Eleanor was cruising in a high-end, mana-powered carriage. A young dude sitting across from her glanced out the window, asking why the heck Knox even bothered to save her, pointing out that he even blew off the proctor's special reward. She recalled his lame excuse about just slaying a mana beast, but it reeked of a low-level lie. The guy spread his arms wide, asking, "Seriously, wasn't that a total waste of effort? You think so too? Right?" He pressed. He told her Knox was just your average, run-of-the-mill scumbag. Eleanor wasn't buying it. "It's not that black and white," she argued. "Knox lied to me. He must have had some kind of hidden agenda." The guy asked if she actually believed that, and she just scowled, staring out the window. Her expression turned dead serious as she told him she needed more intel. He assured her he'd try to dig up as much information as he could. She cut him off, saying she'd handle the recon personally. Then she warned him that the Reinhauser family wouldn't just sit back and watch if they found out someone was digging for dirt and fabricating evidence against them. An enchanted scroll lay on her lap, listing all the basic and advanced magic courses she'd be taking at the academy. The guy just smirked, nodding like he got the picture. A while later, back at the Lane Academy dorms, Knox was slumped in a chair, Setri, looking super worried. asked if he was actually okay. Mentioning how pale his complexion was, and the recent bout of mana exhaustion, a cool cloth was draped over his forehead as he tried to reassure her, telling her not to sweat it, that he'd be back to full stats soon. But he knew there were still a ton of unanswered plot holes. If there wasn't a designated main character, then someone had to step up and take the role to get his lost memories back, and figure out who was sending him those system messages. He figured it was a necessary quest. There was no other route. Only Knox, the character he'd transmigrated into, was the story's main villain. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open, and he shot up from his chair, asking, "Is this really the only build path?" Setri gasped. Calling out his name, Knox cracked a grin, realizing that even in this world, there was a way to min-max his build to be both the villain and the protagonist. Meanwhile, in some unknown dungeon, the sky was a sick crimson glow. Black smoke billowed everywhere, and bodies were just scattered across the battlefield. A tattered banner, probably some fallen guild standard, flapped on a pole. Bearing the crest of a bird, standing over the fallen was this girl with long, fiery red hair, clutching a sword and looking totally badass. Some dude in a long cloak and an iron mask calls her Lady Luna. He tells her their forces were starting to mobilize, then drops to one knee, vowing to awaken. Lady Luna just declares that the continent's about to get hit with another bloody Tempest-level event. The guy, Dave, asks if she's ready. She turns, telling him to prep the troops, totally confident they're gonna clear this quest. As she threw on her cape, which had this cool moon-shaped charm on it, you could see blood staining her hands and clothes. She swore she would bring the Aram Empire to its knees, but she kinda trailed off, leaving it hanging. Later, Knox was thinking about his past life, remembering how all the veteran players basically shared the same outlook. The line between the main character and the final boss was super thin. And yeah, he was totally on board with that idea. Both archetypes had to grind through similar trials. Only, like, raid bosses were pure evil. The so-called villains were usually just characters with a tragic backstory, which is why everyone was so obsessed with their character arcs. Anyway, Knox was strolling down some sketchy, dimly lit alley, decked out in a dark robe, thinking that even though villains and heroes had different stat builds, a villain could never just respec into a hero class. He smirked, realizing that in a world doomed because the protagonist went away from keyboard, the villain might have to step up and carry the whole damn story. He spotted a small building with a faint blue mana light glowing at the entrance, like a hidden quest marker. Rubbing the back of his neck, he muttered that he wasn't exactly vibing with this whole living on the edge thing, but it was the only route he had. This was the HQ for a major organization. A whole guild of villains plotting to take down the Imperial family. Blue mana swirled in his hand and a glowing portal materialized in front of him. Later, at a huge table, an instructor and a bunch of other faculty members were arguing. Noah, sitting right in the center, was looking off to the side, totally bored out of her mind. Vernon asked for everyone's input. Some guy with purple hair assured him he had the exam scenario on lock. He then asked if the instructor had messed up the parameters again. The instructor got super ticked off, pursed his lips, then called him an idiot, snapping that he already said he was in the clear. Suddenly, Noah's eyes shot wide open. She was giving off some serious final boss vibes. The dean asked them what the heck was going on. Vernon immediately threw an arm around the purple-haired dude's neck and was like, "We're not doing anything." He let out this super awkward laugh and asked if they could just get back to the meeting. He started to remind everyone where they were but trailed off, because Noah cracked this fake smile and asked if they somehow didn't hear her. Everyone looked at her, totally terrified. As she reminded them she'd already briefed the entire faculty, she then asked the instructor and the purple-haired guy if her mana signature wasn't strong enough for them to pay attention. You know, the usual. As always, a gray-haired professor with glasses chimed in, reminding everyone that the dean was talking about the hostile entity that crashed the entrance exams and endangered the new cadets. Noah let out a heavy sigh and agreed with him. She told the professors that there's a shadowy organization behind this, trying to stir up chaos at the academy, and not just here, but across the whole empire. Eleanor was just the first target. The dean then asked if they had any theories why she, a prodigy from the financial world, was their primary target. The purple-haired guy piped up, saying it's because of the rival merchant guild that her family runs, which controls roughly 70% of all goods imported into the Arkham Empire. Vernon added that if the enemy was intentionally targeting their rival, It's highly unlikely they'd stop there. Noah agreed, saying this incident was both a direct challenge and a warning shot to the academy. Therefore, they need to prep for any and all worst-case scenarios. Everyone nodded in agreement, so she stood up to leave. But then she changed her mind, sat back down, and raised a single finger with a smirk. Noah told them there was one more person she wanted to flag as a potential threat. Every head snapped in her direction. And Vernon, totally stunned, asked what she meant by that. The dean confirmed it with a nod, then recalled how she'd been keeping a close eye on Knox's mana signature. Yep. She was the white-haired woman from before. Noah told the faculty that this kid was the S-rank prodigy of this year's entire intake. The purple-haired instructor shot back, his voice laced with disbelief. Who are we talking about? He was totally floored, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't believe it. She'd actually found someone whose raw talent she recognized right off the bat. The guy realized this was the first time since that whole incident with the princess. Noah dropped the name. The student is Knox. The purple-haired dude scoffed. You mean that scoundrel from the House of Reinharbor? The one who's only famous for his legendary playboy antics? She stood up and started for the door, then smirked and told him he'd hit the nail on the head. The dean pictured Knox in her mind and told the other instructors, "This kid is..." but trailed off, leaving them hanging. Noah paused with her hand on the doorknob, then dropped a bombshell on them. Knox might just have a higher power level than me. The purple-haired instructor shot out of his chair, completely gobsmacked. The instructor in the red jacket stammered, "Did I hear that right?" The teacher in the blue sweater chimed in. How could the black sheep of the Reinharbor family have that kind of potential? The entire room was in an uproar. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Meanwhile, Knox strolled into some shady-looking tavern. A guy with a goatee called out to him, "Hey, kid, you lost or something?" Knox just grinned and recited, "The moonlight illuminates the sharpened quill for the glory of the Empire." The man's expression hardened. Then he grumbled, "Fine, you can go in. Though I have no clue why she times would give the passcode to a punk like you." The young master coolly replied, "Not even going to introduce yourself?" He smirked and sauntered over to a shelf lined with bottles of various concoctions. He stroked his chin, a thought crossing his mind about heading back to the dorms. But Knox cut that thought short. He grabbed bottle number 3, then number 1, followed by number 8, and finally 4. All of a sudden, a massive surge of blue mana erupted in front of him, forcing him to shield his face with his arm. A system notification pinged him, letting him know he'd been exposed to some high-tier magic, which totally reversed his mana flow for a moment. His OP mana perception skill got temporarily locked, and he was being warped to the designated coordinates. The young master's cape and hair whipped around him from the sudden gust of mana, and he glanced down, feeling seriously dejected, thinking that his stats were still way too low. He could even feel his body trembling. Then his eyes shot wide open, a cold, sharp blade was pressed right against his throat. Standing before him was Luna, her longsword held steady at his neck. She demanded to know who he was. Knox just grinned, happily calling out her name, Luna, but she just dug the blade deeper into his neck, breaking the skin just enough for a trickle of blood to start running down. The young master calmly stated that she was the leader of the Sleepers and the sole pillar of the Sword Empire, the one whose face no one had ever laid eyes on, telling her he was here specifically for her. Luna's eyes went wide. She asked how he knew not only the location of their secret base, but also her true identity. She told him she was going to ask him one more time. Luna's voice was low and dangerous. "Who are you?" Knox just casually pushed her blade aside with his hand and said, "The name's Knox." He put his hands up and told her he wanted to join the Sleepers. By now, night had completely fallen. A brilliant moon hung high in the sky as Paracelsus sat alone in his room. He stared out the window, his thoughts drifting to Knox. It felt like that guy knew something about old man Celsus's death. He wondered how the young master could possibly know his master was dead. Paracelsus seriously doubted he could have just guessed the death of one of the Sword Empire's 3 pillars. A death that was officially ruled an accident. He muttered that the whole thing was ironic, because Knox was supposed to be the disgrace of the Reinharbor family. Paracelsus wondered where a lie that big could have even started. He recalled their duel on the mountaintop, and thought that even though it was just for a fleeting moment, the young master's speed had clearly overwhelmed his own. He'd never seen anyone move that fast. Well, except for old man Celsus. Of course, maybe everything the world knew about Knox was a complete fabrication, and all the rumors about his trash personality and pathetic skills were just a front. With that thought, Paracelsus rose to his feet. He crashed onto the bed, then wondered why it was necessary. Why would the Reinharber family hide their true power level? The swordsman figured it didn't really matter, because he'd just smash any scrub who got in his way, especially if they were some stinking noble. Deep mana scars crisscrossed his chest as he calmly closed his eyes. Paracelsus drifted off, but got pulled into a super weird dream. Like a memory fragment from the past, the man told him that the Empress had gone completely off the rails and become a tyrant, causing the imperial family's influence to totally tank. But his daughter Penelope, known as the Benevolent Princess, was pushing back against the first prince in the political arena. To survive, he'd have to choose a faction. It looked like this man was his master. Paracelsus listened intently as the man continued, telling him he had to enroll in Aldine Academy and figure out which side he was going to grind for. This was his main scenario quest. Paracelsus was sweating bullets, tossing and turning in his dream, as his master told him he'd passed on all the skills he could. After that, in the dream, he relived the moment his master was taken out. Celso apologized to him, saying he had to log out first. The swordsman jolted awake in a panic. He was gasping for air, covering his face with his hands. The gauntlets on his hands began to glow with a pink aura. Paracelsus rubbed his neck, annoyed, and let out a heavy sigh. Then he muttered that if the old geezer was gone, he had to be the one to go with Enens. After that, he got up and grumbled, "Why is that dead guy still haunting my system?" At that moment, Knox was standing before Luna, who still had her blade pressed against his throat. A black system window popped up with her basic info. Luna was female, age 20, race human. With a lunar attribute, she had 0 achievements. Luna had 4 traits: sword genius, battle genius, aggressive eye of reason, and cold-blooded. Her debuffs were cruel, berserker, and mad fanatic. Luna's stats were stacked: 27 points in strength, 24 points in mana, a measly 4 points in luck, 25 points in willpower, and the same number of points in charm. She had 3 passive skills: battle spirit, piercing gaze, and intimidation. On top of that, Luna had active skills: lunar sword mastery and mana burst. The system notified the user that some information was currently locked. It would be revealed as the main scenario progressed. The young master realized she was one of the legendary 3 sword pillars. She was a total monster, on par with the top-tier knight masters at only 20 years old. Plus, her sword style was notoriously difficult to master. Because of this, Luna asked why the heir of the great Reinharber family would join some shady criminal guild. The system alerted the young master that a rank 1 bleed effect was active. He calmly told her he was there to bring down the Irem Empire. She started to ask what he meant, but didn't finish the thought, because Knox cut her off, saying what she probably already knew. To destroy the Empire, first you have to destroy Aldine Academy, which is basically the Imperial family's home base. Right? He put a hand on his chest, smirked, and then told Luna with total confidence that he was ready to be her spy. She shot back, "You really think you have the stats for that?" Knox just replied with a confident "Yep." Luna gave him a disbelieving look before finally lowering her sword, telling him he was clearly not some low-level mob. She asked him again for his name. The young master touched the new wound with his hand and introduced himself to the reaper named Luna. A man in a black cloak immediately appeared beside her and said, "He's here." She told him he needed to prepare the lunar trial. Dave, whose face was covered in gnarly scars, bowed to Luna and said he would carry out her order. After that, he walked over to Knox and handed him a black robe. He told him he needed to equip it and follow him. After a while, the moon was still shining like a spotlight. They walked through a small forest. The young master looked up at the sky, thinking this was awesome, because everything was going according to his scenario. They reached a bizarre-looking building, and Daff told him that after he stepped onto the altar, he had to eliminate all the enemies that spawned. Also, he better not lose the cloak he gave him. Dave's speech pattern was kinda glitchy. It seemed like he was lagging a bit, and he spoke super slowly. His voice sounded totally mysterious. Knox asked him, "Yo, what's the deal with the cloak?" Daff laid it out for him. This was the only way to break free from the berserker's overwhelming rage. The young master was already geared up in a black cloak. He pulled the hood over his head, thinking he finally understood why this cloak was such a clutch item. The berserk status effect was one of the worst debuffs in the game. It makes you go completely feral in exchange for a temporary power boost. Daff had warned him that exposure to the blood moon would trigger the madness. Basically, that was the enraged debuff in a nutshell. The moon in the sky actually started glowing crimson. The young master figured there were two clear objectives to beat this trial. First, resist the crimson moonlight to stave off the enraged effect. And second, face down the horde of monsters. The original game never gave a clear walkthrough on how to beat this trial, since it was all from the protagonist's point of view, and he obviously never had to deal with the villainous organization's initiation rites. So basically, almost nobody knows the cheat code for this trial. But still, he was stuck having to clear it. Knox smirked, and Luna crossed her arms, telling him that after he cleared the trial, one of two fates awaited him. She held up a finger, a sly grin on her face. She then told him he'd either join the sleepers if he had the stats for it, or he'd just be another corpse on the pile. The young master just gave her a look and let out a confident laugh, telling her they'd see soon enough if it was really that black and white. With that, he and Daff stepped up to the altar. A member of the sleepers pulled out a ritual scroll. Blood dripped onto the ground, causing a strange magic circle to activate right under them. It flared with a pink glow, and Daff glanced over, seeing that tons of monsters had just spawned in. Knox took it all in. There were serpents, bull-like beasts, and monsters with massive fangs. The whole area was swarming with them. The young master thought, there's no way I can solo a dungeon of this level right now. After all, every single mob here was at least a mid-rank chimera. The sheer number of monsters was also a huge problem. He didn't even have time to finish the thought. Knox threw back his hood and tossed his cloak aside. The red moon bathed him in its light, and he smirked, thinking his unique build was practically designed for this exact scenario. Meanwhile, Luna just frowned, thinking he'd actually lost his mind. A system notification popped up. The Blood Moon's influence is attempting to inflict a status effect, rage debuff, warning that the character's sanity stat could totally crash. The young master's eyes flew wide open. Whoa. It was like his body was creating an afterimage. He stared down at his hands in shock as a system window popped up, warning that his sanity wouldn't recover if he lost it all at once. A wicked grin spread across the young master's face. His eyes started glowing an intense violet, and a system notification pinged. All player stats have received a 1.5 times multiplier boost. His stamina stat was pushing nearly 10 points. His mana pool was almost at 14. His luck was a solid 10 points. His willpower was rocketing towards 17. Though his charisma stat didn't budge, the system pinged again. Status effect, Berserk has been activated. The buff didn't touch his luck or charm stats. Meanwhile, the moon above flared, turning a deeper blood red, and another system alert popped up, notifying him that the blood moon was casting a frenzy effect on him, which meant his sanity was on the verge of shattering. Suddenly, Knox's hidden stats materialized on the status screen. His agility was sitting at 7 points. The young master's skill list included Genius Time, Intermediate Reinharbor, Family Swordsmanship, and Blazing Southern Sword Style. The death counter ticked on. Time remaining due to Fatal Curse, 142 days. He's got a rage buff active. Asterisk. What an absolute moron. Asterisk, Luna thought to herself. She wondered if he was completely unhinged. Knox just smirked and took a deep, steadying breath. DeVay couldn't believe it. Telling his boss, he just ditched the cloak? That's basically like throwing his own life away, he asked her. Should I go in and stop him? Luna shot that down. Nah, she said. First of all, Knox is obviously not the type of guy who listens to anyone. And honestly, his death means jack squat to us. DeVay pushed back, all worried. But he's the heir of the Reinharbor family. His father is Teo, and that dude despises slackers. He pressed on. Are we really going to give him a reason to start a war with us? Luna just smirked. That's not going to happen. I'll handle it. She shot a grin back at the young master, then turned to DeVay and asked, Hey, do you really think Teo is some kind of doting father? Overflowing with paternal love? No way. That's definitely not happening. Luna just shrugged. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. She shot Knox a look, calling him a total meathead, then told Dave the guy probably had some kind of big brain play in mind. He told her he'd do whatever she commanded. Knox's sword began to pulse with a sinister dark aura, and the monsters let out a piercing shriek. The crimson worm lunged directly at the young master. He instantly cleaved through its body with a single slash. Droplets of its blood splattered across his face, and he just smirked. He then realized his whole world had suddenly been painted scarlet. This was exactly how the sleeper's trial was described in the game. He let out a focused breath, thinking about how all his stats had just skyrocketed. And that wasn't all. It was like he'd suddenly been completely upgraded, growing taller and broader. Even his shoulders widened. In this state, Knox was on a completely different level than any of his peers. The other monsters shrieked and swarmed the young master. Then Knox's eyes snapped open. They were glowing a vibrant purple. After that, he once again carved through the monsters with ease, lopping off their heads. His clothes, hair, sword, and face were drenched in blood. But the horde showed no signs of backing down. A fresh wave of beast-type monsters charged at the young master, so he dropped into a low, combat-ready stance, primed for the attack. He recalled how the berserk effect is considered a debuff, one of the worst status ailments in the game. It only ever procs during the blood moon. Knox grinned, leveling his sword in front of him, and thought that he'd come here planning to use this from the start. It was all thanks to a little loophole. The system notified him that with 2 genius-level traits, he could nullify the negative effects of the blood moon. The young master thought that he possessed the close combat genius and magic perception genius traits. The system confirmed it. Negative impact has been suppressed. Knox glanced at the monsters and thought that the whole point of being a genius was that you were just built different. It was a total cheat. But it was a cheat he could afford to use. After that, the young master shot to his feet, swinging his sword and calling out his skill. I'm activating harsh judgment. He landed hard on the ground, his blade scything through the monsters. Countless heads were sent flying. Luna and Dave stared at him in shock as the system notified the young master that thanks to the artifact effect of the Ring of Black Flame, his lifespan was extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Knox grinned. He looked completely unhinged. He shouted at the monsters, "If you're that jealous, why don't you go and get a fatal disease just like me?" After that taunt, he whipped his sword around him in a deadly arc, and another wave of monsters collapsed to the ground. Luna yelled something at him, but Knox tuned her out. He thought it was way too noisy in here. He took a breath to steady himself, then walked over to her and asked if Luna was enjoying the show. She smiled and told him happily, telling Dave that it looked like they had to accept Knox into their ranks. He shot back with a surprised look. "You think? There aren't many people on the entire continent with talent like mine." She called out to Knox, telling him he'd passed the test, so he needed to come back with them. Luna's eyes went wide as a huge grin spread across her face. This Knox kid is a very interesting case, she thought. She called over Dave, who gave her a respectful bow. She then presented the young master with a black cloak. She told him to take it. Because it was the cloak of a full-fledged member of the Sleepers, a system notification pinged for Knox. Item acquired. The young master smiled, satisfied, and looked at his hands. The system notified him he was receiving a Sleeper's cloak, and the item's data began to download. Basic information about the Sleeper member's cloak then appeared on his status screen. It was a mid-tier advanced item and had no attribute compatibility. The cloak granted a +1 bonus to willpower. The requirement to equip the item was to be a member of the Sleepers. The cloak also possessed special effects. The Moonlight Oath was now available to the young master. Members of the Sleepers would be able to recognize him by the design of the cloak, which was woven from the silk of black spiders. The cloak could also deflect most low-rank negative effects. The system notified the young knight that data on a new passive skill was downloading. He closed his eyes, satisfied, and then turned his gaze to Luna. She looked back at him curiously and then asked if he actually had a question for her. Since he was staring so intently, Knox replied calmly, "As far as I know, most of the freshmen totally bombed this trial, which meant he was totally due for some decent loot." Luna gave him a thoughtful look, then smirked, saying he was handling things pretty well. She called him a gutsy rookie and wondered out loud how long he could keep up that cocky attitude of his. Luna told him he was on standby until his next mission dropped. He gave her a slight bow, and she told him he'd better not let her down. With that, Knox stepped up to the blue gate, and Luna turned to Daff. "That Knox kid is something else, isn't he?" He had to agree with her, then thoughtfully stroked his chin, admitting that he just couldn't wrap his head around how the young master could withstand the Blood Moon's madness. Luna said she was just as baffled, since any other hunter wouldn't last 5 minutes in there, unless they were some kind of S-tier prodigy. Of course, but even a prodigy wouldn't be dumb enough to run a dungeon without their protective gear, which means Knox is either a total psycho or just has a death wish. Daff agreed again, asking her to keep a close eye on the young master. She said they should watch and see what Knox's core skills are. and what other crazy stunts he'll pull. Just then, Knox emerged from the other side of the gate. Finding himself back in the tavern, Kieran was calmly wiping down some mugs, then cracked a smile and asked Knox if he was out of his mind. Knox just said, "You're not wrong." He smirked to himself, thinking that, in other words, the guy was basically asking why he ditched the protective cloak when it could have gotten him zeroed. Except, he wasn't risking anything at all, because he had a unique trait: total resistance to the berserker effect, +2 innate talents, a genius for close-quarters combat, and another for mana perception. Knox figured. Simply put, he was the only one who could actually use the Blood Moon as a power-up. Kieran just told him, "Hope the gamble was worth it." The young master then asked if Kieran actually needed something from him. The man's expression turned serious, saying he felt slighted by the way Knox had introduced himself. The young master's eyes went wide with surprise, asking him what on earth he was talking about. He asked if they were square. Kieran said yeah, and then told him they'd cross paths again. As Knox headed for the tavern exit, Kieran called out that getting used to the academy's insane schedule would be a total grind. But more importantly, it would be tough for him to keep his power level on the down low. He hoped Knox wouldn't attract too much heat. A bit later, Knox made it back to the dorms, thinking how everything was going a little too smoothly. He walked into his room and, boom, Setri was right there. She was fuming, asking why he'd just ditch his room on the very first day without even telling her. The young master glanced at his hair in a panic. Crap. There was blood in it. He thought Setri was totally crashed out when he left. He was trying to check it out. The annoyed maid snapped, asking if he was even listening to her. She said she'd told him a million times already that he needed to stop pulling these reckless stunts. Despite all the trash-tier rumors floating around his family, there was always a chance to restore his honor. She put extra force into that last part. It made Knox cringe and let out a heavy sigh. After that, he started shrugging off his clothes, telling her to just drop it. He asked her how her day went. The young master added that, from what he'd heard, the attendants had their own training sessions too. Setri's eyes widened and she wrung her hands. Her expression suddenly soured as she looked down. Then she just mumbled that nothing special happened. Knox watched her, thinking something definitely went down today. He rubbed his chin, realizing she meant the classes for attendance, which included not just the low rankers, but nobles too. It seemed like Setri had become their new favorite target for hazing. Knox wondered if there was a way to handle it. Then he handed her a small pouch and told her she needed to keep it on her. If she ran into any trouble in class, she was to open it. Setri took the pouch, staring at it with curiosity. She started to ask what it was, but the maid couldn't even finish her thought, because the young master just smirked and told her to only open it when she was in a real pinch. Setri's eyes went wide. Like, for real? You can't unseal it right now? He warned her not to use it unless it was a last resort. The maid bowed low, saying she totally understood and would definitely pop that artifact if things went south. The young master smirked, telling her not to hesitate for a second if she landed in a bind. He asked, "You got that?" And she gave him a firm nod. Right after that, the system pinged him. He'd successfully enrolled in Lane Academy, and the first part of the main scenario was complete. Knox's eyes shot open, in shock, thinking, no way. It's finally happening for real. A pop-up materialized on his interface, flashing that he had one unread message. The system prompted, "Display message?" The young master tapped the holographic screen, thinking, heck yeah, I do. The moment he did, he felt a strange pulse of mana from the letter. The sender's message began, "Greetings, player. If you're reading this, it means you've successfully cleared the entrance trial for Lane Academy." The sender knew he could breeze through that quest without any problems, so they were totally hyped for him. Knox thought to himself, dude, the way this is written, it's like the sender can see my entire character sheet. This person knew him way too well. He kept reading the message. The sender wrote that this was just the tutorial level. They were sure Knox had been through some tough grinds before. But unfortunately, the difficulty was about to spike. No one else could handle this questline but him, because only Knox was fated to unlock the true ending. The sender added that they knew it sounded super irresponsible, but they were genuinely trying to help him out with whatever support items they could. The person also included some gifts in the mail, writing that it wasn't a huge loot drop, but they hoped he'd accept the care package attached to the letter. The young knight sat down, muttering, "This letter explains literally nothing." This time, though, He didn't need to overthink it. Since there was a good chance the sender of these letters was some kind of prophetic dream or a high-level oracle, the simple fact that this person could influence events through the system and send him items proved his theory was on the money. So he needed to focus on clearing the main story. Because it was directly tied to his sealed memories. The young master sighed, saying, "All right, let's table the stuff I can't figure out for now." He eyed the mail icon on his UI and said, "Might as well check out this gift." Knox tapped a command to pull up his character inventory on the screen. His eyes suddenly flew open in shock because a list of names appeared on the interface. Theo, Elena, Grein, Talia. He was completely stunned, whispering, "Wait, if I'm getting this right." But he didn't even finish the thought. He tapped the tab with Talia's name, and a flood of status windows appeared before him. Even basic intel on Knox's own father popped up. Knox grinned, thinking, this is a seriously overpowered skill. I mean, to normally read someone's stats using an analysis skill, he'd need a direct line of sight on the target. But this was a total game changer. Now he could pull up the character sheets for anyone he'd already met. Anytime he wanted. He smirked and said, "A gift this broken could only be sent by," he suddenly frowned, leaning closer to the screen. He called Theo a crazy training addict. His stamina stat had already jumped by almost half a point. Knox wondered, is this guy still in his growth phase or something? Even though he was already a renowned sword pillar of the Empire, the young master quickly composed himself, saying it didn't matter. Because looking at Theo's stat gains, he had a major realization. He glanced in the mirror, seeing his old self from his past world. Then he thought, this world might have a game-like system. But this is no game. Knox tensed up in annoyance and said, this just makes everything way more complicated. He glanced at the enrollment scroll. At least my class selection went off without a hitch. The scroll listed the required courses Knox had to attend. They were basic swordsmanship, intro to mana manipulation, history of the Arkham Empire, and mounted combat. The next morning, the academy was buzzing with students. Citri walked into the hall. A bunch of other attendant trainees were hanging around, all giving her mocking looks. One girl with short red hair asked her friend, "Hey, is that her?" Citri's eyes widened, but the girls just kept on trash-talking her. The girl asked, "Isn't she from the Luyo family? The one that got demoted to commoner status?" Citri was feeling kinda down because everyone was whispering and throwing shade about her. The dark-haired maid basically pointed and was like, "Yeah, that's totally her." She couldn't even imagine the nerve it took to follow your master to the EAN Academy. The red-haired girl snickered, saying if she were Citri, she'd be too mortified to even show her face in public. Her friend added that she was probably just trying to enchant the young aristocrat to level up and live the high life. They both smirked, giving Citri the side-eye. The redhead told her friend, "I mean, with a face like that, it's a solid strategy." Her friend was like, "For real? After all, Citri is the personal maid for the black sheep of the Reinharbor family. I heard Knox is a total degenerate, and she's just happy to play that to her advantage." The maids cackled at Citri's expense, saying it was painfully obvious. The red-haired girl just nodded along, agreeing with all the trash talk. The girl then asked where her family was even from, laughed, and told her friend it didn't matter, since it was probably some F-tier territory not even worth putting on a map. Citri clenched her fists, steeling herself. She was ready to endure countless insults. That was just the fate of a fallen noble. However, she absolutely could not let them tarnish young Master Knox's reputation. Her brow furrowed as she walked over and politely asked if they could have a word. The girl shot her a hostile glare. But then another long-haired maid nudged her aside and asked Citri if she really wanted to start something with them. She smirked, announcing that she was the daughter of a count, and her name was Jael. She belonged to the glorious House Flores, which serves Lord Grain. Jael crossed her arms smugly and asked Citri if she seriously thought she had even 1 minute to spare for a commoner like her. Citri stated she'd heard them spreading baseless rumors about her master. Jael just smiled. "And what are you going to do about it? Is it our fault your master's reputation is already in the gutter?" The other maid snickered, and Jael told Citri that if she was looking for an apology, she could just forget it. Citri looked at her dead on, realizing her master Knox had been right. A person's status and rank are everything in this academy. And with that, she pulled the small pouch Knox had given her from her pocket. Thinking there was only one play left, she opened the artifact, and a miniature Knox materialized right beside her. Citri's eyes went wide with shock. A mana projection of her master was just floating in midair. Jael shrieked that he'd scared her. Everyone just stared, stunned. As Citri gave the projection a questioning look, Knox introduced himself to the crowd, then said he had no idea what was going on. But frankly, it didn't matter. He scanned them all with pure disdain and told the maids that if Citri had to summon him, there could only be one reason. Knox pointed a finger right at Jael and said, "You. Or all of you. It doesn't matter how many of you there are." He didn't finish, because Jael was staring in pure terror, stammering, "Wait. Is that Times the Times guy from the Reinharbor family?" Knox flashed a wicked grin and told them all they were in deep trouble. He was going to rip their heads clean off and ship them to their families in a box. After that, the projection vanished, leaving Citri in stunned silence. She was in a complete daze, thinking that was some seriously next-level overkill from Lord Knox. Jael was petrified. Her face went ghost white, and she suddenly dropped to the floor, prostrating herself before Citri. She then awkwardly asked what her name was. Citri let out a deep sigh and told her. Jael flinched, freaking out even more. Thinking, she sighed, "That's a bad sign. The Reinharbor family is going to wipe my entire bloodline off the map." She started apologizing profusely to Citri, saying she'd lost her mind and swore it would never, ever happen again. Repeating her apology over and over, everyone else just stared at Jael, completely floored. Citri thought in disbelief. Wow. This intimidation tactic actually worked. She was shocked. But still, this was only going to add more fuel to the ugly rumors about Knox. She glanced away and muttered under her breath. What in the world was he thinking? After that, she walked right past Jael, as everyone else stared at her with a newfound fear. A while later, under a gray, sunless sky, Citri and Knox were walking down a path when she asked with concern if he was all right. The young master honestly looked a little drained. She told him he had dark circles under his eyes. Knox rubbed his eye with a finger, telling her it was no big deal. Citri just frowned, giving him a pitiful look. The young master was just thinking about how picking his academy electives had been a whole quest in itself. He let out a tired sigh, and just then, some dude popped up right in front of them, blocking their path. The guy was rocking a white shirt and brown overalls, with some kind of matching brown headpiece. The guy flashed a grin, whipped off his hat, and did a full-on bow, calling out Knox's name. Knox was just like, and you are? Still bowing. The guy told them he'd introduce himself properly. He said his name was Rick, a loyal servant to the esteemed Lady Eleanor. Rick beamed, saying this meeting was a divine honor. The young master just repeated his name like a question, frowning as he tried to figure out what this side quest was even about. A system window popped up. Surprise event triggered, activating his master's poker face skill. Just like that, the shock effect was nullified. Knox's inner monologue kicked in. Great. I've run into a high-level snake in the first few seconds. He knew this guy, Rick the Deceiver. This guy was a major plot device. In the next 3 chapters of the main story, he backstabs a rival merchant guild, which totally kicks the whole story into high gear. Plus, Rick is a total simp for the actual protagonist, and will eventually betray Eleanor for him. Knox looked at him with disdain, thinking that the whole "enemy of my enemy is my friend" trope was complete garbage. In the game, his prophetic dream, Rick is a trash-tier character you absolutely don't want in your party. Rule number 1. Don't engage. Rick pulled out a small blue box, telling the young master that Lady Eleanor wanted him to have this gift. He called it an extremely valuable artifact. He held out the box, but Knox just narrowed his eyes and deadpanned. You need to bounce. The young master's face was dead serious. He was thinking, of course. He was low-key curious what kind of artifact it was. But this screamed cursed item. It was a classic poisoned apple scenario. And he wasn't falling for it. Rick looked totally shook, asking what he meant. Knox's eyes shot open, and his hand dropped to the hilt of his sword. Then he asked if he really needed to run that back for him. Citri tensed up, her eyes wide as she saw her master's hand on his blade. Rick's face went pale, but his eyes were filled with pure venom. The young master was about to unsheath his blade, but Eleanor's little servant started shaking like a leaf. So, Knox just scoffed, spun on his heel, and started walking the other way. Citri gave Rick a quick bow and then scrambled after her master, calling for him to wait up. She reminded him his constitution was still weak, so he had to be careful, or he'd totally faceplant. Knox shot back. For real? You really think I'm that pathetic? The maid had a flashback to the young master being bedridden with a debuff. She told him he just recently had a cold and chills. And considering his permanently cold hands, she thought you'd have to search far and wide to find a character with lower HP than him. The young master gave a lame smile and told her she had a point, but that he'd be fine. They would definitely survive this playthrough and not get a game over. Citri agreed with him. Then her gaze dropped sadly, telling him things still weren't easy for him. He was always at the center of some major plot event. Knox gave her a surprised look, then sighed dramatically. Can't be helped. It's the price of being the main character. She gave him a little side-eye. And he thought about how he wasn't just her master. He was the one who saved her life from a bad ending. The Citri character build came with a maxed-out devotion stat. So being away from him for too long gave her a nasty debuff. They kept walking, and the maid suddenly asked him why he went so hard on that guy a minute ago. Knox asked if she meant Rick. Citri nodded, looking worried, and then said he seemed to have gone full-on berserker. Suddenly, he put a hand on her shoulder and told her she needed to listen up. For real, Knox told her that no matter what happens, she should never let that Rick NPC get near her, because nothing good would come from that interaction. She thought about Eleanor and figured it was because of their tense faction relations. But Knox would have handled it differently if that were the case. Apparently, there was a way more serious plot point at play here. After that, she bowed to him and said she understood completely and would maintain her distance from Rick. The young master nodded in agreement. He then walked off, thinking that considering the future story updates, it would be best to just avoid Eleanor's entire guild. Otherwise, he'd just aggro a bunch of unnecessary attention, and they needed to be way more careful. A little while later, a bunch of students were chilling in the academy's massive assembly hall. The place looked seriously high-spec. The cadets were all seated on benches while some instructor stood in the middle of the hall. Knox scowled, thinking back to his recent chat with Citri. He wondered why the world's RNG was so stacked against him. Some silver-haired dude with a mustache and spectacles cleared his throat, then announced that starting today, they had to form a party to level up with and tackle various trials over the next year. And for a party to have any decent synergy, the most important thing is that you all know each other well. The young master thought he'd celebrated way too soon, burying his head in his hands and staring blankly ahead. He never thought being a loner would be a debuff in what was supposed to be a single-player run. The gray-haired instructor told the students that anyone who already had allies could form parties of 4. He gave them 5 minutes to make it happen. Knox squeezed his eyes shut, totally bummed, thinking this was an impossible quest. A no-name outsider like him would never recruit any party members. He raised his hand and asked the instructor what would happen if someone couldn't manage to form a party. The man said they'd get a big fat F, and, what's worse, they couldn't even redo the class. He stared down the young master and told him that just wouldn't fly. He just asked Knox if he understood. Knox nodded, thinking, great. So I'm gonna get a quest failed notification right at the start of the semester. He thought, man, just graduating from this academy is already a high-tier quest. Failing even one class is a straight-up game-over expulsion. He couldn't let that happen. All the students started scrambling to form their parties. Some dude asked the princess if he could join her squad. Echidna said she wanted Penelope in their party. 2. The black-haired guy asked Paracelsus if he wanted to team up. Knox just miserably hid his face in his hands and stared at his desk. He thought, there has to be a hidden route to get a party, even for a solo player like me. Some blonde dude asked Eleanor if she wanted to join his party. He told her that even though he didn't look it, his stats were pretty high. The short-haired guy just smirked and said Eleanor was already on his team. He told her he could even hook her up with a contract for his family's merchandise. But Eleanor just straight up ignored him and walked over to Knox. She called out his name, smirked, and asked if he really hated her gift that much. Knox stayed quiet, and she told him she had another proposal for him since she wanted to repay the favor. The young master asked what she meant. Eleanor just smiled and swept her hair back with her hand. Then she said she'd let him join her party. He scowled, thinking that sounded super arrogant, but he immediately realized that in the Part 9 end, he and she would be in the same party. Besides, he couldn't even finish the thought because Talia came running up. She told Knox she wanted to join his team. Knox thought, great. Another annoying side character. Talia is going to be with us. She looked embarrassed and glanced away, and the young master figured he could understand why. Talia was a decent character in the game. Whether Knox liked it or not, he was still her fiancé. She can't just stand by and wants to help the hapless loner. Knox frowned and muttered under his breath that it was creepy. Eleanor rubbed her chin and said this was a pretty unexpected event. The young master, totally annoyed, asked her what her point was. She laughed and said the funny part was that even a guy like him had friends. Knox stayed silent, then thought that considering what he said to her when they were kids, he could kinda see her point. He wondered why her words were giving him such a massive rage debuff. Talia shyly asked Knox if he would let her join his party. Eleanor smirked and asked, "So you need one more party member, right?" Knox calmly told her to act like anyone actually cared about her opinion. She just smiled and asked if he really had a choice. The young master gave her some serious side-eye and told her she was so perceptive. He thought that Eleanor was right. Because to get back his memories, he had to keep grinding at the academy. He needed top-tier grades because, according to the main scenario, he had to rank in the top 10 students by the end of the first story arc. Next up, he's got to face off against an archdemon. This is going to be the first time he's playing both the villain and the hero in the same scenario. All the cadets were just chilling and chatting when, out of nowhere, this brown-haired dude with freckles walks up and says, "Hey." Turns out the guy's name was Paul. He said he was stoked to be joining their squad. Knox glanced at the system window and figured he'd lucked out, since the last member of his party was just some normie. Paul's basic info was displayed on the screen. He was a 15-year-old human male. Paul had 0 special attributes or achievements listed. His perks were efficient survivor, devout, and physically conditioned. His stats were totally mid: 4 points in stamina, 3 points in mana, 2 points in willpower, and 10 points in charm. But then, Knox spotted something interesting. Paul had an active skill, a unique blessing, but 0 passive skills. The young master smirked, thinking this was insane. His stats were absolute garbage. But who cares when the guy can cast buffs? He was wondering how a dude with a rare tier skill like that, something usually only seen in a saintess from the Holy Temple, even ended up at the academy. He figured now wasn't the time to overthink it. Paul just grinned and said he was looking forward to teaming up. Eleanor smiled back, introduced herself, and said she hoped everyone was ready to pull their weight. Talia blushed, gave her name too, and said she was glad to be part of the squad. Knox gave Paul a cool look and was like, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" He told him he just hoped he wouldn't be dead weight and could at least carry his own. Suddenly, the gray-haired professor slammed his palm on the desk, grabbing everyone's attention. He announced that it looked like all the cadets had successfully formed their squads, and he wished them luck for the upcoming week. He added that their squad rosters were locked in for the entire next semester. He told them they were dismissed. "Freaking old gazer," Knox muttered angrily. A worried Talia was like, "Dude, you said that way too loud." "I know." The young master shot back. "I wanted the fossil to hear me." She told him that dissing a professor probably wasn't the smartest move. But Knox just tuned her out. He headed for the door, saying he couldn't care less. He figured now that he was in a squad, the professor couldn't just chew him out personally. The young master pushed the door to leave the lecture hall, but Talia called out after him. She kinda peeked at him and asked which electives he'd added to his schedule. She promised she wasn't asking for any weird reason. Knox couldn't believe she was being so blatant about it. He stepped out of the hall, and she trailed right behind him. Talia reached out to him, insisting she was just curious. The young master just poked her on the forehead and asked if she really wanted to know. "Which classes are the easiest to snag a perfect score in? You really think I'd just give up that kind of intel for free?" he asked. Talia's eyes went wide as she asked what he meant, insisting that wasn't it at all. Knox just kept walking, thinking to himself, "Nice try, but she can't fool me." He wasn't about to leak that kind of info. Later that afternoon, they were in the academy's 4th sector, the main merchant district packed with all sorts of shops. Knox was rocking a long black cloak, as Citri commented that this was just to be expected of the Line family. Attending this place requires a massive investment. She held up a small ledger, listing off the required textbooks, gear, and supplies. She said, now she understood why commoners never last long at the academy. They just don't have enough gold to afford it all. The young master casually browsed the potions on the display counter, grabbing 2 small vials and telling her that the problems of commoners were none of his concern. He glanced at the potion and thought that if someone has enough raw talent for this academy, they'll easily attract sponsors, even if they're a commoner, as long as their talent isn't some useless F-rank ability. Citri handed a pouch of gold to the shopkeeper, and Knox thought to himself that money would never be an issue. Suddenly, they heard a man yelling at someone, calling them a filthy brat. He was screaming at them to get lost. Citri turned to the young master, our voice tense, and said it looked like things were getting rowdy. Knox was telling her that any place where people gather is bound to be chaotic. Just gotta tune it out. Then, his eyes locked onto some dude in a burgundy coat. Standing out in the middle of the crowd, his eyes shot wide open. Stunned, as he muttered, "No way. It's him." But he couldn't even finish the thought before the dude spat right on the pavement, then jabbed a finger at the guy, telling him to get lost if he wasn't gonna buy anything. He sneered, asking the man why. Some broke-looking nobody was blocking the path for people with actual coin. Knox realized this had to be the scion of one of the three great families who wield the darkness attribute, the one and only young master of the Manhwa household, Leon von Marvis. And what's more, Knox's gaze wasn't on the loudmouth in the burgundy coat, but on Leon himself, who was clutching a simple potion vial. The young master figured he must be in a real financial bind now, especially since his family's fortune had just recently collapsed. The punk got all up in his face, sneering about what's the point of picking up and putting down junk he can't afford anyway. He snapped, telling him to quit spewing trash and get the hell out of his sight. Man, the standards at Eline Academy have really hit rock bottom lately, he scoffed. They're letting in any old street rat these days. Leon's gaze fell to the ground for a moment, before he slowly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with a venomous green light as a matching aura began to swirl at his feet, his voice dangerously low. He asked the punk exactly what street rat he was referring to. The Viridian mana flared violently, erupting around Leon's entire body. The pressure he gave off was immense. The grimoire in his hands began to float, pages flipping on their own. He stretched out a hand, and orbs of raw, crackling energy began to coalesce around him. Leon's voice was ice as he declared that while his house may have fallen on hard times, I will not suffer such insults to the name of Manhwa. At this, both Knox and his maid's eyes went wide, in absolute shock. Knox thought, oh crap, he's actually lost it. He bolted towards them, thinking, you can't do this. No matter how pissed off you are, you just can't. The young master was freaking out, sprinting as the thought raced through his mind. Is he seriously about to unleash his mana in the middle of the fourth sector? And on top of that, skeletal warriors, summoned by dark magic and armed with spectral swords, materialized around Leon. He commanded them, and that sinister green aura pulsed everywhere. Sitter screamed out for her master. Panicked, she cried, "What are you doing?" As the young master yelled out Leon's name, a total scrub, and told him he was completely unhinged. You could see the chaotic mana in his eyes. We have to stop him before he goes berserk and causes a catastrophe. She asked if he could really tell all that just from his eyes. Knox said dead serious. My insight is never wrong. Just trust me on this. Citri's eyes went wide. Totally thrown, the guy asked Leon, terrified. Dude, have you actually lost your mind? Do you even realize what you're doing? The dude scowled and shot back. How dare you? But he couldn't even finish his sentence, 'cause Knox cut him off, telling him to back down. You need to get lost while I'm still being nice about it. The young master stood in his way, wielding a black sword as a dark purple aura flared up around his entire body. He told the guy to scram, unless he had a death wish. The guy yelled back, "The hell did you just say?" He called Knox a low-tier scrub and asked how he dared to block his path. Do you have any idea who I am? The young master put a hand on his hood, grunted, and threw it back. He asked, the real question is, do you know who you're facing? Everyone stared, their jaws on the floor. They were completely stunned. Meanwhile, Emma was giving Talia a seriously confused look. Talia asked if she really believed that even though she was in the same party as Knox now, he actually had a good reason for ghosting her on his training schedule. She glanced out the window, asking the maid, is this just some weird teenage phase? Is he just being all sunder with me? She snapped her head back around to her and demanded, so, what's your theory? Talia shouted. Answer me. Emma just looked at her, totally on edge. Talia was clearly ticked off. The maid awkwardly asked how she was supposed to know what was going on in Knox's head. She suggested that her lady should maybe just chill out a bit. Talia looked away, muttering that she was trying to level up her maturity as much as she could. She wasn't judging people based on their family's rank anymore. She did everything to grind out some reputation points with Knox. But he just... And she trailed off, wringing her hands anxiously. Emma watched her, a worried look on her face. She thought, at this rate, My lady is going to be stuck in this thought loop for weeks. If she'd known, it would turn into this whole mess. She never would have vouched for that dense protagonist. Knox. In front of her. She remembered how they were riding in the Manhwa carriage. Talia asked why her betrothed was giving her the cold Duke of the North treatment. Emma was like, he's probably just going through that edgy, brooding phase. You know? Her lady stared, totally baffled, and was like, what are you even talking about? The maid, rocking a sly look, explained that all the guys at the academy act like that, trying to act all cool and unapproachable, like total tsunderes. Talia totally bought it, a huge smile blooming on her face. Emma figured. Yup. This is the moment the main quest started. She started seriously catching feelings for Knox. Back then, Emma had no clue what kind of chaotic side quest this was about to become. She wondered if maybe she shouldn't have just spouted off like that. The maid stroked her chin, deep in thought, realizing it was now painfully obvious that Talia had a massive crush on Knox, and ever since that flag was raised, she trailed off, then awkwardly tried to backtrack, saying she wasn't 100% sure that was why young Master Knox was acting all aloof. A surprised Talia asked her what she meant by that. Emma pointed out that he was already her betrothed, then pitched a new theory. What if he was just trying to draw a line between his personal life and grinding to be top-ranked at the academy? Hearing this, Talia suddenly grabbed her hand, her eyes sparkling as she called out Emma's name. She gushed about how her maid was secretly a relationship guru. Emma, totally hesitant, was like, you really think so? Talia blushed, bright red, saying that she sounded so wise and confident, and that from now on, Emma was her official go-to for all romance quests. Emma looked at her lady's beaming face, mentally apologized, and thought about how she'd literally never even been on a date. The maid just gave a resigned, helpless smile. Suddenly, their little chat was cut short by a knock at the door. They both turned toward the sound, and Emma formally addressed the person outside. But first, the visitor would have to state the purpose of their visit. Eleanor then walked into the room and greeted them. She smiled and introduced herself to the maid. She explained that she was on Talia's squad for the combat magic practicum. She said she needed to speak with the young lady. Emma shot her a weary look, which made a curious Talia call out her name. The maid's brow furrowed slightly as she told Eleanor that if she didn't have an appointment, you'd probably have better luck scheduling a formal audience with the lady first. L.A. just smirked and dropped Knox's name, which immediately got her some seriously worried looks. She pulled Talia aside, saying she needed a word with her about Knox. A few moments later, Talia and Eleanor ducked into a private room to chat. Ella was all like, "So good to see you. That makes twice today. Right?" She flashed this super fake smile, and Talia was totally picking up on the weird vibes. At that exact moment, Knox asked the guy, "Do I really need to introduce myself?" The dude's eyes practically bugged out of his head, completely stunned. He was thinking, no way. So the rumors are true. Silver hair and violet eyes. The entire crowd was staring at Knox, their auras trembling with fear. They knew it had to be him. The guy stammered, asking if he was really times Reinharbor, the one accepted into the academy this year. Knox just coolly replied that he wasn't a fan of repeating himself. The dude immediately started groveling, saying he didn't recognize him at first. You know, on account of the hooded cloak he was wearing. But he never finished his excuse, because the young master shot him a death glare and said, "Scram, before I lose my temper." The guy looked absolutely terrified, and Knox just raised his voice. "Are you seriously going to make me say it a third time?" Petrified, the guy spun on his heel and just bolted in the opposite direction. He shouted back that he'd do whatever he was told. Leon glared at Knox, snapping, "Hey, I wasn't finished with that fodder." Right after he said that, a skeleton crackling with green mana opened its jaw and lunged straight for Knox. The young master simply held out his hand, and a sphere of violet aura materialized in his palm. It looked like a small orb. Knox deadpanned. "So, we're using dark magic just to have a conversation now?" He casually shoved the energy orb right into the skeleton's gaping mouth, causing its skull to completely shatter into a million tiny fragments. Everyone stared, jaws on the floor, as Knox told Leon, "Dude, you're basically sending the Imperial family an invitation to capture you." All of a sudden, Leon's eyes went wide and he let out a shocked gasp. He then stammered, "Oh man, you're right, using magic before. We officially come of age is totally forbidden by imperial law. He stared down at his palm, muttering. I completely spaced on that. Following this, all the green mana dissipated, and Leon gave Knox a deep, formal bow. He apologized, saying he owed him one. Big time. Knox whipped out a small pouch. All right, since you get the picture, you can go on a shopping spree, or whatever. Just bounce. He tossed the pouch over, telling Leon to use it if he was short on gold. Leon peeked inside, and whoa, it was packed with gold coins, practically glowing with their own aura. Totally floored. He was like, yo, young master, what's the deal? Why are you helping a scrub like me? Leon shot back, all chill, saying if Knox was trying to slap some kind of life debt on him, it wasn't gonna fly. But Knox just shrugged, saying a little pocket change like this was nothing to him. Though, he added, I'm not gonna say I don't have some ulterior motive. Leon's eyes widened for a sec. Then he just cracked up. Like, oh, I see how it is. Game on. Right after. He held out his hand, and this sick green magic circle materialized, sucking all the skeletons back into some pocket dimension. Then Leon stepped right up to Knox's face. He glanced at the gold, saying, I get it now. This is hush money. So I don't spill the beans about that unique aura you're leaking. That S-tier necromancy. A unique skill that's supposed to be exclusive to the Manhwa bloodline. Leon cupped a coin in his hands, and it started glowing with his own green mana, then floated up into the air. The coin hovered at his command. Leon was totally controlling it with his aura. He looked Knox dead in the eye and said, yeah, I'm not cool with these terms. Leon looked super calm and asked him, so, where'd you get your hands on my family's power? Meanwhile, back in Oritalia, two girls were sitting down for tea. Alina, Knox's fiancée, told Talia she needed to talk to her about something serious. Alina watched Talia's face, totally intrigued by her reaction. This was not the vibe she was expecting at all. Talia was just super chill, staring off into space like she was pondering some deep magic theory. Alina started wondering, wait, no way. Does she actually have a crush on Knox? A little smirk played on Alina's lips as she shot that idea down. Nah. Impossible. For a guy with his stats, an engagement is just a debuff. She thought, better just to be blunt about it. You need to know that Knox is seriously bad news. Alina stated, her tone dropping 10 degrees. First off, he's the heir to a family that's basically one of the great pillars of the dark side. And secondly, you can't ignore all the crazy rumors about his weirdo behavior. The red flags are, like, everywhere. She took a calm, calculated sip of her tea. Talia just looked down for a moment before answering, I just don't think Knox is a bad guy. Her expression was dead serious, but Alina's face totally soured. Flashing back to her own cringy childhood run-in with the young master, she just closed her eyes, trying to keep her aura in check. Asterisk, yeah. Not everyone's gonna buy that. Asterisk, Alina thought. Talia was a seriously weird character. Like, why would a straight-up, good-natured girl like her even be into a useless F-rank like Knox? She glanced at her again and totally caught the vibe. Talia was throwing some serious shade her way. Talia decided to just cut to the chase. Look, the young master has his flaws. Sure. But he's not the kind of guy who'd pull some villain-level stunt. People just get the wrong idea because he's got that ice-cold noble act down. But that's just, like, the tip of the iceberg. I think. Alina shot her a look of pure disgust. I heard you two are betrothed. Totally explains why you're defending him so hard. She set her cup down. But political engagements between nobles? Those are quests that can get cancelled in a heartbeat. Talia looked seriously ticked off. She clapped back, her voice rising. That's not why I have faith in Knox. Alina just smirked darkly. A character's core stats don't change that easily. Knox's fiancé had to admit she might have a point. But she needed to drop one major truth bomb. It was Knox who saved your life. If he hadn't been there, it would have been game over for you. I'm sure even you can process that much. Alina's eyes went wide. Talia pressed on. So why are you so hostile towards him? What's the beef? Alina's brow furrowed. Then a slick smile crossed her face as she said coolly, looks like I've overplayed my hand a bit. She stood up, signaling the end of this little parley. She thanked Talia for her time. And Nox's fiancée said her goodbyes. Alina stepped out of the room and down into the courtyard, where Rick called out to her with a grin. Seems like that little chat didn't exactly level up your friendship stats. Huh? Alina just looked down. She asked him, "What do you think is the most important trait for a merchant to have?" Rick grinned. "Obviously. A sharp eye for a deal, and a maxed-out perception of your surroundings." She scowled, thinking it was that very perception that got her branded as a money-grubbing fox. Even while making her a prodigy in the world of finance, she wondered if Knox had really changed his whole build. Nah, Alina thought. That's total bull. She frowned with a hint of pity and said out loud, "After all these years, there's just no way that's the real story." Meanwhile, Knox and Leon were still hanging out in the Academy's 4th sector. The scion of the Marvis clan looked absolutely terrifying, his whole body leaking this sinister black and green aura. The young master yelled for everyone to get back, telling them to scram. Knox just stared, totally confused. As the crowd started freaking out and bolting, that sickly green mana started pulsing through the air. And then boom, a shadow barrier snapped into place, trapping them. The young master scanned the perimeter. His eyes narrowed. Whoa. Is this a containment spell? He realized this was escalating way past a simple shakedown. It didn't matter how broke he was. Leon would never let some random dude get their hands on his clan's ancestral power. A single gold coin floated over Leon's palm as he shot a glare at Knox. "You should have brought something with a little more weight to the bargaining table than this." The young master just let out a little smirk. "Seriously? You think I've got anything else to put on the table? This is about your entire bloodline. I doubt anything I offered would be enough for you anyway." Leon's aura flared menacingly. "You talk like you've got me all figured out." The young master dropped his name, Leon, and then laid it all out for him. "Your clan once stood on the same tier as the Reinharbors. You know, your family was a powerhouse, but he got cut off by a flash of that volatile green mana." Leon cut him short. "I don't like how you're talking about us in the past tense." Knox replied, totally unfazed. "You know better than anyone that your clan is on the ropes right now." He dropped the name Sylvester's. And just like that, Leon's whole demeanor shifted. Leon's brow furrowed, and the young master pressed his advantage. "Those guys are plotting a territory war to dethrone the Marvis clan head and snatch up most of your domain." Leon gritted his teeth, but then forced himself to get his mana under control. He shot back at Knox. "Are you just trying to act like you're some all-knowing information broker?" he challenged. "Seriously, are you trying to play on my desire for payback?" Knox just smirked and chuckled. "What are you even talking about? Get real. That's not my angle at all. But I would like to see your clan return to its former glory. Besides," Knox went on, leaning in a little, "the new clan head will reclaim what's rightfully theirs. And House Marvis will be back on top." The young master's grin was sharp. "Isn't that what you want?" Leon conceded. "Not a bad pitch. You've got me pegged." Then, he leveled a finger right at him. "Now, let's circle back to exactly how you got your hands on the Marvis clan's signature technique." Knox played it cool, telling him it was a total fluke and he'd only just awakened to his family's unique bloodline trait. Leon shot him a sideways glance and said, "And I'm supposed to just buy that?" The young master shot back, totally shocked. "Seriously? That's all? You're not going to grill me for more intel?" Leon asked, looking kinda bummed out. "You've already told me everything I needed to know." Knox's brow furrowed as it all clicked into place. What Leon was really digging for from the start wasn't how he manifested his family's latent power, but how much Knox knew about him, and why the heck he'd jumped into this whole mess. Right after that, the shadow barrier began to dissipate, and the young master told Leon he was satisfied with the answers he got. The heir of the Marvis clan thanked him for the assist, promising he would absolutely repay the debt down the line, but not with something as cheap as coin. The young master turned on his heel, heading back towards Citri, and called out to Leon, "You can just forget it. I'm not expecting some kind of life debt repayment from you." The next morning, the weather was absolutely killer, with the sun blazing high overhead. He was in a ridiculously lavish hall, decked out with golden trim. Knox strolled across a small, ornate bridge inside the grand structure, and everything around him was encased in frost. And there, sitting before him, was Noah, her throne carved from pure, shimmering ice. He thought, "She's my cheat code. My one-way ticket out of this dark scenario. My ultimate safe zone. It's time to grind and level up my skills. Time for a little genius hour." A grin spread across his face. his eyes practically glowing with mana. He figured that out of all the OP skills in this world's system, Prophetic Dream had to be the most broken of them all. He flashed back to his past life, grinding away at a game when a system notification popped up on his monitor. The screen announced that he'd achieved the first clear for the game. Because of that, a hidden skill was unlocked. Genius Hour was now available for his character. The thing is, though, the skill only activates for characters with 2 active Genius's stats. Now, gazing at Noah, he thought about how, at first, he was just a casual player, enjoying the story. He didn't even know what insane content the next scenario held when he bought it. If he hadn't made the right choices, he'd probably have gotten a game over screen more than once by now. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. Knox cracked a nervous smile. The dean was casually working on a giant lollipop. She flashed him a grin and said, "You totally aced the exam. Your family's been secretly raising a monster-class talent like you." "Huh?" The young master stepped closer to her. "Wow. Straight up calling me a monster to my face. Don't you think that's a little extra?" She didn't smile. "Am I wrong?" She lowered her leg, and a brilliant blue aura flared to life beneath her. The dean pressed. "Then how do you explain fighting that ice troll without even breaking a sweat?" Her presence was absolutely terrifying. A complex magic circle began to form around her, and a chill filled the air as she asked, "Is it really possible for a prodigy like you to have been labeled as absolute trash?" Knox watched her, his guard up. "I just can't wrap my head around it. The Sword Emperor himself completely overlooked your potential." She grinned. "This whole situation is just unbelievable." Knox frowned, a bead of sweat running down his temple, figuring she was getting suspicious. But then again, it wasn't exactly a shock. After all, the original Knox was a complete and total F-rank nobody. A system window popped up. Skill, Master Tier Acting has been activated. He immediately met her gaze with a confident smirk and thought, who the hell cares about their old evaluations? The pressure effect was instantly nullified. The young master then asked her, "Why are you so hung up on my past stats?" Anyway, she conceded he had a point. But his hidden talent was just too exciting. She smiled, a predatory gleam in her eyes. "I'm so hyped about it. I'm seriously thinking about making you mine." Knox calmly replied that she was jumping to some pretty wild conclusions, so he was just going to pretend he didn't hear that. He recalled the exam and then added, "I saw you, by the way, watching me while disguised as a regular student." The young master's smirk widened. She raised an eyebrow. "Oh? You actually noticed?" A scroll materialized, levitating above her open palm. She told him, "I want to see just how much more you're hiding up your sleeve." The young master grinned, thinking to himself that the special event was finally starting. "This," she said, "is why I really summoned you." It was a skill enhancement scroll. It could power up any one of his skills by several tiers. It was an artifact of incredible value. Knox said, "This is the first I've ever heard of a scroll like this." She gave him a look of disbelief before telling him it was his to keep. She flicked her wrist in his direction, and the scroll shot towards him, glowing with a golden aura. He reached his hand out and effortlessly plucked it from the air. The young master's brow furrowed in thought. Noah went dead silent, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. Knox eyed the scroll, still feeling that jolt of mana. It was like he'd been zapped. He wondered for a sec if he'd just imagined the whole power surge. Nah. Shaking it off, he cracked a satisfied smirk and unfurled the artifact. He figured he was just getting way too hyped up. Then, a system window popped into view. New artifact acquired. Downloading item data. The item's basic stats materialized on his holographic screen. Item type: scroll, activated skill amplifier. Effect: boost the potency of a targeted skill by 1.5 times. The system pinged. The skill amplifier was ready for imprinting. Activate now. The young master pressed his palm against the interface. Confirming his choice, a new prompt appeared. Select skill to enhance. Knox instantly chose Genius Time. A second later, the system confirmed the artifact was successfully bound to his mana. The young master grinned as a swirling aura of golden and rose-colored energy erupted around him. Skill enhancement successful. You have acquired Enhanced Genius Time. After the initial flash, the aura settled, encasing his body in a brilliant golden light. A bonus message popped up, explaining that since he'd acquired the artifact in the early game, its effect was getting a massive additional buff. The system confirmed the artifact's effect would be doubled. The duration of the skill, Genius Time, was now extended to a full 10 minutes. Knox smirked. It was basically impossible to upgrade this skill any other way. It was already a totally broken ability. So there were hardly any paths to evolve it. An enhancement scroll like this was pretty much the only way. Scoring a unique item this early in the scenario was the ultimate loot drop. Noah smiled. So, happy with your new toy? An aura of crimson and gold mana, looking like flickering flames, danced over Knox's palm. He figured it was best not to drag this conversation out with her. So he just gave a nod and said he'd bounce if they were done here. Noah told him to go ahead, figuring he must be totally drained. Especially after pulling off that clutch rescue for his classmate. The young master shot her a serious look, convinced she'd seen right through his facade. He let out a heavy sigh. It was a total fluke. So don't even sweat it. He didn't want to make waves at the academy. The dean told him she got it. She told him he should go rest up and recharge his mana. Knox replied, "Seriously, I owe you one." After that, he bounced from the office, and Noah's internal monologue kicked in. Thinking Knox was one dangerous character, she'd definitely need to keep her guard up around him. She let out a little chuckle. I can't wait to see what kind of S-rank monster this kid Knox evolves into. She was munching on a pink lollipop and asked, "Is he really that interesting?" The next day, it was back to the academy lecture hall. An instructor in a crisp white suit was addressing the students, telling them they needed to memorize the properties and affinities of every single element. Knox, bored out of his skull, propped his head on his arm, thinking that the Empire's elemental magic system wasn't this detailed in the original novel. But, right now, the lecture itself wasn't the main quest. It was all about the professor, Rasp von Bon Celestia. A status window with his basic info popped right up. He was a 35-year-old human male. His attribute was Earth, and his title was Professor of Eldin. He had 3 buffs: passion for studies, insight, and unknown weapon mastery. Celestia's debuffs were obsession, paranoia, trauma, weak-willed, and cold-blooded. Yep, that was the same dude with the pink hair and the mustache. Knox realized this professor was a key NPC for this part of the plot. Celestia's full stats then appeared on the system window. His stamina was 12. His mana was 18. Luck was a measly 3. His willpower was 21. And his charisma was 19. The young master figured his stats were pretty mid, but he was stoked to have this intel on his abilities beforehand. He was actually a little shocked that someone with a build like that even managed to become a professor at AIN. Celestia gazed thoughtfully across the lecture hall and told the students it was time to begin the lesson. For now, his eyes landed on Knox, and he thought the kid looked way too arrogant for his own good. He was already looking down on the other cadets around him with that smug face. Celestia wondered what kind of OP trait he'd been blessed with to be so cocky, and what in the world Dean Noah saw in him. After that, he cleared his throat and told the class that every single person, it's not just us cadets at the academy, everyone has a natural affinity for one mana element or another. Today, you'll all awaken to your core element and learn how to manifest its power. Out of the blue, the instructor called out Knox's name. Knox shot him a curious glance, and Celestia asked if he'd already had his elemental awakening. Knox flatly stated his attribute was darkness. The professor arched an eyebrow. And what do you know about that particular affinity? The young master explained that unlike the 4 basic elemental pillars, the darkness attribute is a total wild card and doesn't exactly synergize well with the others. However, the destructive potential of darkness magic is on a whole other level compared to the basic elements. As for the downsides, it's notoriously hard to control, and only a few elite bloodlines have ever managed to master it, passing down their secret arts from one generation to the next. Celestia then quizzed him. And what's the natural counter to the darkness attribute? Without missing a beat, Knox said, light. The instructor's brow furrowed as he pressed on. When those two opposing forces clash, which one typically comes out on top? A smirk played on his lips as the young master calmly stated, typically, the light attribute holds the advantage. Celestia's whole body started to shake, and it was hard to tell if it was from pure rage or sheer terror. He said with a shocked tone, most mages would never admit their primary attribute has a weakness. The instructor shot back. So, you think you're some kind of special case? Answer me one last thing. With that, he raised a single finger, a grin spreading across his face as he asked, what would you do if you came face to face with a light wielder in a real fight? Knox just grinned and said he'd find the perfect opening and just end the enemy before they could even cast a spell. Then, he'd make absolutely sure that the Target wouldn't be a problem for him. Or anyone else. Ever again. The young master let out a chilling smirk. And all the other cadets just stared at him. Totally freaked out. Celestia's eyes flew wide as he thought, what even is this guy? What is Knox even saying? Meanwhile, over in the servants' quarters, inside Rich's room, Eleanor's personal butler was sitting on his bed, lost in some seriously deep thought. He was clutching a syringe filled with a sketchy-looking red fluid in one hand, while using his teeth to desperately tighten a band around his other arm. He then plunges the needle into his vein, letting out a satisfied groan as the red stuff floods his system. As the needle pumps the dark elixir into his system, Shadove, corrupted veins begin to snake out from the injection site. The demonic essence spreads from his arm, coursing through his entire body, as a look of pure ecstasy crosses Rich's face. Once the infusion is complete, Rich steps up to the mirror, admiring his new form and letting out a wicked smirk. A demonic crest materializes on his chest as he mutters to himself, now, I just need to grind a little more, and I can finally transcend into a true demon. Suddenly, a demonic hand reaches out from the mirror's surface, and the entity within confirms. Yes, just as you said. Kaza holds tin Efa. You will ascend beyond your pathetic human shell and become a true demon. You'll no longer need to sleep. And you will never age. You'll transcend your mortal shell, becoming a demon lord who shatters the very concept of human limits. Rich grins with pure elation. He then drops to his knees to pledge his loyalty to the demon, vowing, I will use every ounce of my new power to resurrect you. The demon doesn't respond, but its sinister grin widens. Rich slips back into his disguise. His entire presence shifts. His demonic crimson eyes fade back to their usual jet black, and he melts back into the shadows, his schemes proceeding undetected. Meanwhile, back in the lecture hall, Professor Ross and the other cadets are totally floored by our protagonist's answer to the hypothetical combat scenario. Knox just smirks, all cool and collected, and says, simple. Really. As long as the target is still in the dark, I'd eliminate them on the spot. I'd make it a clean takedown. Gotta nip any future threats in the bud. You know? Professor Ross is just stunned by that ice-cold logic, muttering, so, you'd rip out the problem by its very roots before it could even sprout. An S-rank response I didn't see coming. Knox just takes his seat, giving a mock apology. My bad. If that wasn't the textbook answer you were looking for, I just figured it was the most efficient way to clear the quest. That's all. Just then, a system window pops up. The Prodigy's Gambit trait has been powerfully activated. Professor Ross stares at Knox, his expression a mix of shock and intrigue, as he silently tries to gauge his potential. Those unwavering eyes, that perfect posture, the aura of a born warrior. Knox von Reinharbor wasn't just talking trash, he was dead serious. Now I'm starting to get why even a high ranker like Dean Konono Noha has his eye on this kid. But, snapping out of his inner monologue, he barks out an order. Assistant, bring in the mana imp. Now, the assistant, clearly shook, stammers. Sire, you mean, for the evaluation? Professor Ross shoots him a death glare. Did I stutter? I said, prepare for the mana aptitude test. The terrified assistant doesn't dare ask again, and just scrambles to do it. Ross then turns his gaze back to Knox, a smirk playing on his lips. That S-tier arrogance of yours needs a serious reality check. He strokes his chin, totally satisfied with himself. After all, to forge an S-class artifact, you have to hammer it 1,000 times. A few moments later, the assistant wheels in a trolley shrouded by a white cloth into the lecture hall, and the cadets start crowding around to get a better look. The assistant, still sweating bullets, hesitantly starts to pull back the sheet, and as the cloth falls away, every single cadet's eyes go wide. They can't believe what's been unveiled. Professor Ross just explains it all. Cool as a cucumber. These are the lowest-ranked demons the Association provides for training. They're basically known as lesser imps. Total F-rank fodder. A gnarly-looking creature materializes, all small and red, with 2 dinky horns on its head. Even as the cadets started buzzing, half freaked out and half curious about a literal demon in the classroom, Professor Ross reassures them, saying that even though it has a super aggressive AI, it's not a real threat. Its HP is so low that any of you cadets could probably one-shot it. Despite the prof's assurance, the students were still on edge and kinda terrified. Causa. I mean, it's still a freaking demon at the end of the day. The cadets in the back were murmuring their concerns. Like, dude, this is just the first class. But I guess this is just the baseline for Eldon Academy. Totally next level. Professor Ross cuts them off. Booming. All right. Focus up. People, you're the elites who cleared the brutal entrance trials for this academy. Are you not? You need to burn this into your minds. Your ultimate quest isn't just to become some knight or a mage. It's to subjugate every single demon that exists in this world. For you to even attempt that, you'll need to get accustomed to these beings we call demons. These anomalies we still know next to nothing about. After hearing the prof's hype speech, a few of the cadets started to get fired up, their fighting auras beginning to flare. The professor then laid out the details for their next practical assignment. Your objective is to channel your mana into the caged imp and force it into submission. Meanwhile, Knox just stared at the low-level demon, totally unimpressed by this quest. He could feel it in his gut, something was totally off. According to the original plot, this whole imp taming 101 lesson wasn't supposed to happen until our second year. The timeline is already messed up. After condensing the mana in your palm, channel the flow directly into your target. But before any of the first years could even start their casting, the professor, holding up a pocket watch, announced the test would end in 15 minutes. Knox thought to himself, even for prodigies like the Reinharbors, there's no way they'd be prepared to face an imp on their very first day. Any other noob would totally fall for the imp's mental attack and end up a drooling mess. I'm gonna show you how the game is really played around here. Reinharbor. Then, the moment Knox stepped up to the caged beast, the professor's face twisted in confusion. He glanced at the creature in the cage, which was absolutely terrified, shaking like a leaf with its eyes squeezed shut in pure terror, refusing to even look at Knox. This had the professor wondering what the heck he missed. Knox just stared back at the little critter, completely baffled. He was like, dude, why are you so scared? I haven't even started casting yet. A quick scan of the room confirmed it. All the other students had been hit with the imp's hypnosis skill. They were all trapped in some kind of illusion, all of them except Knox. Of course, at that exact moment, Talia had fallen for it too. She was completely under its spell, clutching the imp's cage and claiming it was her maid, Emma, promising she'd never be mean again. Other students were feeling some weird side effects coursing through their mana circuits. An indescribable feeling. Or for some, it was like they just ate the most amazing slice of cake ever. Talia just kept on sobbing and apologizing to the cage. Then, out of nowhere, Knox cut right through the chaos, calling out to the instructor. Yo, professor, my bad, but can I get a new imp or something? I haven't even used a skill, and this one's already bugging out. The professor, who was now sweating bullets and breathing heavily, just stared at Knox, completely bewildered. Knox was just wondering who was making that weird panting sound in the middle of a hallowed lecture hall. When he looked over, he saw the professor's face was practically glowing, and the dude looked totally unhinged. The professor's entire demeanor toward Knox did a complete 180 as he asked, practically vibrating with excitement. Hey, Knox, what skill did you use to force that goblin into submission? Knox just deadpanned. Hold on. I just said I haven't even done anything yet. The professor, getting even more amped up at this, started praising Knox. Incredible. I feel like a total F-ranker for not noticing the insane latent talent you're hiding. Unreal. I'm giving you a special quest. The professor then locked eyes with Knox and declared, Now, listen here. I'm giving you the opportunity to become my top disciple. Knox was floored, his internal monologue kicking in. Top disciple? This is that classic trope, isn't it? His mind flashed through a montage of manhwa cliches, and he thought about how becoming the OP mentor's favorite is a major death flag. As soon as the professor made the announcement, the other students were a mix of hyped and totally salty, whispering, No way. I'm so jealous. He gets to be Professor Ross's personal apprentice? Wow. He has to accept that offer. Out of nowhere, Knox just shot his hand up and declared he was turning down the title. He didn't pull any punches, either, flat out saying, it's just being the top student in name only, and basically just being a glorified gopher. Hearing Knox's hard pass on the offer, the professor was completely floored, like he couldn't even process what he just heard. The other cadets were just as baffled, wondering what in the world Knox's angle was. Meanwhile, The Academy's top-tier prodigies were still totally strained from trying to fight off that mind control spell. They were all giving Knox the side-eye, totally weirded out by him, especially Chidna. She was silently sizing Knox up, trying to figure out his deal. Asterisk. I can't believe he's the only one completely unfazed by that spell. Just who the heck are you? Asterisk Ryan Huffer? Asterisk, just a few hours earlier. Down the Academy hallway. Professor Vernon was tailing Professor Roz, totally hyping him up. I'm telling you, that scruffy, white-haired punk is a total beast. His power level is off the charts. I guarantee it. That Knox kid is a certified loose cannon. But Professor Ross looked totally unimpressed, just shrugging it off. He's just another first year. Vernon, it's way too early to be jumping to conclusions just because he pulled off a few flashy moves. Don't get your hopes up for the new blood. Professor Vernon shot back. Roz, your problem is, you're way too by the book. Even Dean Noha told us to keep tabs on him. Bro, the guy's a prodigy. No doubt. What more proof do you need? We're talking about a kid whose talent is S rank, certified by one of the 4 sages. But Professor Ross just brushed it off. All like, I'll have to see his stats for myself. You can just drop it. Okay? Professor Vernon was still huffing and puffing, trying to keep up, yelling, You and that high and mighty act. Yo. Wait up. Anyway, back to the present. Professor Roz, his whole vibe completely flipped, was totally shook. He couldn't believe Knox just turned down his offer. He started sputtering, all flustered, demanding to know why Knox would ever say no. Meanwhile, the other students were bugging out too, whispering like, Is that dude insane? That was a golden ticket to be Professor Ross's personal apprentice. He's literally the top-tier authority on mana theory. There are literal legions of mages lined up, begging for a chance to be his disciple. I can't believe he just fumbled a once-in-a-lifetime quest like that. That's so on-brand for the F-rank failure of the Reinharbor family. He literally got a legendary grade opportunity handed to him and just threw it away. This is exactly why talentless commoners like him don't belong in this academy. Hearing the NPCs trash-talking him, Knox was kinda thrown off. But he stood firm in his decision. Asterisk, talk all you want. It's not gonna change my mind. Asterisk, Knox was getting seriously ticked off. Thinking. Asterisk, Eller's already a massive pain in my ass. Asterisk, why is every side character around me trying to start some drama? Asterisk, just then, some other student piped up to Professor Ross. Professor Haas? I have a question. Professor Roz, looking all emo. Let the student speak his mind. The guy then shot Knox a death glare and demanded, Why are you giving this unique skill slot to Rain Huffer? There are way more high-level students than him. Right? Then he turned to Princess Penelope and announced, Plus, your main stat is intelligence. Right? I think the princess deserves a shot at that disciple slot. 2. Knox glanced at the student and confirmed his class. Grade, a bootlicker. He thought, Asterisk. Look at this clown trying to suck up to a rising noble house. Smart move. For a total tool. He knows which guild to join for the best loot. I'll have to remember that face. Asterisk Professor Roz, hearing this little power play, raised his voice. It is the instructor who decides who is a suitable candidate. But if I just say that, you lot won't be satisfied. Nasty rumors might even start claiming I'm playing favorites because of Knox's potential. So, let's settle this with a proper demonstration. His gaze sharpened, sweeping over the students with a challenge. I will show you all right now why he is the only one worthy of becoming my disciple. Then Ross turned to Knox, his eyes practically sparkling with admiration. Knox felt the cringe levels rising and thought, Asterisk. This crazy old coot. I already told him I'm not doing it. Asterisk. Professor Ross then announced, First, let's discuss how he perfectly suppressed the imp's chaotic mana. At this point, Knox went into analysis mode, thinking, Asterisk, okay. So Ross's reasoning basically boils down to this. Point 1. Asterisk. Asterisk, I somehow managed to solo that imp in record time, even if it was just a low-tier mob. That's not supposed to be easy. No wonder the old man is so hyped about it. Asterisk. Point 2. My innate talent. A genius-level mana sensitivity. Asterisk. Then Knox's thoughts shifted to the professor. Asterisk. A guy like Ross has been deep diving into magic theory for decades. Asterisk. An archmage of his caliber could probably spot a user's potential with a single glance. snapping Knox out of his thoughts. Professor Rass continued. And for those reasons, it is only right that Knox becomes my disciple. Knox shot back, flat out refusing. I already said I'm not going to do it. Getting shut down so bluntly by Knox. A baffled Professor Ross pleaded. Knox, you can take some time to think it over. Then he gave Knox this seriously creepy look and said, You aren't making a hasty decision here, are you? Knox was totally grossed out and said, Dude, please. Wipe the drool off your face before you talk. Knox then decided to just dip, saying, Besides, there's a much more suitable candidate for the role, so I'd appreciate it if you'd just give up on me. Leaving Professor Ross looking heartbroken. He kept calling out, trying to get him to stay. All the prodigies in the class were just watching this whole train wreck, each with their own thoughts running wild. Princess Penelope murmured to herself, He's nothing like the rumors said he was. Echidna agrees. Admitting. Me apologies. My info-gathering skill is clearly low level. The princess just says, It's fine. Echidna, I guess he's just piqued my interest a little. She also wonders about Knox von Reinharbor, whether he'll become a beacon of light for the imperial family, or a dark cloud looming over them all. Back to Knox, who's now finally out of the classroom and breathing a massive sigh of relief. He mutters to himself, totally creeped out. Why is Ross suddenly acting so sus? He was staring at me like I was some kind of legendary grade elixir. Seriously, are there any normal NPCs in this world? What a total maniac. But at least I managed to shake him off, so I should be able to grind in peace for a while. The rest of the long day passes. Night finally falls, and we find Knox in his room, looking totally drained. Set picks up on his drained vibe and asks, Rough day at the academy? Knox replies, completely wiped. Yeah, something straight out of a horror gate. Then his mind flashes back to this morning. Right after he bailed on Professor Ross's lecture, no matter where he went, Professor Ross was there, hounding him, trying to get Knox to become his star disciple. Whether it was in the lecture hall, the mana recharging station, heck, even the restroom. That dude, Professor Ross, just wouldn't quit. He even popped his head into a stall to try and recruit Knox. Become my prized apprentice. Knox storms out of the restroom, his face a total mask of disgust and rage. But still, Professor Ross is right there. So, Knox, have you given my offer some thought? Become my ultimate disciple. Knox just shoots him a look that could freeze a fire elemental. Professor Ross, just stop. Seriously. You've lost your mind. But Professor Ross has zero chill. He just gets more hyped. His face totally lit up as he goes, I love that raw, unfiltered aura of yours. Yes, that's the spirit. So, Knox is venting all this to Seatree, totally creeped out and helpless. That lunatic, Professor Ross. He wouldn't stop begging me to be his star pupil. Setree's just as baffled listening to this whole insane story. And she's like, Wait, when you say Professor Ross, you mean times the times Professor Ross? The legendary grandmaster of magical theory? Knox just nods. The one and only. Setree, looking totally confused, is like, that's so weird. The scuttlebutt was that he's a top-tier instructor. Like, why would he even pull a stunt like that? Knox is thinking, I know the dude's got a decent core alignment. For real. Humph. And then Knox starts running a mental replay of all of Professor Ross's debuffs. So Knox just stares out the window, sighing. The real issue is all those negative stats he's rocking. Meanwhile, over at the Reinhardt family's main compound, a whole squad of the family's private knights, looking totally stressed, are yelling for some dude to halt and screaming at everyone else not to let him through the barrier. And right at that moment, on the mansion's main lawn, a blood-soaked blade is just scraping along the ground, held by some guy with the classic silver hair and violet eyes combo. He's just radiating this wicked, dark mana, a dead giveaway that he's another one of the Reinharbor clan's potential heirs, rocking a totally psycho expression. He just keeps strolling towards the guards like they're low-level mobs. One of the knights just screams, Everyone, form up! Stop him! Did you not hear the Patriarch's decree? He gave a direct order not to let young Master Garen pass the threshold. The guy, Garen, completely ignores the knight's warning like it's just background noise, letting out a little chuckle and saying, That's so harsh. Then, in the next instant, using some insane speed type skill, He flash steps right behind one of the knights. The guard just freezes solid. His brain lagging, trying to process how this dude just teleported behind him. The blood-soaked edgelord just whispers, "That's no way for a patriarch to treat his own blood, is it?" And with that, he just wipes out the entire squad. Meanwhile, back in the patriarch's private chambers, Teo and the head butler are just standing there, wondering what all that ruckus outside is about. A moment later, the so-called heir of the Rafer clan just busts in without permission. His whole body is just leaking a terrifyingly dense dark mana, with the bodies of the fallen knights literally stacked up behind him. The oppressive aura is so intense, the head butler is completely paralyzed with fear. Just thinking, did young Master Garen seriously level up this much in such a short time? The patriarch, his expression, a total stone wall, just asks his son, "Garen, I never thought you'd crawl back to the Reinharbor clan ever again." Garen just smirks and shoots back. "What kind of quest reward do I need to come back to my own home?" Father, Teo, with an ice-cold, intimidating glare, cuts in and asks Garen, "You call this place your home?" And Garen's whole vibe just shifts. That smug look totally wiped off his face. Garen just scoffs, a smirk playing on his lips as he talks down to the patriarch. "I'm pretty sure I already ran this by you. It's time to tap out." Then he declares, "Your mana's running on fumes, isn't it?" The patriarch snaps back, "That's got nothing to do with you." But Garen just warns him again. That demonic energy you're suppressing is just waiting to pounce. The moment your power level drops, it's gonna burst out and devour your entire being. The patriarch, his expression turning ice cold, he confirms to Garen, "You seem pretty eager for that to happen." Garen then smirks. "Well, my business here is simple." His voice drops, full of menace as he asks Teo, "Where did you stash the blade?" Theo, shocked by his own son's sheer audacity, looks terrified as Garen presses, "The first patriarch's legendary blade. Where did you hide Stormbringer?" But the first patriarch's blade, Stormbringer, and had already been entrusted to Nox by the current patriarch. The epic trials awaiting Nox with Garen's return will be revealed in the next chapter. Garen had brazenly confronted the patriarch about the first founder's legendary sword. "Where did you hide Stormbringer?" The blade of Geman von Reinharbor? Enraged by this blatant disrespect, the patriarch unleashed his fury on Jin. "Jin von Reinharbor, how dare you speak the name of the first founder with such insolence? You must be truly out of your damn mind." But Garen, completely unfazed by the outburst, just laughed it off, saying, "Is that really what's important right now? What really matters is leveling up your power and building an unstoppable faction. That's the only path for a true noble." "Whatever," Gary shot back, totally brushing him off. Gary's got no clue what's really at stake. He's got zero respect. Just digging up ancient history. "Oh yeah? If you're so clued in on what times really times matters, then why'd you just let times that woman times kick the bucket?" Hearing this, the head butler, sensing the dangerous shift in the room's mana, warned, "Young master, that woman's name is taboo in the patriarch's presence." At that point, the patriarch's composure finally cracked, and he said darkly, "You just called her, that woman. You dare disrespect your own mother like that?" Gary instantly denied it, his voice sharp. "My mother is Priscilla Bonal. She is my times only times mother," he declared, his aura flaring with conviction. "That woman was times your times mistake. Nothing more than a temporary guest in the house of Reinharbor." Hearing Gary's scathing critique, the patriarch shut down the conversation and demanded Gary get out of the room. Gary tried to call out to his father, like he couldn't believe what was happening. The patriarch, his mana now a terrifying, suffocating pressure, locked eyes with Garen and repeated, "I said, get lost." Then he added a chilling warning, "I have no desire to take my own son's head." Faced with his father's intimidating threat, Garen finally backed down, but not before spitting a venomous promise. "You are so going to regret this. You'll soon see this was all a necessary step in my ascension." And with that, Garen stormed out, leaving Teo deep in thought. The head butler, his face etched with concern, asked, "My Lord Patriarch, are you all right?" Teo turned away in shame and admitted, "That was a mistake. I let you see a truly pathetic side of me." But the head butler quickly shook his head, saying, "Please, my lord, do not say that. I am a man who swore a mana-bound oath of fealty to House Reinfer. But his expression shifted to one of grave concern as he added, "If word gets out that the young Master Garen has forged a pact with a demon, I fear the political fallout could be catastrophic for our house. Therefore, I believe it would be wise to name a new heir." And quickly, upon hearing this, Teo's mind raced. Considering the potential candidates for the heir he would now have to choose, the head butler then smoothly provided a hint about a certain candidate he might want to consider. "As it happens, we've just received some rather promising news through a magical correspondence. Young Master Knox ranked first in the entire Eldane Academy entrance exam this year." "Whoa. Hold up." Teo blurted out, totally shocked. "For real? 'Cause from what I remember, the new headmaster at Alden Academy is the head butler." It continued, confirming, "Yeah. Nullcap, Aphon Trinity, one of the four sages, totally scouted Master Knox's insane talent." At that moment, mulling over the name Knox von Reinharbor, Theo got lost in thought, thinking, his growth chart might still be in the early stages, but if that S-rank potential we saw is legit, then that kid's got a crazy high ceiling. Master Knox could seriously end up in that top-tier seat one day. Back at Alda Academy, Professor Ross was still on Knox's case. Like, hardcore, trying to get him as his disciple. But Knox was having none of it, flat out telling him, "Not interested." Professor Ross didn't even flinch. "Just up the ante. I'll provide a massive support fund. You could graduate from Alda Academy with a full-ride scholarship. Zero tuition." Knox just straight up flexed. "I'm loaded. You don't know I'm from the House of Reinharbor?" Professor Ross tried to counter with his immense prestige. But Knox was totally unfazed, saying, "What good is a fame stat to a no talent? That's just a luxury buff I don't need." At this point, Professor Ross had run out of quest rewards and tried one last plea. "Please, just reconsider." Knox sighed, seriously annoyed, thinking, my ears are going to start bleeding from his non-stop pestering. Knox remembered last night, spilling everything to Cetri. After hearing Knox's dilemma, Cetri asked, "Still, shouldn't you at least hear him out if he's being this sincere?" She added, "I did some digging on Professor Ross, and this isn't his usual M.O. They say he's an instructor who usually focuses on helping the low-tier students." Knox gave a wry laugh, conceding to Cetri, "You're right. This isn't something I can just ghost. No matter how nuts he is, he'll back off after he sees my trash-tier stats." Cetri also acknowledged, "Yeah, I thought it was a little sus." Back in the present, Knox still felt awkward but wanted to clear the air and spoke to the professor. "Even though you explained it yesterday, I honestly still don't get why a high-level professor like you would want a scrub like me as your disciple." Professor Ross explained, "Because you're an S-rank talent." Knox agreed and asked for real, "I'd like to hear the actual reason. Why do you need me and not the other prodigies?" Professor Ross, now with a dead serious expression, asked Knox, "You got a minute?" and stated, "You must have heard all the rumors about how useless I am." Knox shot back with a smirk, "That just means my schedule is wide open." Professor Ross chuckled and said, "You totally got me there. In that case, could you please listen to a long story of mine? You'll enjoy the tea I've prepared. It's a rare grade herb tea I bought from a rival in Merchany." Even though this felt like a total drag, Knox tried to go along with Professor Ross's request. The professor poured another cup of tea for Knox and began his exposition dump. "The reason I need you, an exceptional apprentice, is so I can finally complete my life's research." Knox's interest was piqued by the word research. Professor Ross elaborated, "Yes, to find someone with a zero-mana constitution so I can fulfill my ultimate life quest." As the professor's face grew darker, he continued, "That's why I need you. Because I don't want to see anyone get deleted without even a chance to fight back ever again." He also revealed, "Yes, just like how my son was deleted." Knox listened intently to Professor Ross's story. He thought about all the hidden character lore he never knew about during his playthrough of Inner Lunatic. In this world, there was always some new, random event quest that would just pop up. Then, Professor Ross began to recount his own backstory. "I was born into the Viscount Celestia family as the first son and was set to lead the house. I had no outstanding talents, but I managed to get into Eldane Academy on pure theory stats and became a professor. I always got F-tier results in practicals, and my peers totally looked down on me. No matter how high I scored on the written exams, it didn't erase the scorn they had for me. I always coped with my low self-esteem by grinding my research skill. After constantly working my butt off, I was able to become a professor and even married a wonderful woman. Despite all that, there wasn't a single person who fully acknowledged my achievements as an instructor. The breakthroughs I made and my theses were published under someone else's name, and everyone just dissed me. Despite everything that happened, my wife and I were blessed with a son. My only son grew up and was accepted into Eldane Academy. He managed to clear every challenge and graduated from the academy with flying colors. He told me this: "Father, I'll grind hard so that people will finally respect you." I was so happy hearing that. My son joined the squad directly under the Emperor and was deployed to the frontline battlefield. He wanted to rack up achievements to boost my reputation and raise the status of the Celestia family. But on that battlefield, my son died. It wasn't long after the war began. He died after being hit by a single arrow that was barely even infused with mana. And just like that, he was gone. Does this explain why he's so obsessed with this magical thesis and my research, all for the sake of the low tiers? After hearing Professor Ross's tragic backstory, Knox silently sized it up. This story is hardly a unique tragedy. In the ruthless world of Inner Lunatic, there are hundreds more just like it. But still, I wonder why. The professor's back I saw through the monitor, and Professor Ross's back right now, they feel different. I think I can kinda understand the sheer depth of his loneliness now. Knox then told the professor, "Sorry, but after hearing your story, I'm even more sure about this. There's someone else way better suited for this quest than me. Someone who'd listen to your story better and more seriously than I ever could. I think he's the kind of person you really need right now." After that, Knox decided to dip. But before he left, he said, "Catch you in the next lecture." Professor Ross just watched him go, not even trying to stop him. His gaze then drifted to a photo of his son on the desk. A frame filled with cherished memories. He let out a small smile and murmured, "They've got a similar aura." Just then, night had fallen over the academy dorms. Back in Knox's room, he got hit with news that was nothing short of a catastrophe. He asked anxiously, "Run that by me again." "Who came back?" Setri, with a dead serious expression, replied, "The first son of the Reinharbor family, young Master Garen, has returned to the estate. Because of that, several of the night guards have already been dealt with." Hearing this, Knox's mind started racing. Garen von Reinharbor, the first crowned Prince Louis, and the architect of Inner Lunatic's absolute worst ending route. He's finally making his move. After that bombshell dropped, the whole room went dead silent. Knox's mind was stuck on one thought, the ultimate creator of bad endings. He looked at Setri and asked, "Setri, you were at the main family estate recently, right?" Chitri confirmed, adding, "Head butler Rodwell summoned us. So I went over there with Rona." Blindsided by this info, Knox thought to himself, that psycho despises Theo's second wife. Knox's mother, the one he actually loves instead of his own mom. I don't know if he hates me, but if he does, he might even try to pull something on Setri. Knox sighed and grumbled, "Seriously, why do I keep collecting rivals like they're rare artifacts?" Then he asked Setri, "Did Garen do something?" Setri recounted with a worried look. Thinking back on it, Knox, when I heard what he said, I was fuming. I was clenching my fists. Just sizing up that jerk. Did he really start trouble? Right after, Setri explained, young Master Garen tried to poach me. Knox was stunned to hear it. Setri, her expression filled with concern, began to spill everything. Back at the Reinharbor estate, Rona and Setri, who hadn't seen each other in a while, were deep in conversation. Out of nowhere, Garen appeared and strolled up to them. Both Rona and Setri immediately showed their respects. Garen, zeroing in on Setri, remarked, "What's with this maid? She's got a unique aura." Then he called Setri over and demanded to know who she was. "Who are you? I've never seen your face around here before." Setri stood before Garen politely and replied, "Greetings. I am Master Knox's exclusive attendant. My name is Setri. It's an honor to meet you." Garen, already bored, snapped, "Cut the formalities." Then he laid out his offer. "I want you to become my personal maid. I can tell you're capable." Garen smirked and continued, "You've got enough ambition in you to actually satisfy me." However, Setri politely turned him down, saying, "Me apologies, but I am already in service to Master Knox. I'm afraid I'll have to decline your offer." Pissed off by the rejection, Garen warned her. I'm sure you know who I am. Why the hell are you turning me down? Did that brat Knox offer you a mountain of gold or something? Setri calmly replied. It's because I want to serve him, Master Knox. He respects me. I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of person you are. But… She paused for a moment. Her face lit up just talking about Knox. More than anything, I want to be by Master Knox's side to see the legend he's going to build. Hearing that kind of loyalty from a mere maid, Garen looked disgusted and sighed. I can't believe she wants to serve a punk like him. What a weirdo. Then he tried to flex with a lucrative deal. I'll pay you 3 times whatever he's paying you. But Setri stood her ground. She bowed respectfully, apologizing again to Garen, and with Garen's infamous temper, things were about to pop off. He was clearly pissed about her rejection and wasn't about to let it slide. Back in the present, inside Knox's chambers, Setri continued spilling the details. He asked me to become his personal attendant, and even offered to seriously level up my pay. Hearing this, Knox's heart sank a little as he asked Setri. How much more? Setri answered honestly. 3 times my current salary. A worried Knox went silent, mulling it over. Even though I've got the funds, the main scenario of this world hasn't even kicked off yet. I can't just burn through my starting capital like that. But there's no way I'm letting Setri go. Setri, totally baffled by the grim look on his face, stood up, facing her. Knox declared, if it's a raise you want, I'll match his offer and pay you 3 times more. Don't even sweat it. Just focus on your duties here. Setri was floored. Realizing that her young master had been stressing about her salary this whole time, she suddenly let out a charming little laugh. Knox found this totally baffling, wondering if he'd said something stupid. Setri was just teasing him. She turned away and said, Oh, about that. Mi apologies. Hearing this, Knox was hit by a wave of confusion. Thinking, what just happened? Did she just laugh at times me? No way. He asked again, a hint of dread in his voice. So, have you already decided to work for Garen? She replied. Whatever crazy scenario you're cooking up in your head, that's not what's happening. I have no intention of serving young Master Garen, and the pay I'm getting now is more than enough. Hearing this, a wave of relief washed over Knox, but he was still curious. So he pressed on. Then why'd you laugh? Setri, playing it coy, replied. That's a secret I can't tell you. Knox got a little ticked off, saying, That's an order. Setri just shrugged casually. Something funny just popped into my head. So I laughed. Knox shot back. Setri, your lying skills have seriously been nerfed. Setri turned away and sighed at her clueless master. Knox, however, was already lost in his own thoughts, thinking, whatever, I'm just glad I didn't lose her. But Garen, that punk, I'm not letting him off the hook if I ever get my hands on him. Of course, that would be after I've leveled up a bit. After their little chat, it was time for outdoor practicals at the academy. The students all lined up on the field, waiting for their turn to participate. There are 5 mandatory courses in the Elden Academy's core curriculum that every first year has to take. The first is History of the Arran Empire, which covers the creator god Arden and the strongest unified kingdom that has been lost to time. The second is Horsemanship. The third is the Knight's Code and Academy Etiquette. The fourth is Basic Imperial Mana Theory. And finally, the class that's Knox's personal nightmare, the god-awful stamina training. Just thinking about it made Knox's body ache. He was already panting for breath. The other students were breezing through the course at the front of the pack. As usual, but with his massive negative trait, Knox was struggling just to keep pace. His head was spinning, and he was totally sucking wind, barely able to keep his chin up. Knox's stamina stat had officially hit rock bottom. Knox collapsed on the grass, chugging water and cursing his own pathetic stats. Suddenly, an instructor walked over and commented, It's so strange. Knox, you're like a mayfly. Knox did a classic spit take and sputtered, what's that supposed to mean? The instructor explained, You're a prodigy when it comes to short-term bursts of power and speed, but you seem to have a major bottleneck when it comes to stamina. It's like you're hard-capped by some massive wall you just can't break through. Taking in the instructor's assessment, Knox mused. Damn. He's sharp. Guess that's what you'd expect from an Alden Academy instructor. He's spot on. Because of my terminal illness trait, my stamina is hard-capped at 15, which is barely half of what it should be. Knox pushed himself to his feet and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be an instructor? Why would you say something so demoralizing?" The man replied, "My apologies if that came off as rude. But it would be wise for you to heed my warning. If you keep pushing yourself so recklessly, you could end up shortening your own lifespan." Knox replied flatly, "I'll keep that in mind." In his head, though, Knox scoffed, "There's a literal countdown timer ticking away on my heart. You think I'm not paying attention to what you said?" Right on cue, a system notification popped up, reminding him that due to the terminal illnesses trait, his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. Knox growled, "This is so damn annoying." From nearby, Celsus was scoping out Knox's every move. Knox looked like a total lunatic, talking to himself and staring at thin air, which put Celsus on high alert. He just stood there and muttered to Knox, "I just don't get it at all. He pulled all those crazy stunts in the entrance exam just to snag the top spot, but now he's intentionally nerfing himself." In his head, Celsus thought, "This has got to be linked to him playing the part of some useless F-rank." Celsus's constant staring and commentary were getting on Knox's nerves, who spun around and shot back, "You annoying punk. Jason, if we throw down again, you're gonna get clapped." The scene then cuts to the town just outside the academy. Knox, rocking a black cloak, he was trying to keep a low profile on the streets when suddenly someone spoke from behind him. "Didn't expect to run into you in a place like this." It was Rick, Eleanor's attendant and, weirdly enough, the youngest son of the Reinharber house. Recognizing Rick's aura, Knox groaned internally. "Why the hell is this guy bothering me? This freaking plot destroyer." Knox eyed Rick cautiously, basically demanding to know his intentions for showing up here. Knox added Rick to his mental blacklist. His real name is Households Dennifer. The worst kind of bad-ending flag. On par with the first prince, Luis von Arken. He's one of the demon kin. He's got a ton of skills like negotiation, exceptional eloquence, and he's a natural with hidden weapons. On top of that, he's a cunning master of Bado Jutsu, the Gumel Northern sword style, a merchant, and a total con artist. His stats are stamina 4, mana 4, luck 3, willpower 5, charisma 12. His passive skill is negotiation check. Knox, remembering the original story's events, got worried. Later on, he attacks the Raval family's trade business and betrays Eleanor, which means he's the #1 person I need to ghost. Knox looked at him with disdain and said, "You're the dude who brought me that gift before. What's your deal?" Rick kept his cheerful mask on and replied, "It's nothing major. I just happened to see a noble from the influential Reinharber family walking around without an attendant. I was just a little taken aback." Knox immediately shot back, "That's none of your business." Rick didn't care and kept smiling. "Fair enough." Then he switched tracks. "Oh, since fate brought us together, how about I help you shop for some gear? I've got plenty of time to kill right now." Knox scoffed and said, "I seriously doubt that's the only quest the head of the Raval family gave you." Rick's eyes flashed red for a split second as he replied respectfully, "Since the old days, the great nobles have always turned a blind eye when their retainers stray a little from their duties." But the next second, his gaze shifted, pinning Knox with a hidden meaning. Knox thought, "I gotta figure out his angle. There's no way he'd approach me without a hidden objective." Then Knox replied, "I'm not a fan of people who talk too much." Rick got the message and replied, "Yes, my lord. I'll be sure to remember that." Meanwhile, back in Eleanor's quarters, a maid approached and handed her a letter. "These are the documents you requested." Eleanor accepted the letter and thanked the maid. Holding the files, she focused on scanning them. Most of the intel she'd received was about Knox. After going over the new intel on Knox, Eleanor wondered, "Knox von Reinharber. Why on earth did he save me?" She was hit with a wave of confusion and sadness. There was no logical reason for him to do that. For starters, the Reinharber family has practically zero interaction with the Raval family. If he was trying to gain something, he should have taken Professor Barron's offer, but he shot it down. The youngest son of the Reinharber family, the one I know, doesn't have that kind of personality. One thing's for sure. He started acting completely different, starting from when he resolved the lost child incident in the forest. But I have no clue what triggered the change. As she thought about it, she let out a deep sigh, seemingly also sensing Rick's mysterious and shady nature. His recent moves have been sketchy. He's also been gathering people within the merchant guild. Well, he probably can't accomplish much anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Eleanor quickly organized her documents and intel. Her gaze drifted slowly toward the window. She fell into a deep meditation. When she closed her eyes, the image of her father filled her with a chilling dread. He was grilling her nonstop. Like, what a total moron. Why the hell would you do that? He raged, his face all twisted. If you had to fight, you should have unleashed your full power. Eleanor's eyes were filled with terror, and the tears just wouldn't stop. But at the same time, a memory from her core surfaced being at that church for the funeral. Her maid back then was a sobbing mess. Elle was just a little kid, standing before her late mother with this totally heartbroken look. But that trial by fire forged Eleanor's resolve. She stood firm, swallowing her own tears and leveling up her inner strength. The system window in his mind showed the image of a strong, yet solitary, warrior gazing toward her destiny. Back in the marketplace, Knox and Rick were grabbing some gear, just like Rick had mapped out. As they browsed the stalls, Rick lectured. Look, there's no need to splurge on a high-tier mana orb for your first-year magic classes. Once you hit second year, the Academy issues you a way better one for free. Now, for the cauldron and ladle for your alchemy labs, you gotta get one forged from a special type of iron. Most of the crafting will happen in the designated alchemy workshop, so you just need to meet the minimum system requirements. After a while, their starter pack items were piled up like a dragon's horde. Knox just kept trailing him, totally silent. Rick added, that shop deeper in? It's connected to Eleanor's merchant guild, so you can score some items with a nice discount buff. Let's see what else is on the list. While Rick was plotting his next buy, Knox was running an analysis. As much as it pains me to admit it, Rick's talent is the real deal. That S-rank scam artist skill and his passive ability. Negotiation god. If he wasn't some demonic contractor, I might have actually considered scouting him for my party. After checking off the last item on the list, Rick sidled up to Knox. I think that's pretty much all the essential gear you'll need for now. Right? Knox confirmed. Yeah. This'll do. And just like that, Knox's aura turned ice cold as he pinned Rick with a glare. But I still don't get why you sought me out. In a flash, Knox dropped the act, grabbing Rick by the collar and slamming him hard against the nearest wall. The impact was brutal, wiping that fake-ass smile right off Rick's face. Knox growled, his voice low. Why did you approach me? Rick played dumb, blinking at Knox. What are you talking about? His clueless act just cranked Knox's rage stat to the max. Knox tightened his grip, hoisting him higher off the ground. Stalling for time isn't a good move for you. Is it? Rick finally dropped the facade, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Well, looks like this chat with you is going to be quick. I'll get straight to the point. As he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure enveloped them. Knox's danger sense flared, and he scanned his surroundings. A barrier spell. Judging by the mana flow, it's a soundproofing type. In that instant, Rick's entire vibe shifted into something menacing. He smirked, pure malice in his eyes. Then, he clamped both his hands around Knox's wrist with insane, mana-reinforced strength, making it impossible for Knox to break free, even when he tried to channel more power. On instinct, Knox yanked Rick's shirt, revealing the demonic sigil branded on his chest. Knox's eyes blazed with fury, his own dark aura flaring as he interrogated Rick. The one you serve isn't the first prince. It's a demon lord. Isn't it? When Rick heard Knox expose his deepest secret, his eyes widened in shock. You really have a high-level information appraisal skill. Instantly, a sinister, demonic energy shrouded Rick. Then he smirked triumphantly and said, I don't think my patron will like that one bit. This ominous aura put Knox on high alert, and a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Behind Rick, the manifestation of a terrifying, red-faced demon appeared. Its eyes locked onto Knox. Rick's own eyes shifted to a demonic yellow, as if he was synchronizing with the demon's power. Despite facing this overwhelming presence, Knox kept his cool and spoke to Rick with chilling calm. You really think your patron is going to grant your wish? Rick's confidence didn't waver. Of course, after a tense moment, they both let go. Knox warned him, I hope you don't end up regretting this contract. Rick, completely composed again, buttoned up his shirt, his friendly servant persona back online. Knox then turned to leave. but not before dropping one final warning. His voice laced with killing intent. "Oh, and just so we're clear, if you ever dare to disrespect me or my house again, I will erase you." At this point, you could see the fury brewing in Knox's eyes, his whole expression hardening. This was the final warning Knox was going to give a scrub like Rick. The moment he heard it, Rick finally got how serious this was and cautiously backed down. I'll keep that in mind." And with that, Knox dipped from the market, leaving Rick to stew in his own mess. The scene then shifts to a forest near the academy grounds, where a practical skills class is underway. Instructor Burning is leading today's lesson. He kicks off the class by addressing the assembled first years. "All right, now that everyone's here, we'll get this training session started." One of the cadets whispers to his buddy. "Yo, isn't that the psycho instructor from before, the bald-headed dude?" another one asks. All of a sudden, some guy with glasses jumps in, warning them. "Dude, be careful. It's one thing to call a guy with a full head of hair baldy as a joke, but if you call an times bald person baldy, that's like a critical hit to their pride. It's super disrespectful." Hearing the four-eyed know-it-all's long-winded explanation, the other guys just hit him with a, "Whatever, man." But it looks like Instructor Burnin overheard their little chat. His face tightens with rage. He doesn't say a word, just lets out a loud cough. His bald head gleams menacingly under the sun. In his head, he's thinking, "Easy there, Burning. I can't just pulverize these budding cadets over a hair joke." He gets a grip and continues the lesson. "First, let's go over the training location. This area is known as the Clariol Plains. It's a pretty well-known spot on the Eldon Academy campus, famous for its unique, mana-infused flora. Here, you'll be learning the fundamentals of mounted training. Right on cue, Academy aides lead a line of horses from behind the instructor. Instructor Burnin gestures to the mounts, encouraging the students. "All right, listen up. Go ahead and mount your assigned steed, or the one you brought from home if you're one of the nobles." A wave of anxiety immediately washes over the newbie cadets. One of them starts whining. "Ugh, I haven't even had a chance to check this place out yet." A girl nearby looks surprised. "Wait, some people actually brought their own horses?" Other students start voicing their own worries. "A horse? Seriously? I've never even been on one before. And why are we at the prestigious Eldon Academy just to learn how to ride a horse?" A guy next to them chimes in. "We don't really have a choice. Man, it's a required course. You know, you get an F rank on this, and you're straight up expelled. For real." While all the other mob characters were whining about the equestrian arts class, Knox just tuned out their griping. He immediately summoned his own mount, who happened to be Carl. Instantly, a shimmering black stallion with vibrant, mana-infused blue eyes materialized with a surge of energy. Right after that, the rest of the class got their standard-issue academy mounts. Instructor Vernon then addressed them. "All right, cadets, get mounted. Try not to get bucked off on your first attempt." But Knox's attention was locked onto someone else. Paracelsus. The dude was trying to mount his horse, looking like a total noob. Seriously. 0 agility stats. Knox gave him a quick scan, his inner system evaluating the guy. His riding skill isn't half bad. Actually, makes sense. After spending all that time in the Eastern Territories, he'd have to be decent with a mount, whether it's a horse or a camel. With a smooth, practiced motion, Knox swung himself onto Carl, looking every bit the high-ranking knight. The other students were totally shook, whispering to each other in disbelief. How does an F-rank loser like him have a spirit beast like that? Guess the Reinharbor family's just loaded. Yeah, but they're not on House Rivelin's level. Not even close. Still, the sight of Carl wreathed in that blue aura was seriously impressive. Knox smirked, thinking to himself, Carl really is a top-tier mount. This is one of the perks of being a max-level player who knows all the secrets. Meanwhile, back with the rest of the fodder, one of the students was finally getting the hang of it, actually managing to stay on his horse without wiping out, and was totally stoked about it. The instructor gave him a nod of approval. Good work. You need to form a bond with your mount. Sync up with it. He then turned to the entire class, now mostly situated on their horses, and made an announcement. All right. Looks like most of you have figured out which end of the horse is the front. Time to kick things off with this class's main event, a race. The moment he said that, the entire class collectively freaked out. A race? Dude, some of us literally just learned how to get on a horse today. Other students started chiming in. Yeah, that's totally unfair. One guy was especially pissed, yelling, "This demonic beast tried to take my head off with a back kick." A brown-haired student looked totally terrified and stammered, "This is completely insane." The kid with glasses standing next to him added with a deadpan look, "He's just mad you guys called him bald." But before the guy could even finish his sentence, the instructor with the ridiculously shiny bald head materialized behind him and delivered a swift chop to the neck, knocking him out cold on the lawn. The chrome-domed professor looked dead serious and said, "All right, cadets, listen up. The rules for this evaluation are simple. Each of you will mount up, race to the designated checkpoint deep within the nameless forest, and then haul it back here. The first cadet to cross this finish line gets a massive bonus to their final grade. Any questions?" Meanwhile, Knox, standing at the back of the pack and staring at that blindingly bald head, was having an internal monologue. Heh, the rules are about as complex as his hairline. Then Knox muttered under his breath, whatever. That's not the main quest right now. Just then, Talia, who was standing right behind him, nervously piped up. What did you just say?" Knox shot back without even looking at her. "Nothing. Worry about yourself." Despite his cold exterior, however, his mind was already running through multiple scenarios. His foreknowledge of this world's plot was his ultimate cheat skill. On the surface, this horsemanship class seems like a basic, mandatory course. But the event that's about to trigger is a major turning point. This is the chapter where a demonkin makes its first appearance. And since it's the debut, the entire scenario is scripted for the original protagonist to have a fateful encounter with that demonkin. Ruger. The demonkin that shows up in this arc is supposed to trap all the students inside the nameless forest, creating an impromptu dungeon. Then, the main character is supposed to step up and clear the stage by defeating the demonkin with the help of the other academy fodder. That's the basic plot progression for this arc. Mulling this over, Knox tightened his grip on the reins and thought, but the original protagonist isn't here. In a class filled with this many high-stat egomaniacs, I wonder how this scenario will play out without its main character to guide the narrative. Strategizing is one thing, but I need to make my move. At that exact moment, Talia took the initiative and approached Knox. Knox? Do you want to party up with me?" "Later," she explained, a little defensively. "I'm not scared. It's just, in case something goes down, the forest is pretty dangerous. After all, you never know what kind of mana beasts are lurking." Eleanor was right there too, and she cut Talia off mid-sentence. "I guess you're cocky enough to be worrying about other people during a ranking trial." "Huh?" But then, the second Eleanor showed up, Knox shot her a death glare, locking eyes with her and saying icily, "Can you just stop bugging me and get lost?" Completely misunderstanding what Knox meant, Eleanor just turned and left, totally speechless. He had this super deep in thought look as he turned and walked back to his mount. So then it was just Talia and Knox. Getting real for a sec, Talia admitted, "All right, I guess this is a legit race. We should probably haul it back. Like, as soon as possible. Knox, you should go first. I'm not exactly a pro on horseback." Hearing Talia's hesitation, Knox just coolly remarked, "The race isn't the point." Then he just took off, leaving Talia totally bugging out over his attitude. Talia was just left standing there, thinking, okay, if the race isn't the point, then what the heck is? Before long, all the cadets had returned, and the instructor announced, "The race has officially begun. Move out now." And boom. Just like that. All the students shot off like a mana-fueled rocket. Knox was right in the thick of it, riding Carl on the right flank of the pack. Every single cadet was trying to get the lead, urging their mounts on. Some overconfident noble started running his mouth to the others. "There's no way I'm losing to a bunch of plebs who've probably never even touched a horse before today." Then, out of nowhere, the look on one of the cadets' faces twisted into pure terror. It was like Carl's danger sense was tingling. The azure flames wreathing his body surged, his eyes glowing with alert. Knox, picking up on the shift in mana, knew what was about to go down, reined Carl in and said, "Carl, I know. A system alert just popped up. Didn't it? My mana sensitivity trait just kicked in. The hidden magic circle has been revealed. Beneath the cadets' feet, a massive, intricate magic circle began to glow. It enveloped the entire field, trapping every single student inside its perimeter. The other cadets were totally freaking out. Like, what in the world is happening? Knox, cool as ever, explained. It's a teleportation circle. Then he gave them a pro tip. Everybody, stay completely still unless you want to get yeeted out of existence. Right after he said that, blinding pillars of light shot up from the magic array, forcing all the cadets to shut their eyes tight. A second later, every single one of them had vanished, leaving nothing but lingering afterimages and a cloud of unsettled dust. The clearing went dead silent again, with only the sound of the wind whispering through the grass. Then, a sinister, clawed foot slammed down into view, radiating a terrifyingly dense and bloodthirsty aura. This demonic presence was just leaking a terrifyingly thick aura of pure bloodlust. The demon silently savored the long-dormant power now surging through its very being. He was totally hyped, whispering to himself, "At long last, my shot at payback is here." This demon, it had to be the one Knox mentioned, Rugar. Let's see what this Rugar guy is after, and who his target is. Which, odds are, is our boy Knox. Just then, Knox felt the ominous shift in the mana and instantly warned the other cadets. Everyone, freeze, don't move a muscle. His whole vibe shifted, his eyes turning deadly serious as he spoke. Not unless you've all got a death wish. And just like that, Knox leaped off his mount, shoving Carl and yelling for him to get out of the spell's radius. "I'm counting on you." Carl, a split second later, while the rest of the students were totally clueless about what was going down, the teleportation array flared to life, warping all the cadets to a completely different location deep inside some random forest. Yep. Every single student had been forcibly teleported. Some of the cadets were still reeling from the shock, totally disoriented from the sudden warp. A girl with jet black hair clutched her head, groaning. Ugh. Major teleport sickness. Where the heck are we? The guy next to her guessed. Looks like a forest. But another girl nearby immediately shut that down. No way. That's Cap. We were just on the plains. Everyone started chiming in with their own theories. And the whole situation devolved into total chaos as the cadets got more and more freaked out. A bunch of them figured it was just another pop quiz from the academy. Meanwhile, Knox stood silently amidst the chaos. His eyes were sharp, scanning the area and silently assessing the threat level. This is definitely a warp spell. But the mana signature is different from Din Noah's. The spell array itself feels unstable. In situations like this, everyone knew Knox was the guy with the answers. The princess, picking up on his calm demeanor, walked over to him. "You know what's going on, don't you?" And of course, Knox did. But he just gave her a cold reply. "I'm working on it." Then he added, with a hint of warning, "But one thing's for sure. We've got uninvited guests. People who aren't from the academy." Echidna, with her usual stuck-up attitude, stepped forward to get in Knox's face. "What are you rambling about? If you know something, then spit it out already." Knox, however, just gave her a deadpan stare, thinking, know your place. You extra. Echidna. The princess, right? Yeah. I've got zero reason to clue her in. Totally shut down by Knox. Echidna was speechless, her face a mask of pure rage. But she bit her tongue, swallowing whatever comeback she had. Eleanor, standing just behind them, chimed in, trying to get the facts straight. "So, this is a forced teleportation circle, right? And you're saying it's triggered by some external mana interference?" Knox didn't even hesitate and confirmed it flat out. Eleanor, needing Knox to back that up with some solid logic, pressed him on why he thought so. Talia, also there, looking totally sketched out but also intrigued, added, "Yeah, I want to know your theory too. For all we know, this could just be some crazy pop quiz from the instructors." He sighed internally, completely done with this whole squad of Silver Spoon elites, thinking, this is exactly why these pampered blue bloods would never survive a real dungeon. They're way too soft. In his gut, he was certain. This is the work of an inner lunatic. We're literally trapped in a game world with a notorious hell mode difficulty. But he obviously couldn't just drop that bombshell on them. That was his S-rank secret to keep. So, he cooked up a plausible excuse and told them, the mana flow is way too erratic. And just like that, his master thespian skill activated. Knox then launched into a breakdown of the chaotic magic formula. The dead giveaway is how it completely bypasses all safety protocols for the target, focusing only on raw function. That's all the proof you need. One of the other top-tier students, listening to Knox's analysis, nodded in agreement and spoke up. He's right. The construction of this magic circle is all wrong. Plus, if the Academy's instructors were behind this, they'd never put us in this much danger. There's no way they'd risk this many scions from Eldon's high-ranking families. After hearing Leon back him up, the rest of the students started to see Knox in a new light. But they all kept quiet. Leon pressed on, trying to get everyone on the same page. I'm siding with Knox on this one. What about the rest of you? Of course, Knox had already run through this entire scenario before, which is why he could make the call so easily. Leon, on the other hand, was seeing all of this for the first time. And yet, his analysis was way beyond what you'd expect from a regular student. The princess, listening to Leon's follow-up, had to give him props internally. Asterisk, I hate to admit it. Asterisk, but that analysis was pretty sharp. But he's got a point. The spell formula is definitely unstable. It's totally logical to think some outside force is messing with the mana flow. She started getting a bad vibe and couldn't help but wonder, could her brother be behind this? The other students weren't tripping. Though, one of them piped up. Whatever. Man, we just need to bounce from this place. Like, as soon as possible? Hearing that, the rest of the squad was ready to dip too. But just then, Leon warned everyone. Yo, I don't think chilling in this kind of volatile mana for too long is a good move. Echidna, completely clueless, just shot back. Are the Dark families trying to pull a fast one and handle this themselves? You're gonna need to back that up with some actual proof first. The princess next to her immediately shut that down. The princess confirmed. Echidna, everything they've said is 100% correct. If we hang around in this unstable mana vortex for too long, we're all gonna get wiped. The princess's words completely shut Echidna down. She didn't dare say another word. After hearing the princess back them up, the others hesitated for a sec. But then they had to agree. Now that you mention it, the deployment pattern of this magic circle is super weird. Yeah, it's way too inefficient. Another student chimed in. Man, the princess is crazy sharp. She started her magic training way before us. Right? Paracelsus, standing nearby, heard everything but didn't say a word. His gaze sharpened. Though, he suddenly whipped his head toward a specific direction. Drawing his sword and dropping into a combat stance, he signaled for everyone to shut up. Echidna, with her dull senses, was completely oblivious to the danger. Paracelsus asked her coldly, "Can't you smell the reek of blood in the air?" he added. This is the aura of a mid-tier demonic beast, maybe even higher. Its position is directly above us. The moment Paracelsus said that, Knox's senses flared up, detecting the same threat. A massive, bird-like beast with 4 sprawling wings appeared above them. The downdraft from its wings alone put everyone on high alert. But before the avian beast could even let out a screech, Knox launched himself into the air in a single, explosive movement, his blade flashing as it sliced through the beast's body multiple times in an instant. His expression stayed ice-cold and calm. Even as the monster bird tanked Knox's attacks, he shouted a warning to the other students. Everyone, get ready. That massive beast is about to lay on the ground, easily taken down by Knox. After effortlessly soloing a mid-tier mana beast, Knox declared with a dead serious face, "In a high-stakes situation like this, I'll take point and lead this raid." The other cadets, hearing this, they were all salty about admitting it. So, who's calling the shots now? A ton of them were thinking. Knox, the F rank of the family, is taking command? You've got to be kidding me. The princess, totally floored by Knox's lightning-fast reaction, thought to herself, a surprise attack from a mana beast whose presence I couldn't even sense. And he was the first one to spot it? The so-called dud from House Reinharbor? All the elite cadets saw it happen. But none of them would either deny or confirm what Knox just said. That avian beast wasn't down for the count just yet, as its body was surging with some kind of bloodthirsty mana, making it go totally berserk. The princess, still deep in thought, wondered, how did Knox von Reinharbor suddenly get this? Competent? Meanwhile, elsewhere, A bald instructor staring at his chronometer wondered, "Are you serious right now? Is this year's batch of cadets completely talentless? They're just on horseback. How has not a single one made it back yet? This is officially the worst clear time in the Academy's history." This pretty much proved the bald instructor had no clue the students had been teleported off course. Just then, Instructor Ross rushed in to report an incident. The bald instructor, spotting him, asked, "Ross, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be running drills with the sophomores?" Instructor Ross shot back, "That's not important right now. Where are the first years?" The bald instructor, still totally clueless about the situation, answered, "They're out on the plains for their horsemanship practical." But then his own mana sense started tingling. Something was definitely off. "Wait a minute. This aura. What is this?" Instructor Ross explained. "We've detected a user of demonic arts on Academy grounds. About 3 hours ago, a massive magic circle activated, and we traced its energy signature right to these planes." The bald instructor, now totally furious, yelled, "Of all the rotten luck. This had to happen when Dean Noha is off campus. Crap. We gotta bounce. Like, right now." And just like that, out of nowhere, Knox's mount, Carl, came barreling toward their position. Totally riderless, strapped to Carl was a dispatch from Knox. The moment the bald-headed professor spotted the familiar mount, he knew it was Knox's and snatched the letter right off. The scroll said a Demonkin had spawned at the entrance to the nameless forest, and they needed backup as soon as possible. The professor's face went grim as he scanned the urgent plea for aid. He knew the nameless forest was basically an uncleared, high-rank danger zone, so he and another instructor immediately booked it over there. It's a 2-day ride to the nameless forest. Minimum. Our warp magic is on cooldown. It's too late for another jump. Just hope those kids are holding on. Meanwhile, back in the nameless forest, Knox had just totally clapped some bird-like demonic beast. He was just casually wiping the gunk off his blade like it was nothing. Echidna, who just watched Knox totally low-diff that monster, couldn't keep up her snooty princess act anymore, and had to admit, I hate to say it, but fine. You made the right call. Reinharbor." The princess started to walk over, but before she could even get a word out, Knox cut her off, his voice like ice. "Just drop it. I don't need some half-hearted apology. Your Highness." The princess was totally thrown by his cold dismissal. Then he just stated it flat out. "This whole mess is a continuation of the last incident. So, I'm asking you, by imperial law, grant me field command over all the students here." The princess hesitated, then pushed back. But things could get dangerous. As the princess, I will personally take command of the students. Knox wasn't even fazed by her answer. Just over it, he immediately called out for a kid named Peel. As Peel stepped forward, Knox hit him with a question. "Recite the emergency situation protocol for me." Peel flinched for a second, but then snapped to it and followed Knox's command. Priority 1. Ensure the safety of any Imperial family member. Command authority is to be transferred to the most exceptional knight or mage present. Once Peel finished reciting the rulebook, Knox turned his gaze back to the princess. "Your Highness, you are the sole member of the Imperial family present, and you're also a critical asset for fighting the demon threat in the future. That lightning mana of yours and that power of judgment you wield is a bloodline trait passed down only through the Imperial family." Knox added, "So, even if the rest of us get wiped out here, we have to protect you. That's the absolute law of the Empire." Hearing this, the princess hesitated. Falling silent, Knox pressed on. "Besides, I was the one who made the quickest call during that monster ambush. So please, grant me command authority." A sly smirk slowly spread across Knox's face as he extended a hand towards the princess, concluding, "Authority over the life and death of every last one of you here. And that includes you." The princess felt a whirlwind of emotions, not sure if her heart was racing from awe or from fear. After hearing Knox's whole spiel, proving he was the only one with the stats to lead this party of cadets, Talia's face started to flush a deep crimson. He's stepping up to be the shot caller with everyone's lives on the line. So cool. She stared intently at Knox, totally sizing him up. I knew it. Knox is the real deal. A true knight in every sense. Sensing a powerful gaze on his back, Knox turned to see Talia staring at him with, total starry-eyed admiration. He thought, completely baffled. What in the world is her deal? Knox then turned back to the crowd of mob characters. Anyway, if there are no other objections from the peanut gallery, I'll be the party leader and take command. If anyone's got a problem with that, prove your worth with your skills. With a confident smirk, Knox added, if you can actually pull that off, I'll gladly hand over the leadership position. None of the other cadets dared to voice an objection. However, one sharp-looking noble wannabe thought to himself, if something goes sideways while he's on princess protection duty, the party leader will definitely face some S-tier punishment, even if he pulls it off at first. A death flag is bound to pop up eventually. That means Knox is basically drinking from a poisoned chalice right now. He stood right behind Knox's back, smirking at him. Huh. You clueless F-rank. Do whatever you want. Knox overheard his muttering and turned to look at him with the most affectionate gaze. Seeing that look from Knox, the guy broke out in a cold sweat and quickly backed the heck away, utterly terrified by Knox's love for him. After a beat of dead silence, everyone wordlessly came to the understanding that Knox was the shot caller. Knox then declared, all right, it's settled. Then, from this moment on, you follow my orders. If you don't, you'll be punished according to the Academy's laws. The princess silently vibed with every single word Knox said. Even Echidna, who was totally not a fan of Knox, could only grumble internally. After clearing the air, Knox went into full party leader mode. All right, we're moving out now. Everyone, on me. And with that, Knox took the lead. Eleanor, watching Knox just dip without any more explanation, was completely confused. Wait up. Aren't you going to tell us our destination first? Knox, not even bothering with a debrief, shot her a death glare and said, I suck at explaining things, so just make sure you stick close. Then he led the group, thinking to himself, if these noobs knew how many times I've replayed this chapter, they'd be shook. I'm a max-level veteran in this godforsaken game. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, someone was spectating the students' actions through a scrying orb as they ganged up on and killed a mana beast. This guy was none other than the demon. Ruger was calmly watching the students struggle like low-level prey. Suddenly, a voice called his name. Luger carried on a terrifying black mist. From inside the mist, a mouth surrounded by countless eyes appeared. The entity gave Ruger his next quest. Devour the humans of Eldon. Wipe out all the promising sprouts before they can fully bloom. Roger listened like a good little minion, kneeling and then reaching out to absorb the dark energy into his body. The mysterious figure continued its monologue. Do this, and I shall share my power with you, even if you are unworthy. As the demonic energy flooded into Ruger's body, the veins on his arm turned pitch black. His body looked like it was enduring some insane mana pressure. But soon enough, he got the power under his control, clenched his fist, and answered, Yes, my Liga, I will handle this in a way that won't disappoint you. In that moment, he was holding a dark purple magic core. Once the black mist cleared from the core, the mysterious entity vanished, and the core dropped to the ground. Ruga, peering back into the scrying orb, muttered to himself, Eldon, this is the perfect quest for me. I'll make you pay for the sin of abandoning me. The sphere showed the feet of two professors riding toward the nameless forest. His gaze locked onto Professor Ross as he uttered his full name. Ross von Celestia. It looked like they had some history. Ruger's terrifying aura flared through the entire cave, making the birds scatter. The sun was starting to set. Back under Knox's command, the students were quickly taking down the wild mana boars. Knox then said, From this point on, we need to assign party roles. He looked at Leon and Paracelsus, saying, You and you. You're on my team. Paracelsus, though looking a little salty, reluctantly agreed. It's a fact you pwned me, so I'll play along for now. Leon, however, had a totally different reaction, bowing respectfully. My skills are probably still lacking, but if I can be of any help to the party, I'll do my absolute best. Knox glanced at the two prodigies in front of him, both following his orders, and was low-key amazed. Nice. With this, I've got the strongest rookies on my side. Then his gaze shifted elsewhere as he ran through his mental strategy guide. Next up on the checklist, Knox gathered a few of the other elite students and said, There are two ways to clear this dungeon. Either someone breaks the barrier from the outside, or we hunt down and kill the caster who used the teleportation magic inside the barrier. Hearing this, The princess asked about the second option, and Knox explained. Thing is, it could get dangerous, but we're fresh out of other options. It'll take Professor Vernon about 2 days to reach this spot from the plains, and that's if he travels in a straight line. Our best bet is to try and survive as best we can while we hunt down the caster. Even though he said that, Knox was also thinking to himself, for real. Though, I already know the first method is a bust. The only way to clear this stage is to kill the boss. The caster is Ruger, the demonkin who lives in this forest. After explaining the situation to all the students, Knox spoke up again. First, we're gathering some food. We should be able to last 2 days with this. Hearing this, Paracelsus was worried Knox meant the stuff they'd just killed and quickly asked, Yo, Mr. Noble, what are you planning on making us eat? Knox replied nonchalantly. This is a bore. What's the problem? Paracelsus sighed and said, Look, I know you're pretty skilled, but I think you've got the wrong idea. You must think this is like some noble's private hunting ground. Whoa. Hold up. We can't eat a demonic beast like this. It's totally toxic. Knox glanced at the beast's carcass and confirmed, Yeah, I'm aware of that. I also know you can't just go around eating any random plants in this area. Paracelsus, looking even more baffled, shot back. Then why are you telling us to eat it if you already know all that? How are we even supposed to eat a demonic beast? Back when I was starving in the East, I never got per the disparity. Do you have any idea how long your stomach would be messed up? As he said this, Paracelsus made a totally disgusted face. Watching him, Knox thought to himself, asterisk, so this lunatic has actually eaten a demonic beast before, and all he got was a stomachache? Asterisk, asterisk. Better not get too tangled up with him. Asterisk. After a brief pause, Knox commanded sternly, Just shut up and be quiet. I have my ways. At that moment, Knox gathered some herbs and said to Leon, Leon, summon your undead and have them guard the students from any monsters. Leon was quick to agree. Knox then turned to Paracelsus with a sigh and tasked him, I need you to protect the princess. Aside from that loud mouth of yours, you're actually a pretty decent fighter. Getting dissed like that. Paracelsus was seriously ticked off, but he swallowed his pride. Since it was an order from the leader, asterisk, I'm definitely going to beat you half to death someday. After the two of them left to handle their duties, Knox started his own work. First, he found a large, flat stone to use as a cutting board. Then, he used several ingredients he'd gathered from the forest to start cooking. Finally, the main ingredient, a slab of purple demonic boar meat, was laid out. Just looking at it, nobody dared to even think about eating it. All the students watching were horrified, wondering, what is that disgusting thing? Look at that color. I think we'll literally die if we eat that. After searing the meat for a bit, Knox placed an herb on top of it. From the herb, a golden aura spread out, gradually infusing itself into the flesh. After a short while, the meat's ominous purple hue shifted to the color of normal, edible meat. The students who witnessed this were completely stunned. Knox then explained, I simply used this herb to neutralize the demonic toxins within the meat. The Crimson Creeper herb can totally nullify toxins from mid-tier mana beasts and anything weaker, and this horned boar is basically a low-level mob on that list. The other cadets just kinda grumbled. Like, for real? I think I saw that in some ancient tome. But like, the Reinharbors are a noble house. They've got no reason to ever go hungry, so how does he have that kind of intel? Beats me. Dude. Then Knox pivots to the princess, all smooth-like, and asks, So, Your Highness, you want that rare or medium? He thought. Yeah. I'm just gonna heroically pretend well done isn't a crime against mana beasts. The game's lore was super clear. Serving well-done meat is basically a failed quest objective. By now, the boar was sizzling and almost ready to chow down on. All the students, who'd been grinding and on the move all day, were absolutely starving. The princess, despite her royal status, was totally eyeing that meat like a commoner. In that moment, hunger totally trumped dignity. Meanwhile, over at the faculty's location, 2 professors were full sending it toward the nameless forest. The bald prof was frantically using a communication artifact to hit up the academy's headmaster, the one and only Noah Fawn Trinity. He started spitting out the sit rep. Dean Noah. Do you copy? Yeah? So, this demonic hybrid we're tracking is at least an intermediate tier threat. Maybe higher. The Academy's flagging this as a high-level emergency. I'm en route with Professor Ross to extract the cadets. And the only reply he got was the distinct sound of someone munching. The bald professor pushed on. All our other elite instructors are already deployed on high-priority quests. But totally ignoring his panic, Headmaster Noah just kept on snacking. Chill as ever. Like, you could hear every single crunch loud and clear over the comms. Stunned, the prof thought to himself, wait, what was that? Did I just hear someone eating chips? But then he shook it off. Nah. No way. I know the headmaster's a total wild card. But there's zero chance she'd be casually snacking during a red alert. But Professor Roz, riding beside him, just straight up asked what he was thinking. Dean, are you seriously eating snacks right now, busted? Headmaster Noah just casually replied. Oh, you could hear that? Her question left the two veteran professors totally speechless. Seeing them frozen, Noah calmed them down. Yo, chill out. You too, she said with total confidence. No need to get your robes in a twist. They'll make it back. Nah, bija. Meanwhile, she's just chilling in her ice sanctum, munching on snacks like it's a break between quests. The two professors were totally bugging out over the cadets. Like, for real. If they were sophomores with some actual combat experience, this whole situation wouldn't be nearly as dire. But these are just freshmen. They've barely been at the academy long enough to learn how to channel their mana properly. They're basically F-rank newbies out there. Professor Roz, who was right beside him, totally chimed in. Bro. Their faces were anything but chill. You could see the mana-infused sweat dripping down Professor Ross's stressed-out face. They haven't even properly mastered basic defensive words yet. But what was wild was, the headmaster just ghosted them, ending the transmission without even hearing them out. The two old-timers were left totally helpless. Like, welp, I guess there's nothing for it. I'll do everything in my power. The bald professor's chill was officially gone. Spurring his mount to go full throttle, Professor Roz, trailing behind him, yelled out, burn. In his head, the professor was panicking. My star pupil, me S-rank prodigy, Knox. I swear I won't let you get wiped out in a dump like this. So, what's the verdict on this chapter? Fam, drop your thoughts in the comments and rate it on a scale of 0 to 10. I'm hyped to see what you guys think.